The ones that I know, 1. I was born with a broken heart. The day I arrived into this lonely little world was also the first time I died. Nobody spotted the heart condition back then. Things weren't as sophisticated in 1975 as they might be now, and my blue colouring was blamed on my traumatic birth. I was a breech baby, to complicate matters further. The weary doctor told my father to choose between me or my mother, explaining apologetically, and with just a hint of impatience, that he could only save one of us, the ones that I know. My father, after a brief hesitation he would spend the rest of his life paying for, chose his wife. But the midwife persuaded me to breathe, against all their odds and my better judgment, and a hospital room full of strangers smiled when I started to cry. Everyone except for my mother. She wouldn't even look at me. My mother had wanted a son. She already had 2 daughters when I was born and chose to name us all after flowers. The ones that I know. My eldest sister is called Rose, which turned out to be strangely appropriate as she is beautiful but not without thorns. Next to arrive, but still 4 years ahead of me, was Lily. The middle child in our floral family is pale and pretty and poisonous to some. My mother refused to name me at all for a while, but when the time came, I was christened Daisy. She is a woman who only ever has a plan A, so none of us were given the contingency of a middle name. The ones that I know, there were plenty of other, better options, but she chose to name me after a flower that often gets picked, trampled on, or made into chains. A mother's least favourite child always knows that's what they are. It's funny how people grow into the names they are given, as though a few letters arranged in a certain order can predict a person's future happiness or sorrow. Knowing a person's name isn't the same as knowing a person, but names are the first impression we all judge and are judged by. The ones that I know, Daisy Darker was the name life gave me, and I suppose I did grow into it. The second time I died was exactly 5 years after I was born. My heart completely stopped on my 5th birthday, perhaps in protest, when I demanded too much of it by trying to swim to America. I wanted to run away, but was better at swimming, so hoped to reach New York by lunchtime with a bit backstroke. I didn't even make it out of Black Sand Bay and technically died trying. The ones that I know. That might have been the end of me were it not for the semi-deflated orange armbands that kept me afloat. And my 10-year-old sister, Rose, she swam out to save me, dragged me back to shore and brought me back to life with an enthusiastic performance of CPR that left me with 2 cracked ribs. She'd recently earned her first aid badge at Brownies. Sometimes I suspect she regretted it. Saving me. I mean, she loved that badge. The ones that I know. My life was never the same after I died a second time, because that's when everyone knew for sure what I think they already suspected, that I was broken. The cast of doctors my mother took me to see when I was 5 all delivered the same lines, with the same faces, as though they had rehearsed from the same sad little script. They all agreed that I wouldn't live beyond the age of 15. There were years of tests to prove how few years I had left. The ones that I know. My condition was unusual, and those doctors found me fascinating. Some travelled from other countries just to watch my open-heart surgeries. It made me feel like a superstar and a freak at the same time. Life didn't break my heart, despite trying. The irregular ticking time bomb inside my chest was planted before birth, a rare congenital glitch. The ones that I know, me living longer than life had planned, required a daily cocktail of beta blockers, serotonin inhibitors, synthetic steroids and hormones to keep me and my heart ticking over. If that all sounds like hard work and high maintenance, that's because it was, especially when I was only 5 years old. But children are more resilient than adults. They're far better at making the most of what they have and spend less time worrying about what they haven't. The ones that I know. Technically, I'd already died 8 times before I was 13, and if I'd been a cat, I would have been concerned. But I was a little girl, and I had bigger things than death to worry about. 29 years after my traumatic arrival, I'm very grateful to have had more time than anyone predicted. I think knowing you might die sooner rather than later does make a person live life differently. The ones that I know, death is a life-changing deadline, and I'm forever in debt to everyone who helped me outstay my welcome. I do my best to pay it forward. I try to be kind to others as well as to myself and rarely sweat the small stuff these days. I might not have much in terms of material possessions, but that sort of thing never really mattered to me. All in all, I think I'm pretty lucky. The ones that I know. I'm still here. I have a niece who I adore spending time with, and I'm proud of my work, volunteering at a care home for the elderly. Like my favourite resident says every time she sees me, the secret to having it all is knowing that you already do. Sometimes people think I'm younger than my years. I've been accused of still dressing like a child on more than one occasion. My mother has never approved of my choice in clothes, but I like wearing dungaree dresses and retro t-shirts. The ones that I know, I'd rather wear my long black hair in intricate braids than get it cut, and I'm clueless when it comes to makeup. I think I look good, considering all the bad things that have happened to me. The only visual proof of my condition is carved down the middle of my chest in the form of a faded pink scar. People used to stare if I wore something that revealed it, bathing suits, V-neck sweaters, or summer dresses. I never blamed them. The ones that I know, I stare at it too sometimes. The mechanics of my prolonged existence fascinate me. That pink line is the only external evidence that I was born a little bit broken. Every couple of years during my slightly dysfunctional childhood, doctors would take it in turns to open me up again, have a look inside, and do a few repairs. I'm like an old car that probably shouldn't still be on the road, but has been well looked after, though not always, and not by everyone. The ones that I know, families are like fingerprints. No two are the same, and they tend to leave their mark. The tapestry of my family has always had a few too many loose threads. It was a little frayed around the edges long before I arrived, and if you look closely enough, you might even spot a few holes. Some people aren't capable of seeing the beauty in imperfection, but I always loved my nana, my parents, and my sisters, regardless of how they felt about me, and despite what happened. The ones that I know, my nana is the only person in my family who loved me unconditionally. So much so, she wrote a book about me, or at least about a little girl with the same name. If mine sounds familiar, that is why. Daisy Darker's Little Secret is a best-selling children's book, which my nana wrote and illustrated. It can be found in almost every bookstore around the world, often nestled between the Gruffalo and the Very Hungry Caterpillar. The ones that I know, Nana said, she chose to borrow my name for the story, so that, one way or another, I could live forever. It was a kind thing to do, even if my parents and sisters didn't think so at the time. I suspect they wanted to live forever too, but they settled for living off the book's royalties instead. Nana had more money than she knew what to do with after writing that book. Not that you'd know it to look at her. The ones that I know, she has always been a generous woman when it comes to charity and strangers, but not with herself or her family. She believes that having too much makes people want too little, and has always hesitated when asked for handouts. But that might be about to change. Many years ago, long before I was born, a palm reader at a fair in Land's End told my nana that she wouldn't live beyond the age of 80. She's never forgotten it. Even her agent knows not to expect any more books, the ones that I know. So tomorrow isn't just Halloween or Nana's 80th birthday. She thinks it's her last, and they think they might finally get their hands on her money. My family haven't all been in the same place at the same time for over a decade, not even for my sister's wedding. But when Nana invited them to Seaglass one last time, they all agreed to come. Her home on the Cornish coast was the setting for my happiest childhood memories, and my saddest, the ones that I know. It was where my sisters and I spent every Christmas and Easter, as well as the long summer holidays after my parents got divorced. I'm not the only one with a broken heart in my family. I don't know whether my parents, or my sisters, or even Nana's agent, take the palm reading about her imminent death seriously, but I do, because sometimes the strangest things can predict a person's future. Take me and my name, for example, the ones that I know. A children's book called Daisy Darker's Little Secret changed my family forever and was a premonition of sorts, because I do have a secret, and I think it's time I shared it. 2:30, October 2004, 4 p.m. Seeing Seaglass again steals my breath away. It normally takes at least 5 hours to drive from London to Cornwall, slightly less by train. But I always enjoyed swapping the hustle and bustle of the city for a network of twisted memories and country lanes. The ones that I know, I prefer a simpler, slower, quieter way of living, and London is inherently loud. Navigating my way back here has often felt like time travel, but my journey today has been quicker than expected and relatively pain-free, which is good because I wanted to get here first. Before the others, I'm pleased to see that nothing much has changed since my last visit. The ones that I know, the stone Victorian house with its Gothic turrets and turquoise-tiled roof appears to have been built from the same granite rocks it sits on. Pieces of blue-green glass still decorate some of the exterior walls, sparkling in the sunlight and gifting sea glass its name. The mini mansion rises out of the crashing waves that surround it, perched upon its own tiny private island, just off the Cornish coast. Like a lot of things in life, it's hard to find if you don't know where to look. The ones that I know, hidden by crumbling cliffs and unmarked footpaths, in a small cove known locally as Blacksand Bay. It's very much off the beaten track. This is not the Cornwall you see on postcards, but aside from the access issues, there are plenty of other reasons why people tend to stay away. My nana inherited sea glass from her mother, who allegedly won it from a drunken duke in a card game. The ones that I know, the story goes, that he was an infamous bon viveur who built the eccentric building in the 1800s to entertain his wealthy friends. But he couldn't hold his liquor, and after losing his summer palace to a woman, he drowned his sorrows and himself in the ocean. Regardless of its tragic past, this place is as much a part of our family as I am. Nana has lived here since she was born, the ones that I know. But despite never wanting to live anywhere else and making a small fortune writing children's books, she has never invested much in home improvements. As a result, sea glass is literally falling into the sea, and, like me, it probably won't be around much longer. The tiny island it was built on almost 200 years ago has slowly eroded over time. Being exposed to the full force of the Atlantic Ocean and centuries of wind and rain have taken their toll. The ones that I know, the house is swollen with secrets and damp, but despite its flaking paint, creaking floors and ancient furnishings, sea glass has always felt more like home to me than anywhere else. I'm the only one who still visits regularly. Divorced parents, busy lives, and siblings with so little in common, it's hard to believe we're related, have made family gatherings a rather rare occurrence. So this weekend will be special in more ways than one. The ones that I know, pity fades with age, hate is lost and found, but guilt can last a lifetime. The journey here felt so solitary and final. The road leads to a hidden track on top of the cliff, which soon comes to an abrupt dead end. From there, the only two options to get down to Blacksand Bay are a 300-foot fall to certain death or a steep, rocky path to the sandy dunes below. The path has almost completely crumbled away in places, so it's best to watch your step. The ones that I know, despite all the years I have been coming here, to me, Blacksand Bay is still the most beautiful place in the world. The late afternoon sun is already low in the hazy blue sky, and the sound of the sea is like an old familiar soundtrack, one I have missed listening to. There is nothing and nobody else for miles. All I can see is the sand and the ocean and the sky. And sea glass perched on its ancient stone foundations in the distance, waves crashing against the rocks it was built on. The ones that I know. Having safely reached the bottom of the cliff, I remove my shoes and enjoy the sensation of sand between my toes. It feels like coming home. I ignore the rusty old wheelbarrow, left here to help transport ourselves and our things to the house. I travel light these days. People rarely need the things they think they need in order to be happy. I start the long walk across the natural sandy causeway that joins Sea Glass's tidal island to the mainland. The ones that I know. The house is only accessible when the tide is out and is completely cut off from the rest of the world at all other times. Nana always preferred books to people, and her wish to be left alone with them was mostly granted and almost guaranteed by living in such an inaccessible place. The invisible shipwrecks of my life are scattered all over this secluded bay with its infamous black sand. They are a sad reminder of all the journeys I was too scared to make. The ones that I know. Everyone's lives have uncharted waters, the places and people we didn't quite manage to find. But when you feel as though you never will, it's a special kind of sorrow. The unexplored oceans of our hearts and minds are normally the result of a lack of time and trust in the dreams we dreamt as children. But adults forget how to believe that their dreams might still come true. The ones that I know, I want to stop and savor the smell of the ocean, enjoy the feel of the warm afternoon sun on my face and the westerly wind in my hair. But time is a luxury I can no longer afford. I didn't have very much of it to spend in the first place, so I hurry on, despite the damp sand clinging to the soles of my feet as though trying to stop me in my tracks, and the seagulls that soar and squawk above my head as if trying to warn me away. The ones that I know. The sound of their cries translates into words I don't want to hear inside my head. Go back, go back, go back. I ignore all these signs that seem to suggest that this visit is a bad idea and walk a little faster. I want to arrive earlier than the rest of them to see the place as it exists in my memories before they spoil things. I wonder if other people look forward to seeing their families, but dread it at the same time, the way I always seem to. It will be fine once I'm there, the ones that I know. That's what I tell myself, though. Even the thought feels like a lie. The wind chimes that hang in the decrepit porch try to welcome me home, with a melancholy melody conducted by the breeze. I made them for my Nana one Christmas when I was a child, having collected all the smooth, round pieces of blue and green glass I could find on the beach. She pretended to like the gift, and the sea glass wind chimes have been here ever since. The lies we tell for love are the lightest shade of white. The ones that I know. There's a giant pumpkin on the doorstep, with an elaborate scary face carved into it for Halloween. Nana does always like to decorate the house at this time of year. Before I can reach the large weathered wooden door, it bursts open with the usual welcoming party. Poppins, an elderly Old English sheepdog, is my Nana's most trusted companion and best friend. The dog bounds in my direction, a giant bouncing ball of grey and white fur, panting as if she is smiling and wagging her tail. The ones that I know. I say hello, make a fuss of her, and admire the two little plaits and pink bows keeping her long hair out of her big brown eyes. I follow the dog's stare as she turns back to look at the house. In the doorway stands Nana, 5 foot nothing and radiating glee. Her halo of wild white curls frames her pretty petite face, which has been weathered by age and wine. She's dressed from head to toe in pink and purple, her favourite colours including pink shoes with purple laces, the ones that I know. Some people might see an eccentric old lady, or the famous children's author, Beatrice Darker. But I just see my Nana. She smiles. Come on inside. Before it starts to rain, I'm about to correct her about the weather. I remember feeling the sun on my face only a moment ago, but when I look up, I see that the picture-perfect blue sky above sea glass has now darkened to a palette of muddy grey. I shiver and realise that it's much colder than I'd noticed before too. The ones that I know. It does seem as though a storm is on the way. Nana has a habit of knowing what is coming before everybody else. So I do as she says, like always, and follow her and Poppins inside. Why don't you just relax for a while, before the rest of the family joins us? Nana says, disappearing into the kitchen, leaving me, and the dog, in the hallway. Something smells delicious. Are you hungry? She calls. Do you want a snack while we wait? The ones that I know. I can hear the clattering of ancient pots and pans, but I know Nana hates people bothering her when she's cooking. I'm fine, thanks, I reply. Poppins gives me a disapproving look. She is never one to turn down food, and trots out to the kitchen, no doubt hoping to find a snack of her own. I confess that a hug might have been nice, but Nana and I are both a little out of practice when it comes to affection. The ones that I know. I expect she is feeling just as anxious as I am about this family reunion, and we all deal with anxiety in different ways. You can see fear on the surface of some people, while others learn to hide their worries inside themselves, out of sight, but not out of mind. The first thing I notice, as always, are the clocks. It's impossible not to. The hallway is full of 80 of them, all different colours, shapes and sizes, and all ticking, a wall full of time. The ones that I know. There is one for every year of Nana's life, and each one was carefully chosen by her, as a reminder to herself and the world that her time is her own. The clocks scared me as a child. I could hear them from my bedroom, tick-tock, tick-tock-tock, as though relentlessly whispering that my own time was running out. The bad feeling I have about this weekend returns, but I don't know why. The ones that I know. I follow my unanswered questions further into sea glass, hoping to find answers inside, and I'm instantly filled with a curious collection of memories and regrets. Transported back in time by the familiar sights and smells of the place, a delicious mix of nostalgia and salty air. The diffused scent of the ocean loiters in every corner of the old house, as though each brick and beam has been saturated by the sea. Nothing has changed in the years I have known this place. The ones that I know. The whitewashed walls and wooden floors look just as they did when my sisters and I were children, a little worn out maybe by the leftover love and loss they have housed. As I breathe it all in, I can still picture us as the people we used to be, before life changed us into the people we are now, just like the sea effortlessly reshapes the sand. I can understand why Nana never wanted to live anywhere else. If this place were mine, I'd never leave it behind either. The ones that I know. I wonder again why she has really invited the whole family here for her birthday, when I know she doesn't love or even like them all, tying up loose ends, perhaps. Sometimes love and hate get tangled, and there's no way to unpick the knot of feelings we feel. Asking questions of others often makes me ask questions of myself. If I had the chance to iron out the creases in my life before it ended, which ones would I choose to smooth over? The ones that I know. Which points and pleats would I most want to unfold, so they could no longer dent the picture of the person I wished to be remembered as? Personally, I think that some wrinkles and stains on the fabric of our lives are there for a reason. A blank canvas might sound appealing, but it isn't very interesting to look at. I head up the creaky stairs, leaving the ticking clocks behind me. The ones that I know. Each room I pass contains the ghosts of memories from all the days and weeks and years I have walked along this hallway. Voices from my past trespass in my present, whispering through the cracks in the windows and floorboards, disguised as the sound of the sea. I can picture us running through here as children giddy on ocean air, playing, hiding, hurting one another. That's what my sisters and I were best at. We learned young, the ones that I know. Childhood is a race to find out who you really are, before you become the person you're going to be. Not everybody wins. I step inside the bedroom that was always mine, the smallest in the house. It is still decorated the way it was when I was a girl, with white bedroom furniture, more shabby than chic and old, peeling wallpaper covered in a fading pattern of daisies. Nana is a woman who only says and does things once, and she never replaces something, unless it is broken. The ones that I know. She always used to put flowers in our bedrooms when we came to stay as children, but I noticed that the vase in my room is empty. There is a silver dish filled with potpourri instead, a pretty mix of pine cones, dried petals, and tiny seashells. I spot a copy of Daisy Darker's Little Secret on the bookshelf. Seeing it reminds me of my own secret, the one I never wanted to share. I lock it away again for now, back inside the box, in my head where I have been keeping it. The ones that I know. The ocean continues to serenade my unsettled thoughts, as though trying to silence them with the relentless shoof of the sea. I find the sound soothing. I can hear the waves crashing on the rocks below, and my bedroom window is stained with the resulting spray, droplets running down the glass like tears, as if the house itself were crying. I peer out and the sea stares back, cold, infinite and unforgiving. Darker than before. The ones that I know. Part of me still worries that I was wrong to come, but it didn't feel right to stay away. The rest of my family will be here soon. I'll be able to watch them walk across the sandy causeway one by one as they arrive. It's been such a long time since we've all been together. I wonder whether all families have as many secrets as we do. When the tide comes in, we'll be cut off from the rest of the world for 8 hours. When the tide goes back out, I doubt we'll ever all be together again. The ones that I know, 3 October 2004, 5 p.m. My father is the first to arrive. Being punctual is his only way of saying, I love you. For as long as I can remember, he has expressed emotions through timekeeping, unable to demonstrate affection in the ways most other fathers do. But when I think about him growing up here as an only child, in a house full of clocks, on a tiny tidal island, I suppose, time was always going to be on his mind. The ones that I know as a boy. I suspect he was often counting down the minutes until he could leave. I watch him from my bedroom window as he trudges across the damp sand. The sun is still setting, melting the sky into a palette of pinks and purples that do not look real. Dad glances up in my direction. But if he sees me, he doesn't smile or wave. Frank Darker is a frustrated composer who mostly conducts. He still travels the world with his orchestra, but while that might sound glamorous, it isn't. The ones that I know. He works harder than anyone I know, but doesn't earn as much as you might think. Once he has paid the salaries, hotel bills, and expenses of an entire ensemble, he doesn't have a lot of spare change, but he loves his job and the people he works with. Perhaps a little too much. His orchestra is more like family to him than we ever were. My father looks in pretty good shape for his 50-something years. The ones that I know. He still has a full head of black hair and carries his suitcase with ease, despite it looking rather large for an overnight stay. I notice he chose not to use the wheelbarrow left on the other side of the causeway to help with luggage. I suspect it's a different kind of handout he's after from Nana. Dad's back is a bit hunched from years of sitting at a piano, and his suit seems to be hanging off him a little, as though life has made him shrink. The ones that I know. I notice that he's dressed as if he were attending a funeral, not a family birthday, and I watch as he stops before reaching the front door, trying to compose himself like a piece of music that doesn't wish to be written. He knows, just as we all do, that Nana intends to leave this house to a female relative. She inherited it from her mother, whose dying wish was that sea glass would always belong to women in the Darker family. The ones that I know. The decision to skip a generation caused my father great upset from the moment he knew about it. Dad never wanted sea glass. He just needed money to keep his orchestra together. He would have sold this place years ago, were it up to him. Nana has been bankrolling my father's ambitions since he was a child, but no matter how much she gives him, it is never enough. I head downstairs to see him, even though I know he'd rather not see me. The ones that I know. I never leave me alone with myself for too long. I can't be trusted. Poppins is already at the door, and Nana opens it before my dad has the opportunity to knock. Nana's face lights up when she sees who it is, a genuine smile, revealing neat white teeth, still sharp enough to bite. "Hello, Frank, Mother," he says, with an odd little nod. "It's good to see you, is it? Perhaps you should try visiting more often." There is a twinkle in her eye, but we all know that she means it, the ones that I know. Being alone never used to make Nana feel lonely, but the things and people we miss can change with age. Dad doesn't reply. Subjects that sting are best avoided when you've already been stung too often. Instead, he glances at the wall of clocks, puts down his case, and hangs his coat on the stand. He's worn the same thick black woolen coat for years, not because he can't afford a new one, but because my father has always been a creature of habit. The ones that I know. "Don't forget to punch in," Nana says, blocking his path as he attempts to head into the lounge. This house used to be his home, and childhood homes are haunted by all variety of ghosts for people like my dad. The big man soon behaves like a small boy. The clocks covering the walls in the hall are all different sizes, colours and designs. The ones that I know, there are big clocks, small clocks, round clocks, square clocks, digital clocks, cuckoo clocks, musical clocks, pendulum clocks, novelty clocks, and even a vintage wall-mounted hourglass containing sand from Black Sand Bay. The clock nearest the front door is one of Nana's favourites. It's an antique wooden punch clock from an old Cornish factory, originally used by staff to clock on and off. My dad sighs. He is a man who preempts most challenges with defeat, the ones that I know. He takes a card with his name on from the tiny ancient cubbyhole, slots it into the clock, punches the time on it, then puts it back. "Happy now?" he says. "Ecstatic," Nana replies with another smile. Family traditions become increasingly important the older you get. They hold us together when we've spent too long apart. If you check your card, you'll see it's been a while since my only child paid me a visit. This is a familiar family dance, and we all know the steps, the ones that I know. Nana doesn't need to nag me to punch in. I love all of her little quirks and traditions, even the unconventional ones. But I'm used to her eccentric behavior. Unlike the rest of the family, I visit Nana all the time. When we're done with the unusual arrival rituals, we head into the lounge. The ones that I know. If you can imagine a room filled with mismatching retro furniture, a 1950s jukebox, pastel-coloured sofas, comfy armchairs, shelves filled with so many books they have started to bend in the middle from the weight of them all, enormous windows with sea views, a huge open fireplace, and turquoise wallpaper covered in hand-painted birds and elderflower blossoms. Then you can picture the lounge at Sea Glass. I've never seen anything quite like it. The ones that I know. Nana holds up a bottle of scotch from the brass drinks trolley in the corner. I shake my head. It's a bit early for me. But Dad nods, then makes a fuss of Poppins while the whiskey is being poured. He is the only whiskey drinker in our family. Everyone else hates the stuff. Nana mixes herself a mojito, plucking some mint leaves, then bashing the ice with an ancient-looking rolling pin before adding a generous glug of rum. I marvel at the Darker family's version of casual drinks. The ones that I know, there's no humble sherry in this house, not even in a trifle. Thanks to a smidgen of subsidence, barely noticeable unless you know to look. And our family has always been very good at papering over the cracks. Drinks placed on tables in this room tend to slide right off. My mother used to say it was why the whole family drank too much, always having to hold their glasses for fear of breaking them. But I don't think that's the reason. The ones that I know. Some people drink to drown their sorrows, others drink so they can swim in them. We sit in an awkward but well-practiced silence, and I notice they both take a few sips of their drinks before attempting any further conversation. The branches of our family tree all grew in different directions, and it's best to avoid the stormy subjects that might make them bend or break. The ones that I know. I smile politely and try to forget all the years when my dad didn't speak to me, didn't visit me in hospital as a child, or behaved as though I was already dead. I pretend not to remember the birthdays he forgot or the Christmases when he chose to work instead of coming home. The countless times he made my mother cry, or the night I heard him blame their divorce on me and my broken heart. The ones that I know just for now, while we wait for the others to get here. I pretend that he is a good father and that I am the daughter he wanted me to be. I don't have to pretend for long. My eldest sister is the next to arrive, the clever one, who saved me from drowning when she was 10. Rose is beautiful, intelligent, and damaged. She is 5 years older and almost a foot taller than I am. We have never been close. The ones that I know. It isn't just her height that makes it difficult to see eye to eye with my sister, and it isn't the age gap either. Other than the same blood running through our veins, we simply don't have very much in common. Rose is a vet and has always preferred the company of animals to people. Her clothes are as sensible as the woman wearing them, a striped Breton top beneath a tailored jacket teamed with smart, extra-long jeans. She looks older than her 34 years, the ones that I know. Her long chestnut hair is tied off her face in a neat ponytail, and her fringe is too long, as though she is trying to hide behind it. We haven't spoken since before she got married. We both know why. Families are like snowflakes. Each and every one is unique. Rose is happier to see the dog than she would ever be to see me or Dad. So once again, Poppins gets all the attention. My eldest sister came here alone this weekend. I suppose we all did. The ones that I know. Rose's marriage lasted less than a year, and she threw herself into her work and opening her own veterinary practice after that. Even as a child, she was determinedly conscientious. The straight-A student who put the rest of us to shame, Rose has always had a thirst for knowledge that no amount of learning could quench. Dad calls her Dr. Dolittle because he thinks she only talks to animals these days. He might be right, the ones that I know. Rose fetches herself a large glass of water from the kitchen, then perches on the edge of the pink sofa, next to my father, still wearing her jacket, as though she hasn't made up her mind whether to stay. The sea is already starting to restitch itself across the causeway by the time the others arrive. While my father uses punctuality as kindness, my mother uses lateness to offend. The ones that I know. Nancy Darker divorced our dad over 20 years ago, but she kept his name, and kept in close contact with his mother. She has travelled down from London with my 15-year-old niece and Lily, her favourite daughter. They have always been close and still spend a lot of time together. Lily is the only one of us to furnish our parents with an elusive grandchild. I don't imagine there will be any more. When my mother looks in my direction, I feel cold. The ones that I know, she is a woman who never hides her seasons. She is winter all year round. Nancy looked so much like Audrey Hepburn when we were growing up that I sometimes thought it was her on TV, when she made us watch those black and white films over and over. She is still a very beautiful and graceful woman and looks considerably younger than her 54 years. She wears her hair in the same black bob as always and still looks, walks and talks like an out-of-work film star. The ones that I know. The fur coat and costume jewellery aren't the only things about my mother that are fake. The fact that she could have been an actress, if she hadn't accidentally become a parent, is something she frequently reminds us all of, as though her failed ambitions are our fault. But in many ways, I suspect some level of parental resentment is normal, even if rarely spoken about. Doesn't everyone wonder who they might have been if they weren't who they were? The ones that I know, the divorce settlement was generous, but dried up once we had all fled the nest. I don't understand where my mother gets her money from now, and I know better than to ask. She has made a part-time career out of competitions, entering every one she sees on daytime TV. Perhaps because of the sheer number she enters, she sometimes wins, but it can be dangerous to celebrate luck as success. The ones that I know, Nancy has always been the puppeteer of our family, pulling all our strings in such a subtle fashion. We didn't notice when our thoughts were not our own. When Nana heaves open the old wooden door to greet the late arrivals, the causeway is already slippery with seawater. I can see that their shoes are all soaking wet, forming little puddles around their feet. The ones that I know. Lily is too busy blaming everything and everyone but herself for being late. The traffic, the sat-nav, the car Nana paid for, to notice the way we are all staring at her. It's as though she thinks the tide should have waited for her to arrive. Complaining is my sister's not-so-secret superpower. She is a walking frown. The soundtrack of her life is little more than a series of moans stitched together into a symphony of negativity, which I find exhausting to listen to. The ones that I know. I feel the chill of the cold shoulder she gives us all, and take a step back. Lily is a smaller version of Rose, but without the brains or cheekbones. Like my mother, she has never had a full-time job, and yet is still a part-time mum who got pregnant when she was 17. My sister stinks of perfume and entitlement. I get an unpleasant waft of poison, her favourite eau de toilette, which she's been drowning herself and our nostrils in since we were teenagers. The ones that I know. That's not the only thing about her that has never changed. Lily still dresses in skimpy clothes from Topshop, and I think she must sleep in her makeup, because I can't remember what her face looks like without it. She twists a strand of highlighted hair around her finger like a child, and I notice that her roots are showing. She is not a natural blonde. We are all dark in my family, including my wonderful niece Trixie is 15. The ones that I know, like most children, she was a walking, talking question mark for years, filled to overflowing with endless whys, whats, whens, wheres and hows. Finding the answers fast enough, or sometimes at all, was a constant challenge. These days, I think the bookish teenager she's become knows more than the rest of us put together. She looks like a miniature librarian, and I think that's a good thing, because I love librarians. The ones that I know, unlike her mother or mine, Trixie is well-read, very polite and exceptionally kind. A little precocious at times, perhaps, but that's no bad thing, if you ask me. Not that anyone does. Like me, she dresses in a way that her mother does not approve of. As soon as Trixie was old enough to have a say in what she wore, she insisted on only wearing pink. She would literally cry and hold her breath if Lily tried to dress her in any other colour. The ones that I know. The tantrums stopped years ago, but Trixie doesn't dress like a typical teenager. She wouldn't be caught dead in denim or the cheap, trashy clothes her mother favours. I see that today's carefully curated outfit consists of a fluffy pink jumper with a white lace collar, a pink corduroy skirt, white tights and shiny pink shoes. Even her glasses are pink, and she's carrying a small, vintage pink suitcase, which I imagine contains several books. The ones that I know. Her shoulder-length hair is a mess of dark brown curls, and her reluctance to straighten it is yet another way she inadvertently irritates her mother. But all teenagers find ways to test their parents. It's a rite of passage. Trixie instinctively knows how to warm the coldest of hearts, and her presence instantly defrosts the chilly atmosphere at Seaglass. She might be a little immature at times and lacking in street cred, but she's a kind and happy child, a rare breed of teenager. The ones that I know. Her hopeful outlook on life seems to bring out the best in all of us. "Nana," she shrieks with genuine excitement. "Happy birthday!" "It isn't my birthday until tomorrow, but thank you, darling girl," Nana replies, beaming back at her namesake and great-granddaughter. Hugs and hellos are exchanged between the women in the family, and I notice that we are all smiling at the same time. It's a rare sight to see, like an eclipse. The ones that I know. "I'm so happy to see you, Auntie Daisy," Trixie says while the others dump their bags, take off their coats, and remove their wet shoes, tights, and socks. "I'm very happy to see you too," I reply. "Now don't forget to punch in," Nana says to everyone. "All your cards are in their cubby holes next to the old factory clock. You know I like to keep track of who is here and who isn't." Nancy sighs. "You do know this isn't a normal thing to ask guests to do, don't you?" Nana grins. The ones that I know. "My dear, I'd rather be dead than normal." Amused glances are exchanged, but the smiles all fade when my father steps into the hall. I watch him proceed with caution towards the late arrivals. "Grandad," Trixie says, smashing the silence. She hasn't inherited the family grudges yet, and rushes to hug him. "Hello, Pipsqueak," he says. "Gosh, you've grown." It's been a long time since he saw her, or any of us. Pipsqueak used to be my dad's pet nickname for me when I was a little girl. The ones that I know. My eldest sister Rose was his clever girl, and Lily was his princess. It feels like I've been replaced somehow, as though he has transferred the affection he once felt for me to my niece. But I know it is ridiculous to be jealous of a child. Dad can't seem to look at his ex-wife, but I catch her staring at the expensive tie around his neck, as if it were a noose she'd like to tighten. The ones that I know, things were amicable enough between them in the first few years after my parents' divorce. But then, something caused their remaining bond to break. They haven't been in the same room together since Rose's wedding, and even then, they sat at opposite ends of the table and didn't speak. My mother used to button up her resentment, but it has grown over the years, and no matter how much she tries to hide it, a little is always left on show. The ones that I know. Life has sharpened her tongue, and she is no longer afraid to use it. The prodigal father and son returns. "You're looking well, Frank. How thoughtful of you to drag yourself away from the orchestra for your mother's birthday." And so it begins. We always lose when we try to play happy families. I stare out at the causeway one last time before the sea swallows it up completely and we are cut off from the outside world. The ones that I know. The cast of my family have all arrived, and once the tide is fully in, it will be 8 hours until anyone will be able to leave. 30 October 2004, 6 p.m. Nana gathers us all together in the lounge, despite various protests, and the large room suddenly feels rather small. Without another word, we resume the seats we sat in when I was a child. I guess knowing your place in your family is like some sort of muscle memory and not something you forget. The ones that I know. It's so quiet now that I can hear the clocks ticking in the hallway. All 80 of them. And it already feels as though this is going to be a very long night. I know you all want to get unpacked and freshen up, and we have so much catching up to do, Nana says with an ironic smile. But I found some old home movies that I wanted to share with you this weekend. I thought this one might help break the ice, or perhaps just melt it a little. Rose, will you pop this in the player? The ones that I know you know. I'm allergic to technology. Rose takes a battered-looking VHS tape from Nana's hands. I think the two women wink at each other, but maybe I imagined it. I can see that there is a whole row of old videos on the shelf behind them, which I'm quite certain I've never seen before. It used to be filled with books like all the other shelves in this room. Each of the VHS tapes has a white sticky label and dates written in swirly handwriting, 1975 to 1988. The ones that I know, when the TV set, which I suspect might be older than me, comes to life. The whole room stares at my mother because it's her face on the screen, and she's wearing a wedding dress. The footage must be over 30 years old. The picture is a little grainy and there's no sound, but she is breathtakingly beautiful. I watch, transfixed like the others, as a grandfather I never met walks her down a church aisle I've never seen, to stand side by side with my dad, the ones that I know. He's wearing a flared suit and has 1970s hair. He looks so young and happy. They both do. This was originally filmed on my old Super 8, Dad says, with a smile that is so unfamiliar, he looks like a different man. I remember transferring it to VHS and thinking that would be the last advance in home entertainment. I suppose nothing lasts forever, he says, leaning forward in his chair and sounding whimsical. The ones that I know. He glances at my mother, but she is too busy staring at herself on the screen to notice. My parents, Frank and Nancy, met at university. She was in her first year. He was in his last. Their friends nicknamed them the Sinatras, and like their famous counterparts, they were doomed almost from the start. Frank and Nancy were both in the Amateur Dramatic Society. My father arranged the music, and my mother arranged the rest of their lives by getting pregnant when she was 19. The ones that I know, you'd never know it. But Rose is in this home movie too, disguised as a tiny bump and hidden by a cleverly designed wedding dress. Nancy never graduated. They got married as soon as they found out she was pregnant, because apparently that's what people did back then, and moved in with Nana here at Seaglass until Dad had saved enough money for a place of their own. I think my parents thought they were happy for a while. The ones that I know. She stole his joy and he stole her sorrow, and they balanced each other's emotional books that way for years. London dragged them away from the sea, music dragged him away from her, and by the time I arrived on the scene, they were strangers who just happened to be married. I found a whole box of home movies like this up in the attic. Family Christmases at Seaglass, birthdays, summer holidays. The ones that I know, I haven't had time to watch them all yet, and thought it might be something nice for us to do together, says Nana. The world we live in today is a little too careless with its memories. I hoped seeing ourselves as we were might remind us who we are. The wedding video doesn't last any more than 3 or 4 minutes. I guess film was expensive in those days, and people had to be a bit more picky about which moments of their lives they wanted to remember. The ones that I know. It ends with a shot of my parents on the church steps. I recognize Nana in the background, but none of the other smiling faces. The friends throwing confetti seem to have morphed into strangers too over the years, fading from their lives like their love. The screen stops on a freeze frame of my parents smiling at each other over 30 years ago. I look at them now and wonder where the love went. I'm going to go and unpack, Dad announces, standing up. Where? The ones that I know. There aren't enough bedrooms, Nancy says without looking at him. I'll sleep in the music room down here. Good. He leaves the lounge and none of us know what to say. My father has always held his feelings hostage. His inability or unwillingness to express himself seemed to make my mother voice her own feelings on any subject twice as loud and twice as often. The ones that I know, it was as though Dad could only communicate through his music, which is why the soundtrack of our childhood was filled with endless angry and melancholy compositions being played on his piano. You looked beautiful in the video, Nancy, says Trixie. Nobody would dare call my mother Grandma. We weren't even allowed to call her Mum. Only Nancy. My niece meant it as a compliment, but the rest of us know my mother well enough to realise that the past tense will be taken as an insult. The ones that I know. I think I might get a little fresh air. Check on my garden, Nancy says. None of us mention that it is technically Nana's garden, or that the sky has already swallowed the last of the sun. It's dark outside, and has been for some time, but Nancy is like a black and white movie actress, making a dramatic exit from a scene she never wanted to star in as she leaves the room. The rest of us sit in an awkward silence we are well acquainted with for a little while longer. The ones that I know. Rose looks the most uncomfortable. She can sense our parents are gearing up for a fight. She was old enough when they got divorced to remember how bad things can get between them. Pride rewrites the story of who left who in my parents' heads, and blame is something they've always refused to share. It isn't long before we all quietly retreat to our own corners of sea glass. Not because the show is over, but because we fear it is about to begin, and maybe we all need to rehearse our lines, the ones that I know. I linger on the landing upstairs, peering out of the window that overlooks the back of the house and the vast Atlantic Ocean. I see my mother walking between patches of moonlight and shadow. Nancy doesn't have much of a garden in London, so she treats Nana's as though it were her own. Her obsession with plants and flowers started when she was first living here at Seaglass, when she was pregnant with Rose. The ones that I know, it was her choice to live with her new mother-in-law while Dad was away finishing his university degree. Nancy never talks about her own family. We knew she had one, but not much else about them. I've never met my grandparents on my mother's side. None of us did. She wouldn't even tell us their names. By all accounts, Nana was happy for my mother to stay here, but she was too busy creating children's books to have time for company or gardening, so that became Nancy's hobby. The ones that I know, transforming the unloved land at the back of the house became a bit of an obsession over the years that followed. Sometimes I think it's the garden she still comes to see, not Nana Dad, gave Nancy a copy of the Observer's Book of Wild Flowers when she was pregnant with Rose, and I suspect that might have inspired the names my mother gave us. It's a tiny old green book which she still carries around wherever she goes, like a little Bible, the ones that I know. We were never allowed to help Nancy when she disappeared outside for hours. The garden was her space. Rose said it was because our mother was secretly growing poisonous plants. Lily thought it might be because she was making marijuana. I always thought she just wanted to be left alone. Nancy was very good at growing most things except for children. We never grew fast enough, or tall enough, or pretty enough, in her opinion. The ones that I know. So she planted seeds of fear as well as doubt all around this house and throughout our childhoods. Little saplings rising up through the floorboards, creeping in through the cracks, to remind us what a disappointing crop we were. The world outside the window is cold and dark now. The sea looks black at night, like a liquid sky reflecting the moon and stars. I can still make out the shape of my mother, alone in her garden, even though it must be freezing out there. The ones that I know. She appears to be picking something. Small flowers, perhaps. I can't tell from here. She looks up at the window then, as though sensing she is being watched, and I hurry back to my bedroom, unsure why I am so afraid of being seen. 5:30, October 2004, 8 p.m. Once the bags and grudges are unpacked, the whole family settles into a familiar rhythm. The ones that I know whenever I see my sisters. No matter how long it has been or how old they get, we always seem to regress to the versions of ourselves we were as children. I suspect everybody time travels when reunited with their family. We think we are old when we are still young, and we think we are still young when we have grown old. None of us are acting the way we normally do. Even my parents are doing their best version of best behavior. Nobody wants to upset Nana on her birthday. The ones that I know, Trixie and I are playing Scrabble alone in the lounge when Lily comes to fetch us for dinner. Stop that and let's eat, my sister barks from the doorway. But we haven't finished playing, Trixie argues. Lily crosses the room in 3 strides, then tips all the letters off the board and onto the floor. You have now, she says, before briefly checking her reflection in the mirror above the fireplace, then leaving the room. I spend a lot of time with Trixie, the ones that I know. Being a parent did not come naturally to my sister, but becoming an aunt was one of the best things that ever happened to me. Lily was 18 when her daughter was born. She likes gadgets and gizmos more than babies, and soon discovered that motherhood did not come with a manual, and children don't come with an off switch. As a result, I spend a couple of nights at their house every week, looking after Trixie to give Lily a break. The ones that I know, though I'm not sure what from, and she never thanks me for my time. Lily and I don't really talk at all anymore. My sister still thinks of me as a child. She thinks I never grew up. I find that ironic, given the way she behaves. Some people can't see things how they are. They only see how they used to be. I don't mind. I love spending time with my niece, and I find it rewarding. Watching her grow up to become such a wonderful human being has brought me more joy than anything else I have known. The ones that I note. Trixie and I find the rest of the family already in the large, eclectic kitchen at the back of the house. The cupboards are all pale blue, and some of the white wall tiles have been hand-painted with animals or flowers. Nana always liked to illustrate her life as well as her children's books. The entire back wall is a giant chalkboard, which she scribbles ideas and sketches on, the ones that I know. Sometimes, if the thoughts inside her own head are not forthcoming, she'll scribble an inspirational quote from a dead author on there. The dead often seem to know more about living than those still alive. Today, all I can spot is a recipe for chocolate brownies, a poem about falling, and an intricately drawn chalk bird. It looks like a robin. Nana has decorated the room for Halloween, just like she does every year. The ones that I know. There are black and orange paper chains hanging from the ceiling, a lot of candles and pumpkins, and what looks like a witch's broom in the corner, but I think that might be here all the time. The space doubles as a dining room, with a long, sturdy wooden table. It's made of a single enormous piece of beech that is over 500 years old, and a real thing of beauty. The table is surrounded by 8 different chairs, which Nana chose for each of us. My mother's is white, tall and thin. The ones that I know, it looks good, but makes people feel uncomfortable. Not unlike the woman it was chosen for. Dad's chair is older, wider, rounder and black. Rose's is elegant and red, while Lily's is green and, I think, looks rather unpleasant. Mine is quite plain at first glance, but has daisies painted on the seat. Nana's is pink and purple, her favourite colours, while Trixie's seat is the newest and smallest and covered in silver stars, the ones that I know. There is one spare chair, painted sky blue with little white clouds. Nana said she painted the chairs so that we would all know that we always had a home here. My mother said she did it so that we would all remember our place. Dinner is a feast, roast chicken, potatoes, Yorkshire puddings and lashings of gravy. But the gravy is hot chocolate sauce, because Nana thinks everything should be a sweet treat at Halloween, the ones that I know. The carrots are coated in sugar. The puddings are really marshmallows. There are Smarties mixed in with the peas, and popping candy on the potatoes. What looks like bread sauce is actually melted vanilla ice cream. The food is both surprising and surprisingly good. The pumpkins on the table are all different sizes, and each one has a scary hand-carved face. There are also pine cones, seashells and sweets scattered on the tablecloth, the ones that I know, with the whole room bathed in candlelight. It looks beautiful but fun, just like our host. I feel guilty about my lack of appetite, but everyone else tucks in until the last of the crispy roast popping potatoes have been eaten. Even Lily, who complains about everything and has never cooked anyone in this family a meal, seems satisfied. If my sister ever did invite us all for food, I suspect we'd be served a pot noodle for dinner and a Pop-Tart for dessert, the ones that I know. There are a lot of empty bottles as well as plates by the end of the bizarre banquet, and my divorced parents have definitely drunk more than their fair share of alcohol. My mother has always tried to dissolve my father's words with wine. At one end of the table, Nancy looks like she can barely keep her eyes open, while at the other end, Dad is struggling to take his eyes off her. The ones that I know, he treated her so badly when they were married, but I believe he loves her now just as much as he did then, possibly more. He collected regrets while she gathered resentment. Sometimes people don't know they're in love until they're not. The calm and quiet aura of sea glass has been substituted with loud laughter, and the sort of repetitive storytelling that always occurs when tongues have been lubricated with nostalgia and wine, the ones that I know. We've heard one another's stories too many times before, but for the sake of getting along, we act as though we haven't. The wall of clocks in the hall start to chime 9 p.m., all 80 of them, including one grandfather and 5 cuckoo clocks, so it's impossible to hear a thing at the top of the hour. As soon as the din stops, Trixie speaks. Nana, why did you only put Auntie Daisy in your books? Why not Mum or Auntie Rose? The ones that I know. Children always ask the most awkward of questions, but Trixie is old enough to know better. I feel as though the whole table turns to stare at me. My sisters and I haven't really spoken for years because of what happened. Rose has refused to see me or speak to me at all for a very long time. But now isn't the right moment to drag up the past. This is supposed to be a celebration. Unwanted thoughts clot inside my head, and I can't shift them. Thankfully, Nana answers so that I don't have to. The ones that I know. Well, the story isn't really about Auntie Daisy. I just borrowed her name is all. Why? Would you like me to use your name in a book one day? No, thank you, Nana. I'm too old to be in a children's book. I'd rather be in a murder mystery. I wish you wrote those instead. Nana was an artist for years, illustrating other people's books for very modest sums of money in return. The year my heart defect was diagnosed, a well-known author was rude about her drawings, the ones that I known. Nana was deeply hurt by the resulting upset and unkindness and refused to work with the author ever again. Taking the moral high ground can be an expensive route, and private hospitals and second opinions do not come cheap. So Nana wrote her own children's novel for the first time, filled with poems written while she was sitting in waiting rooms worrying about me, the ones that I know. She illustrated the book with her own paintings, wrote her own words, got herself an agent and found her own publisher, all to make a point. But after the success of Daisy Darker's Little Secret, there was no going back. I think most murder mysteries are overrated, Nana says. There are much cleverer ways to end a person than killing them. Her words seem to make everyone around the table uncomfortable, except Rose, who has always been more at ease with death than the rest of us, the ones that I know. Perhaps because she sees so much of it. Rose often works for free, which might be why her veterinary practice is in a spot of financial bother. She saves and rehomes as many animals as she can, working day and night to do so, but even she can't save them all. It's crazy, and so very sad how many broken animals get dumped on a vet's doorstep. Pets that were once loved, now past their best before dates. The ones that I know. Rose even persuaded Nana to adopt a couple of abandoned hens years ago, and Amy and Ada have lived in a brightly painted coop at the back of Sea Glass ever since. There are also clever ways to kill someone without getting caught, Rose says, taking such a tiny sip of red wine. The effort required to lift the glass to her lips seems barely worth it. Like how? Trixie asks. Rose, who has never had a child-friendly filter, stares at our niece. Ones that I know. Well, my first choice would be insulin, injected between the toes, where people are unlikely to look. I have plenty of it at the practice, and it's simple enough to explain missing batches away. Things get lost or broken all the time. It would be almost too easy, and I doubt I'd get caught. Trixie stares at her. We all do. I'd poison them with plants, says Nancy. A bit of spotted hemlock or deadly nightshade. The ones that I know, morphine or cyanide, if I was feeling fancy and had the time, both of which are derived from flowers and trees. It's easy enough to find at least one deadly plant in most gardens, if you know what to look for. And it takes less than a second to slip a little something into someone's drink. Dad shakes his head. I sometimes think there's nothing my parents wouldn't disagree on. I'd have thought a good sharp blow to the skull would be a simpler way to do someone in, he says. The ones that I know. Or push them down the stairs, Lily suggests with a wicked smile. Or over a cliff, I add. Nana beams and claps her hands together. What a murderous family we are. 6. 30 October 9 p.m. 9 hours until low tide. Well, I think that's enough talk of murder for young ears for one evening, says Lily. It's way past your bedtime, young lady. Trixie stares at her. Mum, I'm 15. Then start dressing like a 15-year-old instead of a toddler with a candy floss crush. Go on. The ones that I know, the adults in the family, need to relax. You mean you want to smoke? Say goodnight to everyone, then up to bed, Lily snaps. You can read one of your boring books that should send you to sleep. Lily has never understood the pleasure of reading. To be fair, I've never understood the pleasure of Lily. She is the kind of person who only ever borrowed library books in order to rip out their last pages, then give them back. We haven't even had dessert, says Trixie, the ones that I know. If my waist was as big as yours, I wouldn't even say the word dessert. Don't you ever wonder why boys don't like you? Trixie stares at her mother from behind her pink glasses. I can see the tears starting to form in her eyes, but she blinks them back with an air of defiance I'm rather proud of. She walks around the table, kissing each of us goodnight. It still seems miraculous to me that someone as cold and uncaring as my sister could produce such a kind and sweet child. The ones that I know. As soon as Trixie has left the room, Lily lights a cigarette. She seems oblivious to the way we are all staring at her. Why couldn't I have been blessed with a normal, sulky teenager? No boyfriends, not one, and her female friends dress like nuns and speak like nerds. I wanted a cheerleader, but all she talks about is charity. It's like living with Safi from Ab Fab, but worse, boring me to tears with her books and opinions about global bloody warming all day long. The ones that I know. You should be grateful she isn't a handful like you were at that age, says Nana. Can I quickly use your landline? Lily asks, ignoring the comment. There's no signal on my phone here. Lily, who loved gadgets as a child and spent a great deal of the 1980s having a close personal relationship with Pac-Man and her Atari, is the only person in our family to have a mobile in 2004. The ones that I know. Dad had one the size of a brick when we were little, but it cost a small fortune to use, so was mainly just for show. Lily picks up her dark blue little Nokia from the table, and we all stare at it as though it were a piece of rock from the moon. Sorry, Lily. My phone doesn't work anymore, says Nana, clearing some of the plates. Why not? I stopped paying the bill. Why would you do that? People kept calling me. I didn't like the constant interruptions. Lily looks furious. The ones that I know, but I'm sure her tongue must be covered in bite marks, because she doesn't say another word about it. Instead, she starts playing a game called Snake on her otherwise redundant mobile. I find myself staring at it over her shoulder, mesmerized. Nana is as keen as always to show an interest in our lives and hear all our news. Stories change a little each time they are told, even when they are as rehearsed as ours. The ones that I know. Like children, they grow and evolve into something new, something with ideas of their own stories are also lies, and we're all storytellers in this family. Nana starts the routine questions with her son. I don't wish to sound unkind, but my father's favourite subject is always himself. Dad is also rather fond of regurgitating things he's heard on BBC Radio 4. He is an intellectually promiscuous man who gorges on the thoughts of others, then shares them, dressed up as his own. The ones that I know. Second-hand ideas sold as new. He seasons his sentences with the odd long word because he doesn't want people to hear his lack of knowledge or education. The piano was his first and only true love, and music is the only subject he has ever really studied. Tonight, as always, he talks with passion and pride about his orchestra, the cities they have visited recently, and the musicians he has worked with. The ones that I know. My mother rolls her eyes and makes light work of sweeping up all the names he keeps dropping, insisting that she's never heard of any of them. How is your veterinary practice, Rose? Nana asks, moving the conversation along like a verbal pass the parcel party game. Still standing, Rose replies. It's impressive that you've built such a successful business from scratch at your age, but how are you holding up? I'm holding up fine on the rare occasions I'm not falling down. The ones that I know. Rose has always been able to keep her cool when it comes to quick-fire questions. And what about you, Lily? Nana asks. Any luck finding work? My other sister has been unemployed since forever. She survives on job seekers' allowance, despite never seeking a job, child benefit and handouts from Nana. Lily takes another cigarette from her pocket, pops it between her pink lips, and lights it using one of the candles on the table. The ones that I know. She stopped smoking for a while when she was pregnant, allegedly, but has since giving up. She takes a long drag, then exhales smoke and boredom over the rest of us. It's really tough to find work at the moment, she says, using a wine glass as an ashtray. It's always harder to find things if you don't look, Dad mutters, and everyone stares at him, including Lily. The ones that I know. Excuse me, she says, getting up from the table and leaving the room, presumably to check on Trixie, but also to have a little sulk upstairs. No doubt. My sister has always had chips on both shoulders and throws more tantrums than a toddler. I'm expecting Nana to ask whether I'm still volunteering at the care home. It might not be exciting or earn money, but being kind has its own rewards, and I am proud of what I do. The ones that I know. But my mother launches a new attack on my father before the conversation turns to me. Why must you always be so hard on Lily? Bringing up children on your own isn't easy, I should know, Nancy says, as soon as her favourite daughter is out of earshot. If looks could kill, my father would have been in the morgue some time ago. I've often wondered why my mother loves Lily the most, the ones that I know. Perhaps because she sees herself when she looks at her, like a walking, talking mirror of youth, showing her who she used to be. Dad tries not to take the bait, but bad habits are hard to break when you've got over 30 years of practice. She's not a child anymore, Nancy. She has a daughter of her own, though it's no wonder she forgets so often when you have taken on the role of being mother to them both. Well, someone has to help our children. The ones that I know. If we'd all gone off gallivanting around the world to follow our dreams, then help her, you smother her, always have. It's no wonder she never learnt to stand on her own 2 feet. She is what she is because of you. And what is that exactly? An entitled, spoilt, selfish, lazy, brain-dead bore of a woman who still behaves like a child because you never stopped treating her like one. She cares more about her looks than her own daughter, the ones that I know, and she's still completely irresponsible with money that isn't her own because she has never lifted one of her manicured fingers to earn any. Lily appears in the doorway. She clearly heard every word. Nobody knows what to say. The silence that follows isn't just awkward, it's painful. We all watch as Lily walks past the kitchen table towards the fridge, then opens the door as though searching inside for answers. When she can't find any, she opens another bottle of white wine instead. The ones that I know, all families experience conflict. Whether it is between husbands and wives, parents and children, or siblings, it's as normal as day turning into night. But unresolved conflict spreads like a cancer in human relationships. And sometimes there's no cure. Despite everything, I still have some happy memories of us all together, tucked away inside the folds and creases that forced us apart. We weren't always the us we are now. It's Nana who I feel most sorry for, the ones that I know. She's made such an effort to create a lovely evening for everyone, and as usual, my family has found a way to ruin it. Who would like some early birthday cake and champagne? She asks, with a weak smile. Me, I say, raising my hand and trying to diffuse the tension for now at least. I notice that Rose has barely said a word all night. She speaks when spoken to, but only offers short, succinct replies. The ones that I know. I might have been the baby of the family once upon a time, but I find myself frequently worrying about my eldest sister. It's a special kind of love that holds families together, even dysfunctional ones. Our love is like an intrinsically woven net made from a million memories and shared moments. The knots in the net are tight, but there are holes just big enough for all of us to slip through if caught the wrong way. The ones that I know. The weather outside has worsened, providing a soundtrack of rain tapping at the windows, and the candles sometimes flicker when the wind howls. My mother and Rose help to clear the table before Nana reveals one of her famous homemade chocolate cakes and takes her favourite champagne saucers out of the cupboard. They look like they're from the 1920s, because they are. The ones that I know, Dad does the honours, expertly opening the bottle as though he does it every day, and Nana stands up, holding her glass and looking like she might make one of her speeches. I just want to thank you all for coming to Seaglass to help celebrate my birthday tomorrow. It means the world to me to have the whole family here together, and you've made an old woman very happy. 80 is going to be a big birthday for me, and if the palm reader in Land's End was right, it might be my last. The ones that I know, you are the only people I wanted to spend it with. Here's to the Darker family, she says, raising her glass. The Darker family, everyone repeats, almost in unison before Nana continues. I also want to thank Amy and Ada for providing us with a delicious dinner tonight. Who the hell are Amy and Ada? I thought she cooked the meal, Dad whispers to Rose, taking another sip of champagne. The chickens, Rose whispers back. The ones that I know. She named them after Amy Johnson and Ada Lovelace, two of her favourite inspirational women, remember? Frank almost chokes as Nana continues. Amy sadly passed away on Monday, and Ada died 3 days later. An act of widowhood if ever I saw it. That little chicken died of a broken heart. I feel as though the whole room stares in my direction again when she says that, and glance down at my hands. Is it safe to eat a 10-year-old chicken? My mother asks, looking nauseous. The ones that I know? I suspect so. Nana replies. Safer than jumping off a cliff at any rate. On a related subject, I don't want to be the richest woman in the graveyard, and I'm sure you all want to know what happens when I die. I'd like us to enjoy the time we have left together this weekend, so rather than keep you in suspense any longer, I have decided to share my will with you tonight. 7. 30 October, 9:45 p.m. The ones that I know less than 9 hours until low tide. If Nana didn't have everyone's attention before, she does now. Dad leans in, my mother sits up, Lily puts down her phone, and Rose stops making an origami bird with her napkin. This is my final will and testament, Nana says, putting an envelope on the table and staring at each of our faces as though committing them to memory. My solicitor witnessed me signing it earlier today and has a copy. The ones that I know. I promise that I've thought about all of this and all of you very carefully, and I'm sure it's for the best. Before I begin, I'll remind you what I wrote at the start of my favourite book. The future is a promise we can still choose whether to keep. The past is a promise we've already broken. I meant those words, and I believe that the present is my only chance to protect this family's future. She turns to face my dad. Frank. Yes, Mother? The ones that I know. I have left you my clocks, all 80 of them, in the hope that you might use the time you have left more wisely. His mouth falls open, but Nana continues, without waiting for any words to spill out of it. Nancy, my beloved daughter-in-law, you gave me 3 beautiful granddaughters, for which I will always be grateful. I am leaving you my drinks trolley. Like you, it's now an antique but still good for holding liquor. The ones that I know. My mother's face is a picture I wish someone would paint, a beautiful mix of shock and outrage. My sisters are both grinning like the naughty schoolgirls they used to be until Nana turns to them. Rose, I am leaving you my unpublished artwork and brushes, in the hope that you might paint a happier future for yourself. Lily, when I die, all the mirrors in this house will belong to you, in the hope that you might see what you've become. Nobody is smiling now, including me. The ones that I know. I'm terrified of what Nana might say next. Daisy is the only person in this family who never asked me for a penny, she says, smiling in my direction. I plan to leave a sizable sum to her favourite charities. Thank you, I say, and Lily pulls a face. I'm grateful, really I am, but I confess that I always secretly hoped that sea glass might be mine one day. I don't think anyone in this family loves this place the way that I do. Nana takes a sip of her champagne before carrying on. The ones that I know. My literary estate will continue to make donations to my own favourite charities as long as there are sufficient funds for it to do so. I will be leaving sea glass in my great-granddaughter's precious hands. I hope we can all agree that Trixie is the future of this family. My home will be held in trust for her alone, until she is older, along with any other royalties and future payments from publishers. Hang on a minute, interrupts Lily, lighting yet another cigarette, the ones that I know. She takes a drag, then exhales a cloud of smoke. You're basically going to leave everything to my daughter, a child, and nothing to me? You've finally lost your remaining marbles. Rose smiles at the outburst. Unlike the rest of the family, she seems completely indifferent and unoffended. Nana sighs. Not everything, Lily. And please stop smoking in my home. The ones that I know before those tiny cogs in your small mind start trying to turn. The will prevents you from taking a penny of what will one day be Trixie's. Besides, I'm not dead yet. You need to learn to make your own way in life. The world doesn't owe you anything, and neither do I. But it may or may not please you all to learn that I have started working on one final book. You haven't written anything new for years, says Dad. Well, I didn't have anything left to say. The ones that I know. But now I do have one last story I'd like to tell. It's about a dysfunctional family, not unlike ours. What? Says Nancy. You've written a book about us, Lily asks. I've started sketching out a few ideas. is all Nana says. Dad slams his glass down on the table without meaning to. Well, I can't imagine that selling many copies. What I want to know is why. Why invite us here, if all along you plan to leave us out of the will? I'm your son. The ones that I know, your only child. Please keep your voice down, interrupts Lily. Trixie is already asleep upstairs. Because the future of this family, and what I will leave behind when I am gone, has been on my mind for a long time, Nana replies. I think she's about to say something else, but she doesn't. Instead, she is silent and wide-eyed, like the rest of us, when we hear the melancholy sound of the wind chimes outside and the front door slam at the other end of the house. It's almost 10 o'clock. The ones that I know. The tide is in. I can tell we're all thinking the same thing. It's not possible to walk across the causeway at this time of night, and nobody else was expected to join us at Seaglass this evening. Maybe Trixie woke up, whispers my mother, and went for a walk outside in the rain. I don't think so, Lily replies. I think we all know that it isn't my niece we can hear out in the hall. The ones that I know. Every member of my family stares at the closed kitchen door in horror as the sound of heavy footsteps coming down the hallway gets closer. There is a collective holding of breath when the door handle slowly starts to turn. 8:30 October 10 p.m. 8 hours until low tide. Dad leans back in his chair. Nancy gasps and Lily swears as the door bursts open. The ones that I know. The candles on the table flicker, casting an eerie pattern over all the faces sitting around it, and only Rose keeps her wits on a tight leash as a man appears in the doorway. He is backlit from the light in the hall, and it takes a few seconds for me to recognize the shape of who is casting a new shadow over the evening. Connor steps into the kitchen. The man I have secretly loved since he was a boy has been a stranger for too long. The ones that I know. I've spent a lot of my life in love's waiting room, not being noticed by those I want to see me. Other people seem to find it all so easy. Lily has never had any problems attracting attention from the opposite sex, but I've always been a little awkward in that way. I never know what to say or do when I like someone, so I tend to say and do nothing at all. Still, nobody here would have approved of me having a relationship with Connor. Not then, not now, not ever. The ones that I know. I'm about to say something, I think we all are, but Nana beats us to it. Connor, welcome. I didn't know whether you'd come. You invited him? Asks my mother. Connor might not be a darker, but he is part of this family, says Nana. That depends on your point of view, says Dad, staring down at the table. Connor ignores the comment. I tried to call, to let you know that I was running late. I got stuck at work, but there seems to be a problem with your phone. There is. The ones that I know, it kept ringing. So she had it cut off, Lily says, taking another large gulp of champagne as though it were lemonade. Well, I wanted to be here, he says. Nana's face is lit up like a Christmas tree. She always adored Connor, just like all the women in this family have at one point or another. The man I see now in the doorway, looking a little lost, reminds me of the boy he was when we first met. There are some memories we can never outrun. The ones that I know. It was a hot summer's day when we all first saw 9-year-old Connor Kennedy with his bucket and spade. He was sitting alone on what we had come to think of as our beach, just opposite Seaglass. It was as though he were trespassing. Black Sand Bay is a public part of the coastline, but nobody ever visits this particular stretch of black sand. It is too difficult to get to without scrambling down the cliff, and there are plenty of signs about the dangers of swimming in the sea. The ones that I know. I don't believe in love at first sight, but something at first sight happened to the women in my family that day. All of us. I was 4, Lily was 8, and Rose was 9. We lived in a world of our own during those childhood summers at Seaglass, while my father was busy touring the real one. Nancy would drop us off in July and reappear in August, leaving us alone with Nana for the weeks in between, the ones that I know on the rare occasions we dared to ask where our mother went when she left us. The answer was always the same. Somewhere else. My sisters missed her more than I did. But then, I've always loved Seaglass. It's the only place that has ever really felt like home. Strangers were a strange sight in Blacksand Bay. We all stopped and stared that day, including Nana, at this perfect-looking boy sitting on our beach. So out of place, he seemed to fit right in. Lily was the first one to speak, as usual. The ones that I know. It wasn't exactly Shakespeare, but it was the question we all wanted to ask. Who are you? The boy glanced in our direction, looking unimpressed. What's it to you? Lily's hands formed fists and found their way to her hips. We live here. Connor looked the same age as Rose but acted a lot older. He stood up, dusted the sand from his hands and copied Lily's stance. Yeah, well, I live here too. He took a yo-yo from his pocket and started playing with it, without taking his eyes off us, the ones that I know. Things get a little hazy after that. Sometimes our memories reframe themselves. Nana bridged the gap between herself and the boy, leaving us behind. She'd seen the bruises on his neck, the shadows beneath his eyes, the details only age teaches you to translate. She asked him where he lived, and he explained that he and his father had just moved into a cottage along the coast. What about your mother? She asked. The ones that I know. 9-year-old Connor stared at her, and the yo-yo went down and up several more times while he decided how to answer. I don't have a mother anymore. Our parents are away all the time too, said Lily. Misunderstanding. Nana invited Connor to come across the causeway and have lemonade with us. She wanted to call his father to tell him that the boy was safe. The ones that I know. Things didn't used to be how they are now. Children didn't know they might need to worry about an adult offering them a cold drink on a hot day. Connor said yes. Sometimes I wish he'd said no. I remember him walking across the causeway with us for the first time, still yo-yoing as though his little life depended on it. He was officially the most fascinating creature 4-year-old me had ever seen. The ones that I know. Our new neighbour lived a mile away, but that isn't far at all when you're a child and in search of company. Connor didn't have any other children to play with, and sisters are rarely satisfied to be with one another when someone more interesting comes along. He became a permanent fixture in our lives, and I think I might have fallen in love with him that day. I liked the taste of his name in my mouth and on my tongue, so much so I would whisper it to myself on the days he didn't come to visit, the ones that I know. It felt like snacking between meals. That chance meeting with Connor and his yo-yo changed the shape of my family forever. We spend our youth building sandcastles of ambition, then watch as life blows sands of doubt over our carefully crafted turrets of wishes and dreams, until we can no longer see them at all. We learn to settle instead for flattened lives, residing inside prisons of compromise. The ones that I know, a little relieved that the windows of the world we settled for are too small to see out of, so we don't have to stare at the castle-shaped fantasies of who we might have been. There are two kinds of attractive people in the world, those who know that's what they are, and those who don't. Connor Kennedy knows it. His good looks gifted him an unshakable confidence in life, the kind very few mere mortals experience, and fear of failure is a stranger he has yet to meet. The ones that I know. He wears his stubble like a mask, always dresses in scruffy jeans teamed with smart shirts, and his blonde hair is long enough to hide his blue eyes when it falls over his face. He doesn't look like a journalist, but that's what he is, 30-something going on 50, and addicted to his job. Tonight, Connor's white cotton shirt is clinging to his chest, and a small puddle of water has already formed around his feet where he stands in the kitchen doorway. Ones that I know. He looks like he might have swum from the mainland, but that's not possible. We all learned a long time ago that the riptides between here and there can be deadly. My dad, seemingly sober all of a sudden, asks the question we all want to know the answer to. How the devil did you get here? By boat, Connor says. By boat, yes, they're a fantastic invention that you can use to sail across the sea, Nana says. I get my post and groceries delivered by boat once a week now, too. The ones that I know, so I don't have to cycle into town or worry about the tide. I expect they don't deliver after 10 p.m. in a storm, though, do they? Interrupts Dad, narrowing his eyes at Connor, like a comedy villain with a sense of humour bypass. What kind of boat? A boat with oars, Mr. Darker? You came here in a rowing boat, in a storm, in the dark. Yes, I'm sorry to arrive so late. I got held up at work, there was a murder, the ones that I know. This would sound strange coming from most people, but Connor is a crime correspondent for the BBC. His press pass is still dangling from the lanyard around his neck. I managed to borrow a small boat from an old friend, Harry from the fish shop. The storm isn't as bad as it sounds, and it isn't as though I haven't rowed a boat across Blacksand Bay before, the ones that I know. I feel as though I might be interrupting, and I don't want to be a party pooper, but I wonder if I might head upstairs and change into some dry clothes. Of course, says Nana. It isn't my birthday until tomorrow. I'm just glad you're here in time for that, before you disappear. I found something belonging to you. She shuffles over to the sideboard, opens a cupboard door and takes out an old Polaroid camera. The ones that I know, it looks like a vintage item from a museum, but I remember when it was brand new. Would you mind just taking a quick snap of the family? Who knows when we'll all be together again? Connor takes the camera from her. We all reluctantly lean in, and he takes a photo before passing the white square to Nana. She attaches it to her retro fridge with a strawberry-shaped magnet before the picture has even developed. Thank you, Connor. I suppose Daisy's room would be best for you to sleep in. The ones that I know. It's the only one with a spare bed. Unless that would be two. I don't mind, I say, a little too quickly. The thought of sleeping in the same room with Connor starts a little fantasy inside my head, one which I've had several times before. Lily pulls a face, but I ignore her. That's fine with me. We're all grown-ups. It's just somewhere to sleep, Connor says, and my fantasy deflates. You can't make someone fall in love with you. I don't know much, but I do know that. The ones that I know. The rest of my family exchange glances, which I choose to ignore. Do you remember where it is? Nana asks. I'm sure Connor remembers everything about Daisy, says Rose. It's one of the few times she has spoken tonight, and her words feel like a slap. I excuse myself and leave the kitchen. Connor does the same and follows. I don't mind sharing a room if he doesn't. He used to be like a brother to me. I don't say a word as we walk through the hallway and past the cupboard under the stairs, the ones that I know. I was locked in there once as a child, and I give it a wide berth. The staircase itself is a rather grand affair, and unique in that the entire wall next to it is covered with a hand-painted family tree. Time-warped branches stretch across cracked plaster from the floor to the ceiling. Nana did it, of course, illustrating our lives as though they were the same as her books, another story to be told. We're all on there, dangling on fragile-looking twigs, the ones that I know. She has painted us in the same style that she illustrates her children's books, using a pot of black ink and various sized dip pens and brushes. Sometimes, if she is in the mood, she will draw the outline of her characters with a reed from the garden. Then, when the ink is dry, she colours them in with palettes of watercolour paints. She likes to portray people, places and things the way she sees them, which rarely matches the view of those being drawn. The ones that I know, her characters are all as flawed as the world they live in, but children love them. Maybe because of the honesty that shines through what they get to see and read. Other children's authors seem to sugarcoat their books in an attempt to make the world less scary, but Nana always told it like it was, and her readers loved her for it. Miniature faces of the Darker family, past and present, painted inside the tree's giant black leaves, permanently look down on the mistakes we've all made. The ones that I know. It makes me feel an overwhelming sadness, the idea of this one day being a place I can no longer visit whenever I want to. We all have roots in this family and in this house. It isn't something I think any of us can just walk away from. Connor and I head up the creaking steps to the first floor, and only when we reach my old childhood bedroom and the door is firmly closed behind us, do I whisper, "Why did you have to come here?" The ones that I know. There is an ivory-coloured metal daybed against the back wall of my old bedroom. Nana bought it second-hand for all the times when she slept in here, too scared to leave me alone in case my heart stopped in the night. Sometimes I would wake up and see her staring at me in the darkness, whispering words I couldn't quite hear. Connor puts his bag on the daybed as though marking his territory, then starts to change out of his wet clothes, with his back to me. The ones that I know, I sit down on the very edge of my bed and turn away. Maybe sharing a room wasn't such a great idea after all. It takes a lot of courage for me to ask the question. Could we maybe just talk about what happened? But Connor doesn't answer. It's been like this between us for a long time. No matter how sorry I am, he can't seem to move on, just like my sisters. I know he'd probably rather never see me again, but I'm glad that he chose to come anyway this weekend for Nana. The ones that I know what happened certainly wasn't her fault. The rest of the evening is a blur at best. I'm exhausted, but I never seem to be able to sleep these days, and the atmosphere in the house feels even more polluted than before. We heard the others decide to turn in and call it a night too, almost as soon as we left the kitchen. Nana's room is the largest bedroom at the back of the house, and she whispers goodnight as she passes my door. The ones that I know, Lily and Trixie, take the room that Lily and Rose used to share as children. My mother is the last person to come up. I only know it's her because I hear her talking to someone in a hushed voice at the top of the stairs. We'll get out of here as soon as it's light. I knew the old witch wouldn't leave us a penny. I listen at the door as she scuttles along the hall to the guest bedroom she used to share with my father. Rose stays downstairs, choosing to sleep on a sofa in the library. The ones that I know, Dad also said he would rather stay downstairs, sealing himself in the music room that was his sanctuary as a child. He always needs to disappear inside his music when the real world gets too loud. But Sea Glass is no longer noisy. It has returned to its own variety of silence. I can hear the sea outside my window and Connor's slow and steady breathing. I can tell he's still awake. The ones that I know, I keep completely quiet when I hear him get up and tiptoe across the room, and I listen as he opens his laptop on the desk in the corner. There's no internet here, but it seems that Connor still can't resist doing a little work this weekend. He's become a workaholic since getting the crime correspondent job at the BBC. Perhaps because when you work that hard for something, sometimes you live in constant fear of losing it. The ones that I know, he creeps out of the room, presumably to use the bathroom down the hall. And while he is gone, I get up, cross the threadbare carpet to his side of the bedroom and stare at the laptop screen. What I see is nothing to do with work. It looks more like a poem, which is odd, because Connor has never been one to dabble with fiction or anything creative. He is a man who only likes to deal in facts, or at least he was. The ones that I know. I hear footsteps in the hallway, creaking floorboards, telling tales on anyone out of bed, and know I have to hurry. In a childish attempt to get Connor's attention and make things less awkward between us, I type a Halloween-inspired message with my index finger. I can't type properly and am dreadful with modern technology, but I smile to myself as the letters appear on the screen. Boo! Then I return to my side of the room, watch and wait. The ones that I know. Connor stares at the word when he returns, then spins around, frowning in my direction. I wish he'd say something. Anything, but as usual, he doesn't. Connor stopped speaking to me around the same time as Rose, and nothing I say or do seems to change things. Sometimes the way he stares so hard at me seems to physically hurt. I'm like a word he can't read, or a puzzle he can't solve, just like the Rubik's Cube he couldn't work out as a kid, no matter which way he tries to twist me. The ones that I know. Connor lies back down on the daybed and faces the wall. I turn my back on the disappointment I feel, wondering why he still can't see me for who I am now, or talk about what happened then. Nobody can run away from their own shadows, but he's always been determined to try. It's cold in this part of the house, and I shiver on the other side of the room as I lie on the bed that was always mine. I blink into the darkness, listening to the sound of Connor's breathing as he pretends to sleep again. The ones that I know. There are a galaxy of stars on the ceiling. They are the glow-in-the-dark sticker variety and almost as old as me. I expect they will continue to shine long after I am gone, just like the stars in the sky. And sometimes it feels as though nobody in this family would really notice if I just disappeared. Sometimes I think they wish I'd never been born. I close my eyes, and a single tear escapes them, rolling down my cheek and dampening the pillow. Sometime later, I hear a noise downstairs, the ones that I know. I have never been a good sleeper. I'm not even sure whether I was asleep just now, that nightmare people sometimes have, where they feel like they are falling. I have it all the time. When I check the clock in my room, I see that it is almost exactly midnight. A few seconds later, the 80 clocks downstairs begin to chime their agreement. As soon as the final clock strikes 12, I hear a terrible scream. 9. 31 October, midnight, 6 hours until low tide. The screaming stops. The ones that I know? Did you hear that? I whisper. But Connor isn't there. I rush out of my bedroom, along the landing, down the stairs, across the hall, and into the kitchen at the back of the house. My niece is standing in the middle of the room wearing pink pajamas that make her look much younger than she is. Trixie is crying. When I look down, I can see why. Nana is lying on the floor in a white cotton nightdress. The ones that I know. Her eyes are closed, her skin is grey, and there is a large gash on her head and a pool of blood beneath it. Poppins, the dog, is lying next to her, and neither of them are moving. A chair has toppled over as though Nana might have been standing on it and fallen. And I see that there is blood on the Eiger oven, where it looks like she could have hit her head. Everything becomes silent and still inside the room, and seconds seem to stretch into minutes. The ones that I know. Even the sea and the rain outside are suddenly quiet as I take in the scene, as though my world has experienced a freeze frame. Then the sound of Trixie crying plays in my ears again. Tears are streaming down her face. Shh, it's okay. Just tell me what happened. I say to Trixie, rushing over and getting down on the floor next to Nana, careful not to touch her or make things worse. Nana, can you hear me? She doesn't move, but Poppins looks up at me with sad eyes and starts to whimper. The ones that I know. She'll be all right, old girl. We just need to stay calm. What the hell is going on? Why are you out of bed and what's with all the screaming? Asks Lily, marching into the freezing cold kitchen, wearing nothing except a pink silk nightdress. Her daughter runs to her side. Most teenagers are children dressed up like adults, but my niece is still a child in so many ways. Oh my God, Lily says, seeing Nana's body. Is she? I don't know, I whisper. What happened? The ones that I know, asks Rose, appearing from out of nowhere and fully dressed as though she must have slept in her clothes. Stand back and let me see. Why? Lily asks. You're not a doctor. Lily takes a step closer to Nana, and Poppins starts to growl. I have never seen or heard the dog behave this way before. Rose steps between them. It's okay, Poppins. We're just trying to help Nana. Come on, old girl. Move out of the way. The ones that I know. Poppins does as she is told, as though she understood every word Rose just said, and watches from a short distance with her head bowed, quietly whimpering. Rose gently feels for a pulse, but I don't need to be a doctor or a vet to know that this isn't good. The gash on the side of Nana's head looks deep. She's lost a lot of blood, and I have to look away when I see what might be brain matter in the red puddle on the floor. The ones that I know. I've seen the same shade of grey skin on the faces of too many residents at the elderly care home where I volunteer, and fear I know what it means. Connor appears in the doorway, fully dressed like Rose, and I wonder what took him so long and where he has been. Lily turns her back on him and tries to comfort Trixie. That's when I notice Nana's hands. One is holding a copy of Daisy Darker's Little Secret. The ones that I know. The other is holding what appears to be a cigarette. But when I take a closer look, I see that it is a piece of chalk. I stare at the black wall at the end of the kitchen. The recipes and sketches that were there earlier have all been wiped off. Instead, there is a poem, just like the ones in Nana's best-selling book about me. But the words have been changed. The book begins with the line Daisy Darker's family were as lovely as can be, but the chalk poem on the wall is very different. The ones that I know? Look, I say, and one by one, everyone in the room turns to read it. Daisy Darker's family were as dark can be. When one of them died, all of them lied and pretended not to see. Daisy Darker's Nana was the oldest but least wise. The woman's will made them all feel ill, which was why she had to die. Daisy Darker's father lived life dancing to his own tune, his self-centered ways, and the pianos he played danced him to his doom. The ones that I know. Daisy Darker's mother was an actress with the coldest heart. She didn't love all her children and deserved to lose her part. Daisy Darker's sister Rose was the eldest of the three. She was clever and quiet and beautiful, but destined to die lonely. Daisy Darker's sister Lily was the vainest of the lot. She was a selfish, spoilt, entitled witch, one who deserved to get shot. Daisy Darker's niece was a precocious little child. Like all abandoned ducklings, she would not fare well in the wild. The ones that I know, Daisy Darker's secret story was one someone sadly had to tell, but her broken heart was just the start of what will be her last farewell. Daisy Darker's family wasted far too many years lying. They spent their final hours together learning lessons before dying. Nana must have been writing it when she fell. Why would she write such horrible things about all of us? Lily asks. I watch Rose and Connor staring at the chalk poem, but they don't have an answer to the question. The ones that I know, none of us seem to know what to say or do. Lily, who always finds silence too uncomfortable to wear, dresses it with the sound of her own voice again. I've just realised that it's Halloween, she says, with a weak smile. Maybe this is some kind of trick-or-treat prank? It's true, Nana did always like playing tricks on us at Halloween. It was her favourite night of the year for lots of reasons. The ones that I know. She believed in the ancient Celtic origins of the festival and would remind us of them each and every year when we celebrated her birthday. The Celts living in England, Ireland, Scotland and Wales over 2,000 years ago believed that on the 31st October a portal between the living and the dead opened, allowing lost souls to return to Earth. Nana was always willing to believe that ghosts were real, but it was the only time of year she believed they walked among us. The ones that I know. Do you remember when Nana taught us to play trick-or-treat when we were children? Lighting lots of candles and scaring us with her ghost stories? Lily says, as though expecting Nana to sit up and laugh at us all for being so gullible. This is no trick-or-treat, says Rose, wiping a rare tear from her cheek. She's dead. 31 October 12:15 a.m. Less than 6 hours until low tide. Who found her? Rose asks, looking at everyone until her eyes come to rest on Trixie. Was it you? The ones that I know. Rose is better with animals than she is with children, and Trixie starts to cry again. She looks so small and vulnerable in her pink pajamas. I have an overwhelming urge to hug her when she takes off her glasses with one hand and uses the other to wipe away her tears. Rose adjusts her tone. Can you tell us what happened? Trixie does her best to answer between sobs. I just came down to get a glass of water. Nana was on the floor when I touched her. She was cold. The ones that I know when I said her name. She didn't answer. She starts to cry again. We need to call the police, says Connor. What on earth for? Asks Lily. It's obvious what happened here. Is it? He asks. Yes. A chair is turned on its side. Nana was obviously using it to stand on while writing one of her bonkers poems on the chalk wall, and she must have slipped. I don't think we can know that for sure, Connor replies. The ones that I know. Well, what I know is that you're a crime reporter, not a detective. And nobody asked your opinion anyway, says Lily. This is a family matter. You are not family, and I don't even understand what you're doing here. Even for Lily, this is rude. What I'm doing right now is wondering why an elderly woman I cared very much about is lying on the floor, looking as though someone has bashed her head in with a blunt instrument. He turns to Rose. What do you think happened? The ones that I know. She stares down at the kitchen tiles as if she can't look him in the eye. I think Nana just died and I'm very upset. I'm sure we all are. Like Lily said, I'm a vet, not a doctor. She glares at him, and I'm glad I'm not Connor. This is not the time for any of your conspiracy theories or wild accusations. Nana was never anything but kind to you, welcoming you into her home and our family. Try to show a little respect and compassion if you haven't completely forgotten how. The ones that I know. Rose turns away from him and hugs Lily and Trixie, both of whom are now crying. I go to stand next to them, as though silently choosing sides. I'm going to miss her so much. I say, unable to imagine life without Nana in it. I just can't believe she's gone, says Lily. Rose holds her closer. I know, neither can I, but she lived a long and happy life, and we will get through this. Someone needs to tell Dad what has happened. The ones that I know. Rose has always looked at the rest of the family as a problem with no obvious solution, a problem she doesn't quite know how to solve. When nobody else replies or makes a move, she sighs. I guess that'll be me then. We all watch as she leaves the kitchen and pauses in the hallway, outside the door to the music room, where our father chose to sleep. Rose's head is as tightly tucked in as her shirt. She stares down at the floor and I can almost hear her mind whirring. The ones that I know. The music room was one of the few places we were never allowed to play when we were young. Rose hesitates before knocking, like the little girl she used to be, the one who was afraid of getting shouted at for interrupting her father's work. She knocks and we all wait, but there is no answer. Rose knocks again before gently turning the handle and pushing the door open. The room is empty, she says, looking back at us all. The camp bed hasn't been slept in. The ones that I know, Dad isn't here, and neither are his things. Lily rushes forward and grabs Rose's hand just like she did when we were children. I know he was upset about Nana and the will, but you don't think that. Let's try not to jump to conclusions, says Rose, even though I'm sure we've all hurdled over several. I'm going to find a sheet to cover Nana's body. I'd rather remember her the way she was. Can someone else go upstairs and wake Nancy? I volunteer and Connor comes with me. The ones that I know. I expect he just doesn't want to be left alone with my sisters. But I'm glad of the company. The house doesn't feel the same to me now, as though it too is grieving. Seaglass is colder and stiller and quieter than before. All I can hear is the sound of ticking clocks in the hallway and the gentle lapping of waves against the rocks outside, the ones that I know when I was a little girl. I used to imagine the sea coming in through the cracks in the walls and the doors and the windows and rushing down the chimney while we slept in our beds, until Seaglass was full to the ceiling with seawater and we were all floating and trapped inside. I used to imagine a lot of bad things happening to my family in this house, but only at night. I might not be a child anymore, but I am still afraid of the dark. The ones that I know. Connor stops on the landing and I notice that there's some chalk on his jeans. He sees it too and tries to brush it away. I don't say anything. The door to my mother's bedroom at the other end of the hall is slightly ajar. I freeze and realise that I simply don't have the right words for this situation. Connor, as though sensing my apprehension, steps forward and clears his throat. The ones that I know. He knocks ever so gently, but the door swings open a little further, and despite the gloom, we can both see the shape of someone in bed. I don't understand how anyone could have slept through Trixie's screaming, but my mother has always been a deep sleeper. Never less than 8 hours a night, or she thinks it will be bad for her skin. A good night's sleep is something pills and alcohol have often helped her to achieve. Nancy? I'm sorry to disturb you, Connor says. What? Who is that? The ones that I know, says a voice in the darkness. But it isn't my mother sitting up in the bed. It's my father, and he looks just as surprised as we are to find him there. Nancy sits up seconds later, lifting her eye mask and removing her earplugs before squinting in our direction. When she sees Dad in the bed next to her, she practically leaps out of it. This isn't what it looks like, she whispers in our direction. Yes, it is, Dad says with a sigh before holding his head in his hands. The ones that I know, the idea of my divorced parents sharing a bed leaves me speechless. Connor clears his throat again. There's been an incident, and I think it might be best if you both come downstairs to the kitchen when you are, I fear he is about to say decent. Ready is the word he settles on, and we leave them to it. Back downstairs in the kitchen, the mood has changed from disbelief to fear. The ones that I know, Nana has been covered with what looks like a red and white tablecloth, and my sisters are staring up at the chalk poem about our family. The chalk was in her hand, Rose says. Nana's handwriting is beautiful and very distinctive. The poems in her children's storybooks were all handwritten with ink. I used to try and write the same way, with sloping joined-up letters, but it never looked as good. The ones that I know, Nana had an explanation for that, just like she did for everything else. Of course, we all have different handwriting, just like fingerprints or DNA. It's to remind us that we are individual beings. Our thoughts and feelings are there to be expressed, and they are our own, unique. I don't feel the same way as you about the world, and that's fine. We're not designed to always think and feel the same. We are not sheep. Agreeing with someone about something is a choice. Try to remember that. The ones that I know. Don't waste your life wishing to be like someone else. Decide who you are and be you. I'm not convinced that the poem was written by Nana, I say. I don't think this looks like her handwriting. Maybe someone just wanted it to look like. It's impossible to know who wrote this for sure, Rose interrupts. But why would Nana write that? Asks Lily. And if she hated us all so much, why invite us here? The ones that I know. I'm not precocious, says Trixie, my precocious but wonderful niece, staring up at the words written about her. It's almost a relief when my parents enter the room, looking like a couple of teenagers who've been caught behind the bike shed. Oh no, Dad says, rushing to Nana and pulling back the cloth that was covering her. His reaction seems staged, and I notice that the dog starts to growl again. The ones that I know. It's going to be okay, Frank, says my mother, coming to stand by his side, still wearing her black silk pajamas. Her matching black eye mask that she can't sleep without is still on her head too. We'll get through this, together. It feels like an odd thing for her to say, given they've spent most of the last 20 years apart. I wonder whether she might still be drunk. We watch as my parents embrace in front of us for the first time since 1988. The ones that I know, people hold on tighter when they think they are losing their grip. The moment is punctuated by a full stop in the shape of a crying teenager. I want to go home, Trixie sobs. Why don't you go and watch TV in the lounge? Lily suggests. TV has always been a surrogate parent in my sister's house, but she looks cross when Trixie turns to me for reassurance. Everything is going to be okay, I promise, I say, wondering if it's a lie. The ones that I know. It's very sad that Nana has passed away and we're all going to miss her. You go and turn the TV on and I'll come and join you in a minute. People tend to see what they need to see and hear what they want to hear, in my experience. Trixie nods, wiping away yet more tears with the sleeve of her pink pajamas before leaving the room. As soon as she is gone, the discussion about the chalk poem on the wall continues. The ones that I know I listen while they all bicker about what it means and what we should do, unsurprised that nobody asks my opinion. As the youngest in the family, I'm quite used to nobody really caring what I think. I zone out a little and notice the 8 jack-o'-lanterns still sitting on the kitchen table. They all have such scary faces, which Nana must have spent a long time carving. The ones that I know. There are pumpkins, squashes and turnips, because like always, Nana liked the tradition and folklore of Halloween more than the commercial version of her favourite day. Every year when we were children, she would help us to carve jack-o'-lanterns of our own, while telling us the story of their origin, the myth of Stingy Jack. The Irish legend claims that a man called Stingy invited the devil for a drink, but then refused to pay for it. The ones that I know. It was a trick, one of many that Jack played on the devil until the day he died. But then God wouldn't let Jack into heaven. And the devil, rather tired of a lifetime of tricks, refused to let him into hell either. So Jack was doomed to purgatory, with nothing but a burning coal inside an old turnip to light his way in the darkness. I guess turnips morphed into pumpkins at some point in history, but then all stories told often enough bend and twist out of shape over time. The ones that I know, Stingy Jack is the reason why we carve pumpkins and put candles inside them to make lanterns at Halloween. One of my greatest gifts is knowing a little about a lot of things, and Nana taught me about most of them. She said the lesson of the legend was to pay your way in life, or be doomed to be forever lost and lonely in the dark. She was obviously very upset with us all, says my mother, snapping me out of my trance. I think that was clear last night too. The ones that I know. I've been wondering for a while whether Nana might have been suffering from some form of dementia. This, she points at the chalk poem without looking at it. Unpleasantness is completely out of character. Perhaps she just worked herself up and then… What? Worked herself up, wrote a poem and died? Asks Lily. This might turn out to be a blessing in disguise, says Nancy. How can you say that? I ask, trembling with anger. My mother ignores me, and this display of the ones that I knowed, dementia, along with her odd behaviour last night, might mean that her will simply can't be taken seriously. If she was out of her mind when she wrote it, she wasn't out of her mind. She was just speaking it, says Rose. Nancy glares in her direction. Before they can start to argue, we all freeze when we hear the sound of Nana's voice in the distance. It's time for you to meet the rest of the Darker family. My darling girl. 11:31 October 12:30 a.m. The ones that I know, 5.5 hours until low tide. Don't be cross, Trixie says to Lily as we all crowd into the lounge. I tried to watch television, but this started playing instead. She points at the ancient wooden TV cabinet, and I spot Nana's old VCR player. She never upgraded to DVDs, in the same way she refused to listen to music on anything other than vinyl records on her 1950s jukebox, the ones that I know. The retro TV set rarely worked anyway, especially in a storm. So our only screen-shaped entertainment as kids when we were here was Nana's VHS collection. It's probably why we all spent so much time outside. I remember the home movies lined up on the shelf last night and see that they are gone. The shelf is empty. All I can see on the TV is a flickering image of a baby until Lily snatches the remote from her daughter and hits the play button. The ones that I know. The screen is filled with a close-up of Nana's face, but she looks 30 years younger. She's carrying a baby into this room, which looks exactly the same, and it takes a while for me to realise that the child is me. My dad was a bit obsessed with making home movies when we were little kids, but I don't think I've ever seen this one before, and I'm not sure any of us really want to watch it now. And the rest of the Darker family can't wait to meet you, says Nana. The ones that I know. She carefully passes baby me to my mother, who looks so much younger. Nancy looks tired, but very beautiful, and still has a hospital ID tag around her wrist. This must be the day they brought me home to Seaglass. I always knew I was born when we were here. Shall I go and fetch Rose and Lily now? Says Nana's voice, out of shot. They've both been very patient waiting to meet their new baby sister. The camera seems to nod, and I realise that my dad must have been holding it. The ones that I know. I want to switch off the home movie, but Nancy takes the remote from Lily and sits on the very edge of the sofa closest to the television. I'm touched at first, that she wants to remember this moment, but then I see that she is staring at herself on the screen, not me. The image of my past wobbles as my father puts the camera down on the table so that he can be in shot. He comes to stand next to my mother as she lays me in an old-fashioned baby crib before rocking me back and forth. The ones that I know. Dad has long, slightly shocking 1970s hair and is wearing what looks like a comedy moustache and flared jeans. The other thing that is noticeably different from the man we know today is that he looks happy. They both do. I watch, transfixed, just like everyone else, as 5-year-old Rose and 4-year-old Lily are led into the room, each holding one of Nana's hands. They are wearing matching yellow dresses covered in a pretty lemon print. The ones that I know. I remember wearing the same dress myself a few years later, when it had faded from being washed so many times. My clothes were rarely new when I was a little girl. I only ever got to wear what Rose and Lily had grown out of. Rose's hair is tied back in a high ponytail on the TV screen, almost exactly like the one she has now, with the same chunky fringe, while Lily has pigtails tied with yellow ribbons. The ones that I know. My mother often dressed them like twins. There was only a 10-month age gap, so it wasn't surprising. My sisters take it in turns to peer inside the crib, and, unlike now, we really do look like a happy family. This is all very sweet. But what are we going to do about the situation in the kitchen? Asks Connor, interrupting the moment. My father stares at him, as though he had forgotten Connor was here, then helps himself to a glass of whiskey from the drinks trolley in the corner of the room. The ones that I know. What do you suggest we do about the situation? He asks Connor, before taking a large gulp. Call the police. Here we go again, says Lily. Why would we call the police? She was 80, says Nancy. Connor folds his arms. Because I'm not convinced she died of natural causes. Dad laughs. You think one of us did her in? Would you mind not suggesting such hateful things in front of Trixie, says Lily, opening a packet of cigarettes and lighting one. The ones that I know. The things she says and does to protect her child are almost always outweighed by the things she says and does to hurt her. I notice that Lily's fingers are trembling and wonder if it is the cold or the need for nicotine or something else causing it. Trixie seems not to have heard a thing and is still staring at the home movie on the TV screen. Besides, the landline doesn't work, and neither does my mobile. The tide won't go back out for a few hours yet. The ones that I know. So calling the coroner, the police, or anyone else will have to wait a while. I could take the boat, go and get help, Connor suggests. No, says my father. This is a family matter and needs to be dealt with in a sensitive, private way. Connor might be right, says Rose, and everyone turns to stare at her. It's at least 5 hours until the tide goes out. We ought to report what has happened here tonight. I could go with him, she suggests, before turning to Connor. If you don't mind, the ones that I know. I don't think that's a good idea, says Frank, playing the protective father card. I never knew he'd been dealt. Nobody asks why. Then maybe I could go alone, Rose suggests. It might look a little bit strange if we don't try to get help. It shouldn't take me too long. If you don't mind me borrowing the boat, Connor? He shrugs in agreement. My father nods at Rose, and the matter is settled surprisingly quickly. Almost as if they had rehearsed this whole exchange. The ones that I know. Why do you get to leave? Lily asks, taking another drag on her cigarette. Because she's barely touched a drink all night. Unlike the rest of us, and Rose has always been the most sensible one in the family. Dad replies, without a second or third thought for anyone else in the room. Lily rolls her eyes. Thanks. Besides, you can't row to save your life, adds Rose, looking at our sulking sister. I'll be back as soon as I can, she says before leaving the room. The ones that I know. She barely touched her food earlier, says my mother when Rose is gone. Has anyone else noticed how thin she has got? She hardly said anything to anyone all night, and she keeps looking at her watch. I expect she can't wait to leave, Dad interrupts. I know the feeling, says Nancy, as I sit down beside her on the sofa. She's still watching the TV, hasn't taken her eyes off it the entire time, and I see that my 1970s family are no longer on the screen. It's just baby me, alone in my crib. The ones that I know. My father must have forgotten to turn off the camera when this was filmed all those years ago. Shall we stop watching this? Asks Lily, reaching for the remote. No, wait, I whisper, as 5-year-old Rose reappears in shot. She looks over her shoulder, then creeps nearer to the crib. We all seem to lean closer to the TV as little Rose leans down over the baby before checking over her shoulder one last time. We hang off her every word as she sings a sweet-sounding lullaby. The ones that I know. Hush, little baby, don't say a word. Mama's going to buy you a mockingbird. And if that mockingbird don't sing, Mama's going to buy you a diamond ring. And if that diamond ring turns brass, Mama's going to buy you a looking glass. Hush, little baby, don't you cry. Sometimes we live, sometimes we die. 5-year-old Rose reaches into her pocket and takes out what looks like a baby mouse. Baby mice are born hairless and pink. They are born blind and deaf and helpless. The ones that I know. The creature squirms as Rose holds its tail between her fingers and dangles it over the crib, before dropping it. The child inside, which I remember is me, starts to cry. My sister rocks the crib and smiles before raising a finger to her lips. Shh. Then Rose walks out of shot. I feel as though everyone is staring at me, but I don't know what to say. I'd just been born. It isn't as though I can remember the incident, or what happened next. The ones that I know. The tape ends abruptly, ejecting itself from the VCR player, and the TV screen displays nothing except white noise. We all exchange glances and unspoken thoughts about what we just saw, but before anyone can say anything, we hear footsteps in the hall. The door to the lounge bursts open, and 34-year-old Rose reappears in the doorway, as though we have just witnessed some twisted form of time travel. She looks wet and wild and angry, and we all stare at her. The ones that I know. The boat has gone, she says, sounding breathless. The rope attaching it to the jetty looked like it had been deliberately cut. We're all stuck here until the tide goes back out. 31 October 12:45, are less than 6 hours until low tide. Everyone stares at Rose. Why are you all looking at me like that? Lily smiles. You just got caught. Rose takes a step back towards the door. What? Putting a baby mouse in Daisy's crib the first day they brought her home. The ones that I know. Rose exhales, shakes her head as though relieved. Rose was just a child. Children do strange things sometimes. There's no need to drag up the past or upset anyone now. We have enough to deal with, says Nancy. Yes, like a missing bloody boat, says Connor, storming out. I glance around the lounge and can see that everyone looks just as upset and exhausted as I feel. The fear and sadness in the room is like something solid and real, binding us together even though we might rather be apart. The ones that I know. Our grief gives us something in common. They all had reasons to be upset with Nana, and not just because of the will. She could be a difficult woman to love sometimes. But I'm sure nobody in this family would have wished her dead. Rose is right. The boat is gone. It wasn't even mine, Connor says, reappearing in the doorway. Maybe you didn't tie it to the jetty properly, my dad says. Connor glares at him. I tied it just fine. You heard Rose. The rope looks as though it has been cut. The ones that I know. Dad nods. Well, looks can be deceiving. It's been a terrible night for us all. Everyone is tired. I don't think we should let our imaginations scare us into thinking what happened here tonight is anything more than it is a tragic accident and a missing boat. He stands, a little wobbly on his feet, I notice. Then he walks back over to the drinks trolley and pours himself another glass of whiskey, liquid anesthetic to numb the pain. And you wonder why we got divorced? The ones that I know, mutters my mother beneath her breath before tutting, which is one of her most favourite things to do. Because I like whiskey, he asks. No, because you're selfish. It doesn't even occur to you that someone else might like a drink. Dad holds up the decanter. There's plenty for everyone. They don't want whiskey. Why don't I make us all some tea, including you? Clear heads are what is required. She leaves the room without asking who wants what, the ones that I know. My mother has always been of the belief that a cup of tea can solve almost anything. Bad day at the office. Have a cup of tea? Struggling to pay the bills? Have a cup of tea? Find out that your husband is cheating on you with a 20-year-old harpist. Cup of tea. She forgot my birthday once, but my mother never forgets how a person takes their tea. It's oddly important to her. Although in our family it is pretty easy to remember, she is the only one of us who takes sugar. The ones that I know. As soon as she leaves the room, my dad takes another large gulp of his scotch. What? He says, to nobody in particular. My mother just died. I'm supposed to be upset and I'm allowed to have a bloody drink if I want to. No one argues with my father. It's never been a good use of time. Arrogance always translates his opinions into facts inside his head. Nancy returns with a tray, after being gone longer than expected. The ones that I know. I see that she's swapped her black silk pyjamas for a black roll-neck cropped trousers and ballet pumps, one of her classic Hepburn ensembles. She's put on some makeup too, thick black eyeliner, and a little blusher. I suppose everyone deals with grief differently. Her blue-veined hands are visibly trembling, and the tray rattles as she sets it down on the coffee table. Everyone takes their own cup. They have our names on them, hand-painted by Nana. Even Connor has his own. The ones that I know. Mum, Trixie whispers, ignoring the cup of tea placed in front of her. My niece has been quieter than normal, and I wish I could have protected her from all of this. Lily says without looking up. I need the bathroom. So why are you telling me about it? Trixie frowns. Because I'm scared. I jump to my niece's defense before her mother can reply. I can't stand it when Lily bullies her own daughter. The ones that I know. I'll go with her, I don't mind. Nobody is going to go with you or hold your hand, Lily snaps, ignoring me. No one says anything, but their eyes speak the words that their mouths don't. There is no reason for you to be scared of going to the bathroom. You're 15, not 5. All those bloody books you read are putting silly ideas in your head. And there's no need to be scared of Nana anymore, darling. The old bat is dead, the ones that I know. Dad takes another sip of whiskey, and Nancy tuts again, louder this time. Neither of them was ever any good at telling my sister off when she was out of line, which is why she's never been in step with the rest of the world. It's almost as if they're scared of her. You shouldn't speak ill of the dead, Nancy says. Why? Lily asks. You always speak ill of the living. Go to the bathroom, Trixie. There's no need to be scared. It's just across the hall. The ones that I know. Go on and grow up while you're at it, she says to her 15-year-old daughter who has just seen a dead body for the first time. Trixie glares at her mother, pushes her pink glasses a little further up her nose and leaves the room. I think we ought to come up with a plan, says Connor. I don't remember anyone asking what you thought, slurs my dad. Surely we all just stay together until the tide goes out, says Rose. The ones that I know. The rain outside lashes against the elderly glass in the windows, making it rattle inside its frame. Lily's teeth start to chatter as though it's contagious. If we're staying down here until the sun comes up, then we'll need to keep warm, she says. This house is freezing. My sister can always find something to complain about, but to be fair, she is only wearing a nightdress. I'll get some jumpers from upstairs. Does anyone else want anything? The ones that I know. Looks are exchanged like unwanted gifts. Heads are shaken, and shoulders are shrugged. Trixie returns. Lily leaves. My dad pours another drink, and my mother tuts again. Is that really a good idea, Frank? She asks. No, it's an excellent idea. Do you really think it was an accident? Connor asks him. Enough. Dad snaps. This isn't a crime scene for a BBC correspondent to report on, or a murder mystery story for someone to solve. She was my mother. She slipped and fell. Simple as that. The ones that I know, there was no murder. There is no mystery. She was 80, had already lost most of her marbles, and now she's dead. That's the end of it. His face closes like a door. The conversation is over, then Dad frowns and stares out of the window at the sea lit by moonlight, almost as though he has forgotten the rest of us are here. Forgive me. I think I need to be alone for a while, he says quietly. The ones that I know. Lily returns with some jumpers and blankets, and has dressed herself in jogging bottoms teamed with a tight top. Dad leaves the room as she enters it, taking his whiskey with him and closing the door. We hear him go into the music room, and a few minutes later, we all hear the familiar sound of him playing the piano. Even though he is drunk, he plays perfectly. I'm still cold, whispers Trixie, despite the jumper Lily has given her. It's the pink jumper from last night, and matches her pyjamas. The ones that I know. I brought one of your books down for you, Lily says. I'm too upset to read. Suit yourself. Here, play with this. See if you can beat my highest score, Lily says. Trixie takes her mother's mobile phone and plays Snake, the glow of the screen reflected in her glasses and illuminating her sad little tear-stained face. I'll go and fetch some firewood, offers Connor. I think we're in for a long night. Thank you, Connor, says Nancy with uncharacteristic sincerity. He's gone a very long time. The ones that I know. I think maybe I'm the only one to notice until my mother speaks again. You don't think Connor is doing a runner, do you? I think she was trying to make a joke, but it doesn't quite land, and her face suggests she regrets it. Nana and Connor had a very special relationship. I don't believe he could be capable of hurting her, at least not like that. She was the grandmother he never had, and we all knew how much she adored him, the ones that I know. There was a time when Nana didn't just treat Connor like family, she treated him better. A year after appearing in Blacksand Bay, Connor would regularly turn up at Seaglass, with or without an invitation. So did I. My mother often felt the need to run away without much notice, sometimes visiting my father while he toured abroad. Sometimes none of us knew where she went, but I was always sent to Seaglass when my existence wasn't convenient for my parents' lifestyle. Not that I minded. The ones that I know. I loved spending time here with Nana, So did Connor. I was a bit too young to hold his attention back then. So if my sisters were away at boarding school, he would amuse himself looking for crabs in the rock pool at the rear of the house. It was carved out, courtesy of the sea. From the natural stone sea glass was built on, a private treasure trove of watery magic, starfish and crabs. Nana told us it was where fairies went to swim at night, while the rest of the world was sleeping. The ones that I know. If the weather was bad, Connor could often be found indoors helping Nana mix her paints. He and I were the only ones allowed in her studio, or playing with his yo-yo and staring out to sea. But one morning, Nana and I found him outside the back door, curled up asleep in the log store. Connor, it's 7 a.m. and it's freezing. What are you doing out here? Nana asked, squinting at the boy in the shadows. His only blanket was the night sky, sequined with stars, the ones that I know. There are no views of the bay or the mainland from the back of the house. All that can be seen or heard is the Atlantic Ocean. As soon as the sun goes down, the world outside of Sea Glass's walls is cold and dark. The sea looked black, and the tide was in that morning, which meant that Connor must have been out there for hours. He knew better than to risk the rips and tides hiding beneath the surface of an unforgiving ocean. I didn't want to wake anyone, Connor said, staring at Nana. The ones that I know. They had a silent exchange, which 5-year-old me was too young to understand. Come on, let's get you inside. I'll run you a hot bath so you can warm up. Why are you limping? I asked Connor as he followed Nana up the stairs. He smelled pretty bad too, and his blonde hair looked shiny and wet with grease. Go to your room, Daisy, Nana said. The ones that I know. She could see that I was about to protest. Being sent to my room was one of my mother's favourite forms of punishment, not Nana's, and I hadn't done anything wrong. Nana's face softened. We can have jelly and ice cream with chocolate sauce for breakfast, but only if you go to your room, she said with a wink. So I did as I was told. But I couldn't resist creeping out onto the landing a little while later and peeking through the crack where the bathroom door was open just enough to see. The ones that I know, Nana, used my bubble bath for Connor. Not that I minded. The bottle looked like a smiley sailor called Matey, and it turned the water blue. I loved bubble baths, but Connor didn't smile or look happy at all. I watched as Nana helped him out of his jumper and shirt. He dressed like a middle-aged man when he was 10, and I saw the cuts and bruises all over his back. Connor looked ashamed, as though it was his fault. Who did this to you? The ones that I know, Nana asked, already knowing the answer that Connor wouldn't give. She held his face in her hands. You're going to be okay, I promise. You take the rest of your clothes off and pop them in this bin liner. I'm going to find you some clean, dry clothes and start making us all some breakfast. Call me if you need anything. Mrs. Darker, he said. Yes, please don't tell anyone. He didn't mean to do it. Nana had her back to him, and I could see she had tears in her eyes. The ones that I know. I had a dad who didn't mean to hurt me too, once upon a time. I promise you can trust me. For now, just have your bath. There's a clean towel and flannel on the side. Don't forget to wash behind your ears. I ran back to my bedroom before Nana came out onto the landing and listened to her march down the stairs. She was still wearing her fluffy purple dressing gown and pink slippers, but she looked really mad, and her face looking all cross like that made me feel a bit afraid. The ones that I known. Nana was rarely angry about anything, but boy did everyone know about it when she was. The only telephone at Sea Glass in those days or ever was in the hallway. It was on a little round table, along with a fancy notebook full of handwritten numbers. I watched from behind the banister at the top of the staircase as Nana flicked through the book, found Connor's dad's number, and dialed. It was a rotary phone, so took forever. The ones that I know. Her foot was tapping the way it did when she was proper cross, while she waited for someone to answer the call. Patience was never one of Nana's virtues. Hello, Mr. Kennedy. How are you today? Oh, a little under the weather. I'm sorry to hear that. Is that why you beat your 10-year-old son with your belt last night? There was silence, in which I'm sure Connor's dad and I were both busy putting together pieces of a puzzle we weren't sure how to solve. The ones that I know. Wondering if those pieces were in the right order, not really liking the picture that they made. Nana went on. I suspect you didn't even know where he was overnight. Let me put your mind at rest and tell you that he's here at Seaglass with me, which is where he is going to stay until I can reach social services and have him taken away from you forever. She was quiet again. I wished I could hear what was being said on the other end of the line. He's a child. It's not his fault your wife died. The ones that I know, you're supposed to be his father. You're supposed to protect him from all that is bad and wrong about the world, not constantly hurt him and let him down. Doing your best? Well, your best isn't good enough. You're depressed? Aren't we all? It doesn't give you the right to do what you did. You are a disgrace to depression, and you don't deserve to call yourself that child's father. Either you get yourself some help, or you will lose your son. The ones that I know, I never met your wife, but I can only imagine that if she could see what you have become, she would be deeply ashamed and wish she'd never met you. He's her son, all that is left of her. Think of that next time you take your shitty existence out on your child. Then she hung up, and I was both scared and in awe of her all at once. Nana never stopped looking out for Connor from that day on. The ones that I know. His father went to AA, was in rehab for a while, and although there were months, sometimes years, when things would be okay, she always kept a close eye on Connor back then, trying to protect him. Back in the present, I get up and leave the lounge to find out where he has disappeared to. I immediately feel the slap of cold air, and the sound of the sea is louder than before, almost as though it is inside the house. When I step out into the hallway, I can hear the back door banging in the wind. The ones that I know, Connor must have left it open when he went in search of wood. The quickest way to get to the log store is via the kitchen, but I don't really want to go in there. I don't want to see Nana's body on the floor again, or the unkind chalk poem on the wall, so I avert my eyes as I hurry to the back door. Connor walks through it before I get there, carrying a basket full of logs. He looks completely drenched, and I don't understand what took him so long. The ones that I know I'm about to ask, when I notice him staring at something behind me. I think I know what it is, Nana, but when I turn to look for myself, I see that her body has gone. Connor puts the logs down and stares at the kitchen table. There is a VHS tape on it. One of the ones I'm sure I saw on the shelf in the lounge last night. Someone has stuck Scrabble letters to the front of its white cardboard case, spelling out the words, "Watch me." Next to the tape, there is a torn piece of paper. The ones that I know when I read the words that have been written on it, in handwriting I do not recognize. My whole body turns icy cold. Trick or treat the children here, before they scream and disappear 13:31 October 1 a.m., 5 hours until low tide. The clocks in the hallway all start to chime. Thankfully just once, as it's 1 a.m., but they are a little out of sync as usual. The ones that I know. Connor stares at the space on the floor where Nana used to be, but there's no body and no blood, as though what we saw before might just have been a bad dream. Then he looks at the VHS tape and note on the kitchen table. He turns to look in my direction, but doesn't say anything, almost as if he suspects me of putting them there. I can still hear my dad's piano in the music room. He hasn't stopped playing since he locked himself away from the rest of us. The ones that I know, the men in my life, have never been good at using their words, so I find a few of my own. I understand why you've refused to see me for years, and why you still don't want to talk to me now. And that's fine. But can we please put what happened with us to one side, just for tonight? I'd really like to know what you think is going on here, because I'm scared. I say quietly enough so that the others won't hear. The ones that I know, I used to think of Connor like a big brother, and I miss him playing that role in my life. The look on his face is opaque. There is no reflection or even an acknowledgement of what I just said. I hate that things have become so awkward between us, but I have never managed to find the right words to fix things. I don't understand why we can't move on. Especially now. Everything we've just seen confirms that Nana's death was not an accident. I'm not naive. The ones that I know that everyone was upset about Nana's will last night, and I do have a hunch about what might be going on here. But hunches aren't just there to be had. They're there to be thought about, analysed, agonised over, and most importantly, should rarely be shared. Connor stares at the words written on the piece of paper on the kitchen table, then at the VHS tape, then again at the place on the floor where Nana's body was earlier. I just stare at Connor. The ones that I know. He grabs a red checkered tea towel from the kitchen worktop and does his best to dry himself off from the rain. Then he reaches inside his pocket and takes out a mobile phone. It's a dark blue Nokia, the best that 2004 has to offer, just like Lily's. But Connor seems to have forgotten that there is no signal here. He holds it high up in the air, as though that will make it work. But of course it doesn't. I watch as he strides out to the little table in the hallway where the landline used to live, the ones that I know. The old pink rotary phone is still there, on a doily. But Nana wasn't joking when she said she stopped paying the bill. She wanted peace and quiet. And I guess she got her wish, because the phone is dead. I find the fact that Connor so clearly wants to call the police reassuring, despite knowing that he can't. There is a picture of me and my sisters by the phone. When they were here, it used to ring all the time. The ones that I know. Most calls were for them, friends from school wanting to catch up in the holidays, study partners for Rose, boyfriends for Lily. But occasionally it was my dad calling from one city or another, between rehearsals and performances. He could never talk for more than a few minutes. Long-distance calls cost a small fortune in those days, and it never took him too much time to ask Nana for more money. Sometimes publishers called for Nana, and her agent always called to wish her a happy birthday. The ones that I know, but I can remember one Halloween when I was the only person here to help her celebrate, and the phone rang. The person calling was Connor. I suppose I must have been 5 or 6. Nana had just blown out all of her candles. There were a lot even back then, and we were about to eat pineapple upside-down cake with Angel Delight. The memory of that phone call is as clear now as if it had happened yesterday, not over 20 years ago. The ones that I know. "Hello," Nana said, answering the phone with a big smile, expecting it to be someone calling to wish her a happy birthday. The smile slid straight off her face. "It's going to be okay. You did the right thing calling me. Stay exactly where you are and I'll be there soon." "Who was it?" I asked. "Connor." "Something's wrong. I need to go over there," Nana said, looking for her handbag. She could never seem to find it, even though it was both brightly coloured and enormous. The ones that I know. The bag was made from pink and purple patches and was older than me. Nana shook her head while searching for it, and her curly white hair seemed to dance. I wondered if mine would look like that when I was older. Then I remembered that I would never be old enough to have white hair, and it made me feel so sad. It's odd, the little things that used to upset me. Most people don't want grey or white hair, but in that moment I did. The ones that I know. Maybe people wouldn't complain about getting old all the time if they were scared that they never would. When Nana found her handbag, she slipped a wooden rolling pin inside it. "What should I do?" I asked, a little scared of being left on my own at Seaglass. Nana stared at me as though I had said something wrong. "Daisy Darker, do you care about Connor?" I nodded. "Good, I'm glad to hear it. Caring about other people is more important than being curious about them. The ones that I know when someone you care about is in trouble. You do everything you can to help. Which means you're coming with me. Now find your shoes and let's skedaddle." "What about your birthday cake?" I asked. "We'll take it with us." Connor sounds like he needs cheering up. 10 minutes later, having crossed the causeway when the tide was already fast coming in, the two of us climbed the rocky path with wet shoes and socks, the ones that I know, at the top of the cliff, behind the sand dunes. There was an old shed where Nana kept her only form of transport. It was an ancient bicycle with a large wicker trailer attached to the back, which, now that I think about it, can't have been legal. I climbed into the wicker trailer and Nana climbed onto the saddle, dangling her handbag on the handlebars. The ones that I known, Nana pedalled faster than I knew she could along the coastal road, until we reached Connor's cottage, a mile or so away on the other side of Black Sand Bay. The place was really nothing more than a dilapidated 2-bedroom bungalow on a rocky stretch of the coast. One of the windows was cracked, and the blue paint on the front door was peeling right off. They'd moved there when Connor's mum died, and the building was as abandoned and unloved as the 2 people who lived in it. We didn't knock. The ones that I know, there was no need. The door was open. I'd never been inside before. Connor always came to visit us, never the other way round, and I was shocked by what I saw. I think we both were. The front door opened straight into a little lounge, and there was mess everywhere. The previously white net curtains were a grubby grey, and when Nana switched on the light, the place looked even worse than it had in the gloom. The ones that I know. The old green sofa in the middle of the room had sunken seats and holes in some of the cushions. There were dirty cups and plates stacked on the coffee table, and chip shop wrappers and crushed beer cans all over the stained carpet. Picture frames, which presumably used to hang on the rusty hooks on the walls, were smashed on the floor. They were all of Connor with his parents before his mum died, a broken, happy family. There were bits of glass and rubbish almost everywhere I looked, the ones that I know. Connor was sitting in the corner of the room, hugging his knees to his chest. "Where is he?" Nana asked. "In the bedroom," Connor whispered without looking up. "You stay with Connor," Nana said to me. "Be as kind to him as you would want someone to be to you if you felt broken." Then she took her rolling pin out of her pink and purple patchwork bag, and the way she held it made me think it wasn't so she could do some baking. The ones that I know. I wanted to be kind to Connor, and I knew what it was like to feel broken, but I followed Nana, even though I knew I wasn't meant to. Curiosity doesn't only kill cats. The bedroom was dark and smelled bad. There were piles of clothes all over the floor, and a filthy-looking man lying on the bed with his eyes closed. Empty bottles of pills were on the stained bed sheets beside him. Nana dropped the rolling pin and used the phone on the nightstand to call for an ambulance. The ones that I know. He wasn't dead. He just wished that he was. Even though I was very young, the thought of anyone feeling that unhappy made me feel overwhelmingly sad. When the nice paramedics had taken Connor's dad to hospital, the three of us ate Nana's birthday cake. It seems like a strange thing to have done, looking back. But then my childhood was rarely normal. Mr. Kennedy lived to tell the tale, and Nana paid for him to go to rehab. The ones that I know. "We all get broken sometimes, and if you can help fix someone, you should always try," she said. I think Connor's dad was a bit like me in that way, but he wasn't born with a broken heart. His heart broke when his wife died. Connor said he rarely drank at all before then, and that he used to be happy. They all were. Connor stayed at Seaglass for a little while, and the three of us, him, Nana and me, spent a week straightening out the cottage where he and his father lived. The ones that I know. We cleared out all the rubbish and washed everything that could be cleaned. Nana pulled up the old carpet, sanded the floors, painted the walls inside and out, and bought some new cushions and bed linen. Nana was always of the opinion that if you could help change a life, you could help change the person who leads it. She put fresh flowers in every room and filled up the fridge and freezer with food before Connor's dad returned. The ones that I know. She even paid for us all to take a taxi to collect him from rehab. He looked like a different man to me. So much so, I thought we'd picked up the wrong person. He'd put on some weight, his clothes were clean, he'd shaved off his horrible beard, and he didn't stink of booze or cigarettes. "Are you sure you're Connor's dad?" I asked in the car, and everyone laughed, even though I hadn't been joking. The ones that I know. "Thank you," he said, when he stepped inside the bungalow and saw how much work we had all done to make their house a home. "For everything. How can I ever repay you?" "Just stay well," Nana replied. Then she shook hands with him, kissed Connor on the cheek, and we left them to try again. "Everyone deserves a second chance," Nana said when we were alone. "Even bad people?" I asked. "Everyone you know is both good and bad. It's part of being human." The ones that I know. I think I was too young to understand at the time. "Can you bring some matches as well as logs?" Lily calls, sticking her head out of the lounge door, snapping me out of the past and back to a present that is no less upsetting. "I think you should come and see this. All of you," Connor replies. Lily tuts, one of many bad habits she inherited from our mother, then tells Trixie to stay behind while the rest of the women in the family join us in the kitchen. "Where's Nana?" "The ones that I know," asks my mother, staring at the floor where Nana's body used to be. "Exactly," says Connor, and we all look at one another. "Did somebody move her?" Everyone shakes their heads. "Well, someone left this VHS tape and this note on the kitchen table," he says. The words didn't write themselves. Nancy picks up the scrap of paper and reads out loud. Trick or treat the children here, before they scream and disappear. What does that mean? Watch me? The ones that I know, says Lily, picking up the tape and reading the Scrabble letters stuck to its cover. She puts it straight back down, as though it might hurt her. What is this? A sick version of Alice in Wonderland. Nana disappearing isn't the only thing that's changed in here, says Rose, and we turn to see what she is staring at on the kitchen wall. The poem written in chalk is still there, but 4 of the lines have been crossed out. Daisy Darker's Nana was the oldest but least wise. The ones that I know. The woman's will made them all feel ill, which was why she had to die. Daisy Darker's father lived life dancing to his own tune. His self-centered ways, and the pianos he played, danced him to his doom. What is that supposed to mean? Lily says, looking at our mother. Why are you asking me? You came out here alone to make tea. Who else had time to do all of this? Nancy looks flustered for a second, but soon recovers. The ones that I know. I think you'll find we all left the lounge alone at one stage or another. Rose went to the jetty, only to find that the boat was gone. You went to get jumpers from upstairs. Connor just went outside to fetch logs. Maybe he moved the body, she says. Or maybe it was Frank. Connor says in a hushed voice. He's very upset, and he's had a lot to drink. Maybe he crossed out his own name, so that we'd all think he killed Nana, interrupts Lily. The ones that I know. Why would the murderer implicate themselves? So you admit that a crime might have taken place here tonight, and that your Nana may have been murdered? Connor replies. From what I can tell, you all had a motive to kill her because you all needed her money and would have been furious about not getting a penny more of it. Money is why you're all here. The ones that I know, Rose's veterinary practice is in financial trouble. Frank's orchestra costs more than it makes these days. Nancy's divorce settlement has dried up, and Lily has always sponged off the rest of the family. You arrived after Nana read us, her will, interrupts Rose. So how did you know none of us were going to get the money? And why are you here, Lily asks. Connor glares at her. I have my reasons. Having your reasons is fine unless they are someone else's. The ones that I know. I wish I could say it out loud, but I've never been as brave as people who say what they really think. That's enough, Connor. You can't go around accusing people of things you know nothing about. You don't know Frank the way the rest of us do. He was my husband and is still their father. But I do think we need to talk to him, Nancy says. She starts walking towards the music room together, she adds, when none of us follow. The piano music gets louder with every step we take towards the door. The ones that I know. My mother gently knocks on it. Frank! There is no answer, so she knocks again, but the piano music continues to play. Nancy tries the door handle, but it's locked. Stand back, says Connor, so we do. Only Lily laughs when he tries and fails to force the door open by running at it. Rose surprises us all then with a well-aimed kick that causes the door to fly open, but nothing is as shocking as what we see next. The piano is still playing, because it's one of those pianos that can play itself. The ones that I know. My father is lying on the floor beneath it, with an empty whiskey glass in his left hand. His conductor's baton has been snapped in two, and tied to his right hand with a red ribbon. His eyes are wide open, and he appears to have vomited blood. I feel numb, and sick, and confused, but I am certain of one thing. My dad is dead, 14. 31 October 1:05 a.m., less than 5 hours until low tide. Rose switches off the piano, and I'm glad. The ones that I know. The sight of it playing all by itself with my father lying dead beneath it is an image I wish I could wipe from my memory forever. I notice that one of the piano keys has gone, like a missing tooth in a musical smile, almost as though the piano itself is laughing at us. The rain outside, lashing against the glass windows, serves as white noise while we stand and stare in silence. He must have done it, Lily says quietly, as if scared he might hear her accusing him. The ones that I know. He must have killed Nana because he was so upset about her will. Then he drank himself to death because of the guilt. Didn't he even joke last night that his preferred form of murder would be a sharp blow to the head? That's exactly how she died. My dad is many things, but I'm certain that a murderer isn't one of them. Why would he move Nana's body, I say? And where is she now? And what do the note and the VHS tape in the kitchen mean? Connor steps forward. The ones that I know. This doesn't look like suicide if you ask me. Nobody did, Lily replies. Are you sure he's dead? Yes, says Rose, closing my father's eyes. She takes the empty whiskey glass from his hand and sniffs it before doing the same with the empty decanter on top of the piano. It seems like an odd thing to do. Why would he tie his conducting baton to his own hand? Connor asks, looking at the rest of us as though we might be dangerously stupid. Why did he do any of the daft things he did? The ones that I know. Nancy snaps, wiping a trickle of tears from her face with a pretty embroidered handkerchief from her sleeve. It has a letter B on it, and I presume it must be Nana's or Trixie's, though nobody ever calls my niece Beatrice. This all feels like a bad dream. It can't be real, my mother says, in a voice that sounds too small for her. What are we going to do? Why are you so upset? Lily asks. The ones that I know. Just because you chose to share your bed with him last night, which is disgusting, by the way, have you forgotten everything else that Dad did? He abandoned you years ago. He abandoned us all. How can you speak like that when the man is lying dead on the floor? He was your father, and I loved him. Even when I didn't like him, I'm not going to pretend he was ever Dad of the Year just because he is dead. I didn't raise you to behave like this, Lily. The ones that I know. You barely raised me at all, and he certainly didn't have much to do with it. I was mostly brought up by strangers at boarding school. You dumped us here on Nana most holidays, while my so-called father spent his time with musicians half his age. The man is dead. Show some respect. For him? For yourself, Nancy says. My mother always has an argument under construction, sometimes several at once, and if I had a hard hat, I'd wear one. The ones that I know, Lily wouldn't dare answer back if she hadn't had so much to drink tonight. Just when I think it might be over. Nancy throws another verbal brick. He stayed as long as he was able. Ha! That's a good one. He didn't have to have kids. We didn't ask to be born. Plenty of people get pregnant by accident. I did, Lily says. Well, I didn't, Nancy replies, and the room is even quieter than before. I knew your father was going to choose music over me, even when we were students. The ones that I know I got pregnant on purpose so that he'd marry me, so that he'd have to stay. My sisters and I try to process this latest bombshell, but it's all a bit much to take in. Finding Nana dead in the kitchen earlier, now Dad in the music room. It's like a messed up family edition of Cluedo. But this isn't a game. 2 people have died here tonight. I think part of me always suspected that Nancy deliberately got pregnant and tricked Dad into marrying her. But hearing her say it out loud is surreal. The ones that I know, half of me hates her for it, while the other half knows I never would have been born if she hadn't. So he didn't really want any of us? Asks Rose. That explains a lot. He loved all of you in his own way, Nancy says. I just can't believe he would do this. Maybe he didn't, Connor says. Nancy stares at him. The door was locked. There was nobody else in the room. The door could have been locked from the outside, he replies calmly. Either way, the police will have to be called now, the ones that I know. Everyone looks scared for the first time, and I can't help wondering why it took so long. Connor is right, says Rose, always in control of her emotions. We will have to involve the police when we can. It's only 5 hours until low tide now. We'll leave together in the morning and call for help. In the meantime, maybe we could all just try to be kind to each other. We should go back to the lounge. Trixie is on her own in there, she adds, taking charge like before. The ones that I know. After everything that has happened here tonight, I'd feel a lot better knowing that we were all safe and together in one room. My eldest sister often took charge of situations when we were children, and the fact that she is doing so now feels like a relief. I pretend not to notice, but I see her tap Connor on the arm as we are all leaving the music room, and feel a stab of inexplicable hurt when he hangs back. The ones that I know. They don't speak until they think the rest of us have returned to the lounge, but unknown to them, I'm waiting quietly out in the hall. I have to strain to listen and cover my mouth with my hand to stop myself making a sound when I hear what they say. You are right. We do need to call the police, Rose whispers. Why do you agree with me all of a sudden? Connor asks. No animal I know shares the human capacity for self-harm, but this wasn't suicide. Why do you say that? The ones that I know. Sadly, I often see poisoned pets in my line of work. People can be monsters. It's one of the many reasons why I prefer animals. Dad is the only person in the family who drinks whiskey. When I smelled his glass, it didn't just smell of alcohol. My father was poisoned. It was murder, I'm sure of it. I don't say a word, but I do wonder why Rose would choose to confide in Connor and not the rest of us, and why neither of them wanted to share that information with me. The ones that I know. The shadow of a thought lingers in my mind, and I can't seem to shake it. Not that I'll ever say anything to either of them about it. I only self-destruct in private. Back in the lounge, Trixie has fallen asleep on the large window seat at the far end of the room. It's one of my niece's favourite spots in the house, and she can often be found curled up there with a blanket and a book. Poppins, the dog, is stretched out on the floor beside her, gently snoring. The ones that I know. It breaks my heart that such a kind child could have been born into such a cruel family. I'm glad she's sleeping now. Hopefully she'll stay that way until we can all leave. I think that Rose is looking at her too, but it turns out she was looking at the dog. Poppins is taking all of this very well, poor old girl, she says, to nobody in particular. On hearing her name, Poppins comes to sit next to Rose. That's a good point. What will happen to the dog now that Nana is dead? Lily asks. The ones that I know. I'll take her with me, Rose replies without hesitation. You said that as if you'd already thought it through. We sit in silence for a while. I don't think any of us know what to say. I look at each of their faces and see a mix of fear, shock, and sorrow on everyone. Rose strokes the dog and stares at the flames in the fire with an expression I've never seen her face wear. Connor stares at Rose. Despite throwing another log on the fire, Nancy can't seem to stop shivering. The ones that I know. Lily goes to sit next to her, and they hold hands. They have one of those mother-daughter relationships where they squabble all the time, but never stay cross with each other for long. It's another thing that I've always been jealous of. Are you all right? Nancy asks her favourite daughter. Lily shakes her head. No, of course not. It's just so awful. I think I'm in shock. We all must be. I meant you look pale. Are you feeling okay? I can't find my diabetic kit. But don't worry. The ones that I know. Missing one shot of insulin won't kill me. Lily wasn't diagnosed as diabetic until her early 20s. She injects twice a day now and makes sure that everyone knows it. I've spent a lot of time with diabetics at the care home where I volunteer, and I feel for them. I really do. It isn't an easy disease to live with at any age, but Lily doesn't take her condition as seriously as she should, and her sweet tooth and habit of overindulgence was demonstrated again at dinner. The ones that I know. My sister rarely worries about the things that she should. Look how peaceful Trixie looks, Lily says, staring at her daughter. I don't know how I'm going to tell her what has happened. First, Nana, then Dad. Maybe you don't have to tell her. Let her sleep for now, Nancy suggests. Lily nods, and I watch her quietly place a blanket over Trixie with unusual care and compassion. For a moment, I feel guilty about the bad thoughts I so often have about my sister. The ones that I know. Maybe she is capable of loving someone more than she loves herself. Lily gently kisses her daughter on the forehead and strokes her hair, in a rare display of maternal affection. What do we do with this? Asks Connor. He's holding the VHS tape from the kitchen with the words "Watch me" on the front. We all stare at it, and him as though he's holding a grenade and has suggested pulling out the pin. Throw it on the fire, suggests Lily. Why would someone leave that there for us to find? I ask. The ones that I know, who put it there is the question we should all be asking, says Connor. And what if it explains what is happening here tonight? It just looks like another darker family home movie, Rose replies, as Connor removes the tape from its cover. We can all see the white, sticky label on the side of it. Seaglass 1980 written in Nana's swirly handwriting. Rose takes the tape from Connor's hands. Should we watch it? asks my mother. The rest of us exchange glances. The ones that I know. What else are we going to do for 5 hours? Sitting here in silence while we wait for the tide to go out will only make the hours pass more slowly, and things surely can't get any worse. Personally, I'd welcome any distraction to take my mind off what has happened here tonight, and it might be nice for all of us to remember happier times. What about Trixie? Connor asks, looking at the sleeping teenager in the corner of the room. Shall I turn the volume down? The ones that I know. Don't worry, nothing wakes her when she's like this. She'll be out for the count until morning, Lily replies. Is that normal for a teenager? It is when I've given her a strong sedative. You did what? Connor looks genuinely shocked, but the rest of us barely react. All families have their own version of normal, and I confess that ours is a little different from most. Lily shrugs. The ones that I know. I asked Nancy to crush one of her pills and put it in Trixie's tea earlier. I used to secretly give my daughters sleeping pills all the time when they were kids. Nancy interrupts, as though proud of the fact. And we turned out just fine, says Lily, with a large dose of irony. She smiles before turning to our mother. I remember catching you putting the pills inside gummy bears, so we thought it was a bedtime treat before brushing our teeth. Ones that I know. Mine were hidden inside green bears. Rose got the red ones. Daisy's were always gold. We never questioned it, just did as we were told. Trixie wouldn't stop crying after finding Nana. Hopefully she'll just sleep now until the tide goes out and we can leave. I wish I could do the same. Lily opens a new packet of cigarettes, her fingers shaking with impatience while she lights one. Any guilt I felt regarding my feelings about her evaporates. The ones that I know. Nobody says anything about Lily smoking or the fact that she drugged her own daughter to stop her from crying. We all have bad habits. Some we let the world see, some we only reveal with family, and some we're too ashamed to share with anyone except ourselves. She lights up and instantly looks calmer, appearing to breathe out her unease with a puff of smoke. Connor shakes his head, but Lily ignores him. The ones that I know. Rose, I think, sensing that a distraction might be good for the whole family, switches on Nana's old TV set. It slowly comes to life, displaying fuzzy grey and white pixels. The tape says, "Watch me," so let's see what happens when we do, she says, sliding the video into the VHS machine, which swallows the tape whole. An image fills the screen, and it feels like the past is coming back to haunt us all. 15 Siglas, 1980. The face of my 9-year-old sister fills the screen. The ones that I know. It appears to be Lily's turn to be the star of the family home movie. Some people are born to be the stars of their own show, and she was never interested in learning life's lines unless they were from her own script. Other people are viewed as little more than extras in Lily's rather narrow field of vision. If you don't have a scene in her story, you don't exist in her world. Our summers at Sea Glass were always my favourite time of year as a young child. The ones that I know. As soon as school was over for my sisters, my mother would load up the car with suitcases, food, wine, and us. Then we'd make the journey from London to Cornwall and escape the city for 6 weeks. Inevitably, we would always time it wrong, arriving when the tide was in so we couldn't cross the causeway. But that didn't matter. As soon as I could see the old house, with its turquoise turrets, it always felt like I was home. The ones that I know we would play on the thin strip of remaining black sand while we waited for the sea to retreat. Sometimes having to wait for something just makes you want it more. Nana was always so happy to see us. She would cross the sandy causeway as soon as it was safe to do so, always with a rusty old wheelbarrow in front of her and a dog close behind. I remember a black Labrador called Bob before Poppins came along. The ones that I know, Nana would hug and kiss us all, then load our bags onto the wheelbarrow to make it easier to transport everything to the house. It took a few trips back and forth, and we'd take it in turns to ride on top. Our bedrooms were always as we'd left them, but with clean sheets, fresh flowers, and a chocolate coin beneath the pillow of each bed. Nana always knew how to make us feel welcome and loved when we were children. Dad was rarely there even before the divorce. The ones that I know. My father would normally join us for at least a couple of weeks, but I don't remember him being there at all during the summer of 1980 until after it happened. Which makes me wonder if my parents' marriage was already in trouble way back then. It was also around that time that our mother insisted we call her Nancy. She said that to keep calling her anything else made her feel old. The room is completely quiet as the video begins. The ones that I know, 9-year-old Lily is standing in the hallway full of clocks at sea glass. There are still spaces on the wall for the extra 20 or so clocks Nana has collected since. I remember this as Lily's fame phase. I think we all do. And Nancy smiles in the present when her favourite daughter smiles in the past. Lily takes a few steps back from the camera to reveal a 1980s outfit that these days would be mistaken for fancy dress. The ones that I know. The neon pink t-shirt, purple leggings, tutu, headband, and pink leg warmers bring it all back. I notice the others smiling as the child on the screen dances to the music and sings along, knowing every word of the Fame theme tune. Her endless singing about living forever seems to bother me the most, along with the other lyrics she repeats a few seconds later, staring straight at the camera. Remember. 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 I do remember that summer at Seaglass. I wish that I didn't. The ones that I know, if you were to walk into Nana's house, there are 3 doors on the left of the hallway, 2 at the end, and 1 on the right. On the left, you'd find a lounge, then a small library, then the music room. At the far end of the clock-filled hall is a door to the enormous kitchen and a door to a tiny bathroom. An elaborate staircase is on the right of the hallway, but just before that there is one other door, which was almost always locked. The ones that I know, Nana's studio, or the West Wing, as she sometimes liked to call it, was very much out of bounds when my sisters came to stay. It runs the full length of the house, with a door at each end, and is where she liked to write and illustrate her children's books. The ones that I know these days, there are giant framed book covers on the walls, including Daisy Darker's Little Secret and some of Nana's other favourites. Susie Smith's Best Birthday, Danny Delaney's Lost Dog, Poppy Patel's First Fib, and Charlie Cho's Worst Weekend. But back in 1980, Nana was still illustrating other people's books and had yet to write one of her own. The ones that I know inside the studio. There were 3 large desks permanently covered in sketchbooks and drawings. 4 windows letting in lots of light, endless rows of different watercolour paints, pots full of ink, pens, pencils and brushes, and enormous drawers filled with different coloured paper. The ones that I know. There were shelves crammed full of all sorts of paraphernalia that Nana once described as a few of my favourite things, and there was a huge easel with a white sheet over the top on the day this home movie was filmed. The sheet was hiding Nana's latest work in progress. She didn't like anyone to see her work until it was finished. A newspaper once described Nana as the female Quentin Blake. She was furious and said that they should have called him the male Beatrice Darker. The ones that I known. Nana's studio was the only room in sea glass where my sisters were not allowed to look at anything, touch anything, or even venture inside. I was allowed, when it was just Nana and I, and so was Connor, but she never trusted my sisters. Even back then, they both knew and understood the rules, but Lily was never very good at following them. When she got a pair of roller skates for her 9th birthday, all she wanted to do was skate around the house, the ones that I know with all the internal doors open. It was possible to skate from the hall to the lounge, through to the library, then the music room, the kitchen and Nana's studio in a giant loop, and there was nothing Rose or I could say to persuade her that this was a very bad idea. As soon as Nana had left that morning to cycle into town for supplies, Lily put on her skates. She insisted that Rose time her skating laps and film her doing them, the ones that I know. It was my job to watch the causeway from my bedroom window upstairs and warn my sisters when Nana returned, which I fully intended to do. But the sky was extremely blue that day, and the clouds drifting across it made very interesting shapes. I spotted a cloud pony and a cloud castle, both of which were distracting for a 4-year-old with a big imagination. I'd been taught to name a few clouds by Rose, the walking, talking encyclopedia of the family, the ones that I know. There is nothing more calming than a good, fluffy white cumulus in a bright blue sky, or the bird-like beauty of cirrus clouds made from tiny ice crystals, or a sky full of thick stratocumulus, because in real life we all contain shades of light and dark. There are as many different kinds of clouds as there are different kinds of people, and like people, they all float and drift as they please, being one thing 1 minute, transforming into something quite different the next. The ones that I know unrecognizable. In the blink of an eye, the circle of life exists in every aspect of nature, and we all just play our part for as long as the universe decides. The home movie begins with Rose filming from the hallway as Lily shoots past, skating through every room and singing along to the Fame theme tune at the same time. "Is this my best side?" Lily asked, whooshing by. "They're both as bad as each other," 10-year-old Rose replied from behind the camera, and I imagine her smiling to herself. The ones that I know, the video is surprisingly good. Then the star of the show got a little more ambitious and decided to film herself while skating and singing. Sometimes she aimed the camera down at her feet, and I could see the red and white roller skates I remember so well zooming across the wooden floors. It took her forever to lace up those skates, and Lily was almost as tall as Rose when wearing them. Perhaps that was another reason why she loved them. The ones that I know. The music was so loud that neither of my sisters heard Nana return. The home movie shows Lily's point of view as she is filming and skating into one end of the studio. The camera walk wobbles when she spots Nana standing at the other end of the room, with her arms and face folded into cross shapes. Then Lily collides with an enormous easel, sending a giant painting crashing to the floor. The film ends on a sideways, ground-level shot showing puddles of red and blue paint. The ones that I know, Nana marched over and peered down at my sister where she had fallen. "Lily darker? You have a lot to learn. If you must always break the rules in life, you need to understand how to do so without getting caught. Look like the innocent flower, but be the serpent under it." "What?" Lily said, rubbing a bruised knee. "Pardon? Not what? It's Shakespeare." Nana may as well have said it was Swahili. The ones that I know. "Look, Lily, I admire your spirit and your ambition to always get your own way in life. But I fear others might find your personality tiresome and petulant when you're older. If you want to be bad and get away with it, you need to be better at pretending to be good. Like the innocent flower they all wish you were. Understand? The ones that I know." Upstairs, I had just spotted a cloud dragon in the sky outside my bedroom window, and when Lily appeared in the doorway, red-faced and with flaring nostrils, she looked a lot like a dragon and nothing like an innocent flower. "You were supposed to be on lookout," she hissed. "Why must you be such a baby? And when are you going to grow up?" The ones that I know. I reached inside myself for a suitable response, but, despite a frantic search, could not find one until the moment had passed, and she was no longer there to hear it. There are a lot of things I wish I'd said to my older siblings when I was a child, if only I had been clever enough to think of them at the time. But I just said sorry, like always. Apologies were a bit like get-out-of-jail-free cards in our house. Ones that I know, Lily was banned from roller skating inside or outside Sea Glass for a week, and I got the blame. She didn't speak to me at all for 3 days, which was a blessing in some ways. But then Lily did something I have never known her to do before or since. She apologized. "I'm sorry I shouted at you, Daisy," she said, wearing another one of her neon-colored 1980s costumes. "It wasn't fair of me to blame you for what happened. And I've got you a little surprise to make up for it. The ones that I know, it's in the cupboard under the stairs." "I don't believe you," I said, "because I didn't." Lily was always telling fibs, and we were all a bit scared of the cupboard under the stairs. The reason why someone is lying is almost always more interesting than the lie itself. "Don't then," she replied with a custom shrug of her shoulders. "Rose, isn't there a surprise for Daisy downstairs?" Nana was out walking the dog and had left Rose in charge because our mother was taking a nap. The ones that I know. Rose was passing my bedroom with her nose in an Encyclopedia Britannica that looked heavier than me, and she was clearly only half listening. Rose knew that she wanted to be a vet from a very young age, just like Lily knew that she didn't want to be or do anything. Neither of them changed their minds over the years. It was different for me. My dreams changed shape as often as the clouds I liked staring at. The ones that I know. One year I wanted to be a musician, like my father. Another I dreamt of writing books like Nana, but I never thought I'd live long enough to do either. which might be why I stopped aiming for a life that felt too out of reach. Rose was often left in charge because she was the oldest. It was a responsibility that she, like a lot of eldest siblings, came to resent. "Oh yes, the surprise," she said. "We all know about it. The one downstairs, the ones that I know." Looking back now, I don't think she knew what was going on, but I trusted Rose, so I went down the creaky steps sideways and one at a time. They were steep, and my little legs were still rather short, completely oblivious to the fact that Lily was filming the whole thing. "That's right. Step inside the cupboard," she said. "There's a secret fairy door in the wall, right at the back there. Do you see it? You'll have to go all the way in to find it." The ones that I know. The idea of a secret fairy door in the skirting board was very exciting to 4-year-old me. I soon overcame my fear and went inside. "Knock on the wood," said Lily. "The fairies might come out and say hello." I did as she said, but what appeared wasn't a fairy. The tiny door shape in the skirting board was in fact a mouse hole, but the mouse that ran out looked enormous, more like a rat. As soon as I screamed, Lily closed the cupboard door, locking me inside. The ones that I know. 16 Sea Glass, 1980. I cried in the dark for what felt like hours, and I banged on that door until my knuckles bled. I was never afraid of the dark before then, but I have been ever since. I don't think that's childish or silly. I think it's completely logical to fear what you cannot see. Our mother was sleeping off a vat of cheap wine she'd drunk alone at lunchtime, while I was locked inside the cupboard under the stairs. The ones that I know. She'd taken a pill and put in earplugs to drown out the sound of her children. So it was only when Nana came back from walking the dog that anyone heard me crying. Her face was one of horror when she finally found the keys and unlocked the cupboard door. Lily was banned from roller skating for 2 more weeks, and it was Nana's idea that Rose and Lily should be further punished by having to take me to the beach on my 5th birthday. The ones that I know the following week, after a breakfast of pancakes with hot chocolate sauce. That's what they begrudgingly did, both holding one of my hands so that I could swing between them. "And do not take your father's camcorder. I've told you before it's not a toy. If you get sand in it and it stops working, I'll never hear the end of it," said Nancy, waving us off at the door. "Okay," yelled Lily, already marching down the causeway with the camcorder tucked inside her backpack. The ones that I know. She held my hand as we headed for the beach, until she thought Nana and our mother could no longer see. I remember her grinning in my direction. Her smile had holes where the tooth fairy had stolen her teeth, a bit like the piano with its missing key. "You're 5 now, Daisy, and I think you're old enough to play with Rose and me more often," Lily said. Rose frowned as though hearing this for the first time. "Would you like that?" I nodded. The ones that I know. I would have done almost anything to get them to like me more. The age gap between them at 9 and 10 was minimal, but the years between them and me always seemed vast. I would often watch them playing clapping games, tapping their hands together, faster and faster, while chanting strange rhymes. There was one about going to a Chinese restaurant to buy a loaf of bread. Bread, bread. It made no sense to me, but I longed to be a part of it anyway. The ones that I know, I had tried several times before to keep up with their big girl games, and it rarely ended well. I was permanently covered in scratches and bruises, and my nostrils were frequently overcome by the smell of Savlon and TCP. We played with an old skipping rope until Lily got bored, chanting the rhymes their friends had taught them and they had taught me. I didn't know what half of them meant, but I learnt the words through repetition and a desire to join in, just like all children do. The ones that I know. I remember my favourite rhyme we used to chant and skip to. Lizzie Borden took an axe. She gave her mother 40 whacks. After she saw what she had done, she gave her father 41. Lizzie Borden got away. For her crime she did not pay. Rose loved that rhyme. Those skipping games on the beach were one of the few childhood activities at Sea Glass that required all 3 of us, 2 to swing the rope, 1 to jump. "Let's play the mermaid game instead. Do you want to go first?" "The ones that I know," Lily said, with her hole-filled smile. They buried me in the black sand until my face was all they could see. Then they made a sand-shaped mermaid's tail and decorated it with seashells. They left me there for over an hour while they built sandcastles nearby. Our family seems like a sandcastle to me now, quick and relatively effortless to build, and even faster to wash away, as though it never existed. The ones that I know, I can remember nothing solid about the relationships we had with one another. Nothing substantial that couldn't be obliterated in a mere moment by a crossword or the crash of a wave none of us saw coming. I remember hating both of my sisters for the first time that day, really hating them. I couldn't move, the sand was too heavy where they had buried me beneath it. My face was burning in the hot sun and I was crying until Connor came along. The ones that I know, he had 2 yo-yos that year and could do all kinds of clever tricks with them, both at once. I heard him talking to Rose before I saw him. Did you know that sea glass was one of the properties used in the Second World War to look after evacuated children? He said. No, how do you know that? 10-year-old Rose asked, sounding genuinely interested. I read about it at the library, and now I'm writing about it for my school newspaper. I'm going to be a journalist one day, the ones that I know. Children would walk here to this stretch of coast, all the way from Plymouth, a long line of them carrying their little suitcases over the hills and sand dunes to escape the bombings in the city, leaving their parents behind. Connor, help me, I yelled. He looked amused at first when he spotted me stuck in the sand with my mermaid's tail of shells, but when he saw that I'd been crying, he dug me out at once and pulled me up, the ones that I know. It was just a joke, said Rose, looking at Connor, not wanting him to think badly of her. Yeah, don't be such a crybaby all the time, said Lily. I hate you both, I said, then stormed off to get my armbands. I'm going to swim to America, and I never want to see either of you ever again. When Lily laughed, it only made me more determined. The tide was coming in, and I think deep down I knew I'd probably only make it to the little rock island half a mile out, but I thought I was a good swimmer, the ones that I know, and with my orange armbands I felt invincible. I looked at Rose, who was the eldest after all, but she just stared down at the sand. That was when Lily picked up the camcorder again. I watch now in horror, along with the rest of the family in the present, as 5-year-old me starts to swim out to sea. It reminds me of when we watched Titanic together, knowing that the film couldn't possibly end well. The ones that I know, I see myself getting smaller and smaller, doing my own variation of backstroke, which involved rolling over for a bit of doggy paddle now and then to see where I was going. Only Lily and Rose had been sent for swimming lessons. When I was halfway to the rock island, I got scared and turned around. Rose was at the water's edge, yelling something I could not hear. Connor was waving his arms, and even Lily appeared to be a little worried, beckoning me to come back. The ones that I know. They all looked very small and far away, and I decided maybe it wasn't a good idea to swim to America that day after all. I tried to head back towards Blacksand Bay, but the sea had other plans. I was dragged sideways first, then backwards. Then one of my armbands came off when a wave crashed over me. We'd been warned about the dangerous undercurrents in the bay when the tide was this distance from the shoreline, but I was too little to understand the consequences of ignoring them. Ones that I know, fear is something we have to feel to learn, and learn to feel. The harder I tried to swim towards my sisters, the further away they seemed to get. The ocean was suddenly very loud inside my little ears. It dragged me under. I remember the panic and the pain. I felt as though the cold water had stolen the air from my lungs and I couldn't breathe. Then the sea and sky folded in on each other and on me. I was drowning in blue, then life turned black, the ones that I know. Rose pulled off her clothes, dumped them on the sand, and ran into the ocean wearing a red swimsuit. She was only 10, and she knowingly risked her own life to save mine that day. Things were different after that. Once Rose knew I was broken, I became something she wanted to fix. An injured bird in her imaginary cage, she dragged me back to shore, then performed the CPR that cracked 2 of my ribs, and Lily filmed the whole thing, the ones that I know. It feels like an out-of-body experience as I watch myself coughing up water and see Nana and my mother running onto the beach. The film stops then, but I remember the paramedics doing their best to cross the causeway, And I remember seeing Connor and Rose holding hands as I was carried away from them all. He wrote a story about her for his school newspaper after that. The headline read, "Local hero saves her sister's life." The ones that I know. It was the first time that I understood that friendships can change a person. True best friends bring out the best in you. I was in hospital for 2 weeks while the doctors prodded and poked me. Routine tests revealed my broken heart, and things were never the same again. The first night, when my family had all left and I was alone on a scary ward, I was grateful that my bed was next to the window. The ones that I know. The moon was bright that evening, and it meant that I could see cloud creatures even though the sky was black. They danced across the shy moon, but the shapes they made no longer resembled ponies or dragons. Only monsters. Monsters don't always hide in the dark. Some walk around in broad daylight, happy to be seen by anyone foolish enough to look in their direction. My mother blamed herself for my broken heart. I have always known that deep down, but never quite understood why. Ones that I know. Something she did while pregnant with me, perhaps. The doctors said my condition was so rare, they still didn't know what caused it. Nancy spent days sitting by my bedside or in waiting rooms. She tutted and sighed and flicked through the free magazines, looking for competitions to enter. Nancy rarely read anything except a TV guide. I remember when the doctors said that I was well enough for the whole family to visit, the ones that I know. My sisters gave me homemade get-well cards. Nana brought me a bottle of Lucozade and a box of Quality Street filled with only toffee pennies because they were my favourites. Dad sent all his love from a concert hall in Vienna. Apparently, there were no flights back to the UK that week. Lily wore a new dress and her very best smile for the occasion. She was the last one to leave my hospital bed and rushed back over when they were all about to go. The ones that I know. Everyone waited in the entrance to the ward while she whispered something in my ear before kissing me on the cheek. "Good girl," said Nancy, happy that her favourite daughter was trying to make up for what had happened. She has always been a firm believer in fraudulent feelings. She presumed Lily had apologised and didn't hear what my sister had really said. None of them did, but I've never forgotten it. I wish you had drowned. 31 October, 45 a.m. The ones that I know less than 5 hours until low tide. I was never allowed to go to school. Once my hidden heart problem was exposed, and life was never allowed to return to normal for any of us. My parents divorced less than a year later. Some marriages are held hostage by memories of happier times. Others are imprisoned by the idea that parenthood can only be performed well in pairs. A dying child seemed to set my parents free from each other. The ones that I know. My 2 older sisters were sent to boarding school. I was more than enough for my mother to look after, and they were too much. A groundless guilt consumed her, and she wrapped the rest of my childhood in cotton wool, which in turn led to me wrapping myself inside books. Hundreds of them. Reading was one of the few things I was still allowed to do. Books saved me, and I ran away inside the stories I read as a child. The ones that I know, they were the only place where I could run and swim and dance without fear of falling and not being able to get back up. Books were full of friends and adventures, whereas my real childhood was cold and dark and horribly lonely. I've never spoken honestly about it with anybody, until now. And the only place that felt like home when I was a child was sea glass. I think that's why the idea of never coming back here hurts too much. The ones that I know. Nana's little library was my Disneyland, and the books inside it were the paper-shaped rides that let me live, while everyone else was waiting for me to die. Sometimes people get impatient when they have to wait too long for something. I've always felt terrible about what happened that day on the beach, and all the other days when I wasn't as kind as I could have been, says Lily, back in the present, where she can no longer bully me the way she used to. The ones that I know, she doesn't look me in the eye when she says it. I don't think she can, and I don't really believe that Lily is sorry at all. Her words do nothing to blunt my anger. Instead, they sharpen it into a more dangerous shape, one which will leave a mark. But I bite my tongue, as always keen to keep the peace. My sisters won't talk to me because of what happened with Connor a few years ago. It seems so unfair, given all the things they did when I was a child. The ones that I know. But saying how I really feel about it all now isn't going to help fix what got broken then. And there are bigger things to worry about. Why would someone want us to watch that home movie? I look at my sisters tonight and see us all exactly the same way we were then. They might be taller, older, have a few more wrinkles, but we are all just children masquerading as the adults we thought we should become. My personality is very similar now to what it was when I was a child, the ones that I know. I'm still shy and quiet and happiest at home. Rose and Lily haven't changed very much either. None of us have. Not really. There are pockets of sadness in all of our lives, and mine are deep. The diagnosis of my broken heart felt like a death sentence, and 5 is awfully young to find out that you won't live forever. They say that your life flashes before your eyes when you die, so you should make it a life worth watching. The ones that I know. But as someone who has died several times, I don't think that is true. For me, every time my heart stopped beating, it felt like a delayed train journey through the cruelest moments of my life. The memories didn't flash. They were slow and painful. It was like travelling through time and space to somewhere dark and cold, to relive my worst mistakes in technicolor misery. Sometimes I could still hear people around me when my heart stopped, the ones that I know. I swear I heard doctors or nurses saying that I was dead on more than one occasion. My parents didn't believe me back then, but neurologists have since confirmed that the human brain is still active for a period of time after death, and I promise you that it is true. Dead people can hear you, so be careful what you say. I hope it wasn't too awful for Nana or my dad. I hope neither of them heard something they shouldn't have. We take death almost as for granted as life. The ones that I know. We think we know what to expect because we've read a chapter of a book or watched a scene in a film. We no longer seem capable of separating fiction from facts. There is so much that we don't know we don't know. It scares me. When you've died as often as I have, it's hard not to become a little preoccupied with it all, and seeing other people take their good health for granted makes me so angry. None of them understand what it's like for me. How could they? The ones that I know. I'm grateful to still be here, but death has been part of my life for so long. I worry about it all of the time. Our future is just our past in the making. I don't get it, says Connor. Who left this tape on the kitchen table with the words "Watch me" stuck to the front? It must have been one of us. So who was it? Nobody answers him. The ones that I know. Lily lights another cigarette before tossing the match and a log on the fire, which crackles and spits and choreographs 100 eerie shadows to dance across the room. Then she takes a long drag before slowly blowing smoke from her pink lips. Do you ever think about anyone except yourself? Rose says, staring at her. What does that mean? Lily asks, sitting up and staring back. The ones that I know. Rose, says Nancy, trying to prevent storm damage when the rest of us can see that the roof has already blown right off. The home movie has brought back some unhappy memories for everyone. Maybe that's why someone thought we should watch it. When Lily loses her temper, she's the only one who can find it again. But it's unlike Rose to lose control of her emotions. Honestly, you are the most selfish and spoilt person I've ever had the misfortune to know. The ones that I know, I'd actually forgotten how cruel you used to be to Daisy when we were kids. The poem in the kitchen. And everything Dad said about you last night is true. Rose continues, while we all wait for Lily to react. I fully expect her next words to be soaked in sarcasm, her preferred form of self-defense. I confess I do enjoy it more than I should when my older sisters squabble. It always felt like them against me when we were younger, and them against one another is much more fun. The ones that I know. All families have their own private routines and secret language, and all families know how to hurt each other. I don't care what Dad thought about me, and I don't care what you think either. Why don't you get a life and stop judging mine, Lily says. I'd gladly not watch the car crash that is your life any longer. It's embarrassing. Maybe with Nana and Dad gone, we don't need to keep playing happy families. Perhaps we can all just go our own separate ways for good when the tide goes out. The ones that I know. Rose? You don't mean that, says Nancy. Don't I? As soon as she sees the look on our mother's face, my eldest sister softens again, retreating inside the version of herself she thinks we all want her to be. I'm sorry, I already had a terrible day before I got here, and like everyone else, I just can't believe what has happened, or that Nana and Dad are gone. Rose's unexpected Jekyll and Hyde routine catches us all off guard. The ones that I know. When I try to translate the look on her face, I think it is fear. Rose is terrified, and maybe she is right to be. Maybe finally, and for the first time, my family does know what it is like to be me, to live with the constant fear that today might be their last. I see the same fear on the faces of the residents at the care home where I volunteer, because they know their time is almost up. I do my best to comfort them, listen to their regrets and ease their anxiety, but they know it's inevitable. The ones that I know. Life kills us all in the end. I stare at my family as we sit in yet another awkward silence, wondering how it came to this. In contrast, the storm outside continues to make itself heard, the sound of rain constantly tapping on the windows like 1,000 tiny fingernails. Why was yesterday a bad day? Connor asks Rose, sounding genuinely interested. She makes eye contact with him very briefly, then stares into the distance as though reliving another memory she would rather forget. The ones that I know. I got a call from the RSPCA yesterday afternoon. I had to stop off at a disused barn on the way here, and there were 6 ponies locked inside. They hadn't had food or water for days. Even Lily looks moved. That's so sad. What did you do? Will they get rehomed? I shot every one of them between the eyes. Rose looks up, but nobody says anything. I look around the room and see that everyone is as shocked as I feel. I had to, she says. The ones that I know, it was too late to save them. There was nothing I could do, they were in agony. I had to do something to end their pain, but I didn't have enough anesthetic to inject them all. My gun was the only option. It was awful. I can still hear them. Did you know that horses cry when they are scared, like children? Her hands tremble a little and she balls them into fists. I wish I could have shot those responsible instead. Sometimes I loathe people. I really do. The ones that I know, I don't understand how human beings are capable of such horrific things, or why they inflict so much pain on others. The silence seems to swallow us all this time. I didn't even know you had a gun, says Lily. Rose sighs. It's just a small handgun. A lot of vets have guns and are licensed to use them. It's normally locked in the safe at the practice. Nancy frowns. But if you did, that on the way here, does that mean there is a loaded gun in the house with real bullets? Don't worry. The ones that I know. I hid it somewhere safe when I arrived. The silence resumes and I study my eldest sister for a while. I know that her vet practice is having a little money trouble, but I also know she has always been too proud to ask for any financial help from anyone, unlike Lily. Rose would have really benefited from Nana's money had she been left any, and would have put it to good use. I notice how she keeps checking her watch, and wonder whether she is just counting down the hours before we can leave. The ones that I know, just over 4 now, I think. Rose looks so sad. She has always found human company unsatisfying. She says she finds it exhausting to listen to the manufactured feelings of people too stupid to know when their thoughts are not their own. I wonder what her thoughts are now as she checks her watch again, for the second time in less than a minute. I'm not the only one studying Rose, and it's as though the weight of our stares are too heavy for her to bear. Why are you all looking at me like that? The ones that I know, she asks. I think, given everything that has happened tonight, we all might feel a bit anxious about there being a gun in the house, says Nancy. Fine. My gun didn't kill anyone, but if it will make everyone feel better, I'll go and check that it's still safe where I left it, Rose says, standing to leave the room. Vets are more likely to commit suicide than almost any other profession. The ones that I know. That statistic used to make me worry about my eldest sister. Vets work long hours, often alone. And when I think of all the horrific things she has seen, it scares me. Rose knows how to end lives as well as save them. Sadly, it's part of her job. I might see if I can get a signal on my phone upstairs. Maybe it will work up there, says Connor. It won't, says Lily. I don't feel quite right. I'm going to my room to try to find my diabetic kit. Nancy nods. The ones that I know. I can feel one of my migraines coming. I'm going to get a glass of water and some pills from the kitchen, she says, heading for the door like the rest of them. My mother thinks there is a pill for any and all situations. Well, I might just get a bit of air, I say, not wanting to be left behind. I think we're all feeling a little claustrophobic trapped in this house together, but also all scared of being alone. The ones that I know. I stand in the hallway and can hear different corners of the house creaking with quiet activity. The noise does nothing to calm my nerves. I have always preferred the sound of silence. I notice that the front door is slightly ajar and step out onto the porch, but there is nobody there. The roar of the sea and the melody of the wind chimes remind me how isolated we are out here, cut off from the mainland for several hours every day and night. The ones that I know, when you've spent as much time alone as I have, it can be hard to be around people for too long. Even family, especially one like ours. I was the last to leave the room, but think I'm the first to return to the lounge a short while later, and I spot something unfamiliar on the coffee table. The rest of the family come back before I can take a closer look. The ones that I know. Connor is the last to return, but he's the first to see what I saw, and from the tone of his voice, it's as though he's accusing me of putting it there. "What's that on the table?" he asks. "It's the tape we just watched," Lily replies. "I don't think it is," I say, taking a step back. "No, it isn't," Rose confirms. "We're all looking at the tape now. It wasn't there before, and the Scrabble letters stuck to the case of this home movie spell a different message. Hear me. What the hell?" "The ones that I know," says Connor. "Who did this?" He looks around the room at each of us. "You're the one who noticed it." "Maybe it was you," says Lily. Rose picks it up carefully. "The last tape said, 'Watch me.' This one says, 'Hear me.' This is super messed up. Who would do this and why?" We are all staring at one another, silent accusations exchanged in the form of wary glances. "We should watch it," I say, and then everyone starts arguing about the pros and cons of doing so. "Enough. The ones that I know," Nancy says. And the rest of us are quiet. "No more games. Nana and your dad are dead. There's nobody else here at Sea Glass, and I don't believe in ghosts. Who left that tape on the table?" Nobody answers. "Maybe the only way to find out is to watch it," Rose says, and when nobody argues, she slides the video out of its case and into the machine, then presses play. 18 Sea Glass, 1992. Christmases at Sea Glass were always magical until my parents got divorced. The ones that I known. Nana made a bigger effort than ever to welcome my mother, my sisters and me, but it didn't feel quite the same without Dad there. I'll never forget the Christmas of 1982. I was 7, Lily was 11, and Rose was 12. We had a huge tree that year, delivered by boat, which we all helped to decorate. We made paper chains and a wonky chocolate Yule log. Then on Christmas Eve, the darker family women watched E.T. It was my first ever trip to the cinema, and I loved every minute of it. The ones that I know. But the home movie I can see on Nana's old TV now didn't capture any of that. It starts on Christmas Day 1982 and, as usual, begins with Lily. If Father Christmas really did make a naughty list every year, then my sister would have been at the top. But she still got all the gifts and toys she wanted as a child, even when money was tight. I think Nancy thought that the tantrums would cost her more in the long run. High on Lily's wish list that year was a Walkman. The ones that I know, as soon as she had unwrapped it, Lily listened to it everywhere, even when she was eating, or roller skating, or watching TV, which made little sense to me. And she was always singing along to something, normally very badly. The song I most remember her murdering that year was Physical by Olivia Newton-John. "I'm bored of filming this now," says 12-year-old Rose from behind the camera. "One more lap, I'm getting faster every time." The ones that I know, says Lily, whooshing past the outside walls of Sea Glass on a newer, bigger pair of roller skates. "The slush puppies are nearly ready," I hear 7-year-old me say, and it's a shock when the camera turns in my direction. We're in the garden that my mother loved so much, and it looks freezing cold. I'm wearing a fluffy bobble hat and one of Lily's hand-me-down coats. I remember the wooden toggles that I found inexplicably difficult to fasten. The ones that I know. I'd had 2 operations on my heart that year, and I do not look well. I'm far too skinny, and there are dark circles beneath my eyes, but I do look happy, playing with my Mr. Frosty toy and making syrupy crushed ice drinks for the Care Bears my sisters were too old to play with. The bears had been gifts from Nana. Mine was pink with a rainbow on its tummy. Lily's was blue with a rain cloud, and Rose's bear was turquoise with a shooting star. She was obsessed with the solar system that year. The ones that I know. "Stick out your tongue," says Rose from behind the camera. And when I do, it is stained red from slush puppy syrup. The camera turns a little further, and I see Connor. He's sitting at Nana's ramshackle old garden table, wearing 2 jumpers, a paper cracker hat, and a frown. He appears to be deep in concentration while writing something. "Hey, Connor, what are you doing, working on another article for the school newspaper?" asks Rose. "No," says the lanky but handsome boy. "What is it then?" "The ones that I know. It's the Darker family tree. I'm making it for your Nana, to say thank you for having me." I don't remember him being with us that Christmas, but I suppose he often was at Seaglass whenever his dad wasn't well enough to look after him. I do remember the family tree, though. It inspired Nana to paint her own version of it on the wall next to the staircase, with all our hand-painted faces and dates of birth. The shot seems to linger on Connor's face for a long time. "Who is that?" "The ones that I know," Lily says, skating past the camera again, which turns 180 degrees to reveal the sandy causeway. The tide was out, and Nancy came to stand beside us. We all stopped and stared at the silhouette of a dad-shaped figure in the distance. I looked up at Nancy's face, and the strained smile stretched across it confirmed that it was him. "The ones that I know." I dropped my slush puppy. Lily pulled off her roller skates, and I think Nancy must have taken the camera from Rose, because the next thing I see is the 3 of us running towards our father, who we hadn't seen for 6 months. He was dressed as Father Christmas, but barefoot, with his red trousers rolled up to his knees to avoid getting the costume covered in seawater and sand. The ones that I know. We ran across the causeway to greet him as though he were a brave knight returning from battle, which I know must have hurt my mother at the time. She was the one who stuck around to take care of us when he took off. Sort of, when my sisters weren't at school or we weren't all dumped on Nana. But we were just children and didn't understand the politics of parenthood when people got divorced. Nancy waited where she was on the stone steps that lead up to the house, filming the moment. The ones that I know. When my dad went to kiss her on the lips, she turned her head so that he kissed her cheek instead. One of the best things about Dad coming back from touring around the world with his orchestra were the guilt-induced gifts he brought with him. Don't get me wrong, we were very happy to see the man, but we were also eager to see what he had bought us. The ones that I know. My sisters and I followed him inside and stood in the doorway of the music room, watching Dad as he opened his giant suitcase, instead of unpacking in the bedroom he used to share with our mother. Lily was never backward in coming forward and blurted out the question we were all wondering about the most. "Did you bring us presents?" "Maybe," Dad said, and we cheered. When my mother said maybe, it meant no. But when my father said maybe, it meant yes. 1 word, 2 meanings, the ones that I know. We might have only been children, but we were more aware than anyone that our parents spoke different languages. Lily's smile slid right off her face when she opened her gift, tearing the wrapping paper without even bothering to read the neatly written tag. "I've already got a Walkman. I unwrapped one this morning," she whined. Our father looked genuinely sad. "Oh, I'm sorry, Princess. Mummy said that was what you wanted this year." The ones that I know. "The real Father Christmas bought it for her," said 7-year-old me. "There is no real Father Christmas." "Why are you such a baby?" snapped my sister, glaring at me as though it were my fault that she received the same gift twice. I knew she was telling the truth about Santa, and suddenly my whole world, not just Christmas, felt like a lie. I started to cry. "Lily, that's enough. The ones that I know." "I mentioned the Walkman to your father a few weeks ago, but he forgot to tell me and Father Christmas that he was going to get you one." "Don't worry, darling. I'm sure we can change it for something else." "Why don't we do this properly?" Connor, can you take the camera for me? We don't all need to be huddled in the doorway. Girls, give your dad some space and we'll open the rest in the lounge. Lily folded her arms and went into full sulk mode as my dad gathered up all of the presents. The ones that I know. I got you another gift, Lily. Just a small one, he said, trying to redeem himself. We shuffled into the other room, all with one eye on the gifts my father was carrying, while my mother wrestled us out of our hats and coats. For God's sake, Frank, we said one present each. Nancy's words sounded like they got stuck behind her teeth. Her gifts were like her love for us, and always came with a sense of economy. We sat impatiently in our familiar seats in the lounge. The ones that I know. I sat closest to the Christmas tree and the fireplace and instantly went from being too cold to too hot, so I took off my jumper. I was wearing a red woolen V-neck dress underneath, covered in white lace snowflakes. It was a gift from Nana, and I wanted to wear it every day. I know we said one present each, but I couldn't resist. I found this in a little shop in Vienna and thought of you, Dad said, giving Lily a small pink parcel. The ones that I know. Good to know they weren't all last-minute duty-free purchases from the airport, mumbled my mother beneath her breath. She tutted for good measure. Lily ripped off the paper and beamed when she found a tiara inside. It was covered in fake jewels. Because I'm a princess, she said. Yes, you are, said Nana, walking into the lounge wearing a pink and purple apron, and speaking in an ironic tone I was too young to appreciate at the time. The ones that I know. She gave Lily a withering look before putting a tray of warm mince pies on the table. Nana, always preferring to do things her own way, made savoury mince pies at Christmas. They contained minced beef, onions, and a secret splash of Tabasco, and were served with tiny jugs of gravy. Lily pouted, "Why can't we have normal mince pies?" "Because normal is boring," Nana replied. Then she hugged her son, my father, and sat down next to Nancy. The ones that I know. I think she always wished that our parents would get back together just as much as we did, forever orchestrating family reunions that she hoped might actually reunite us. The camera turns to Rose and zooms in on her face. She was holding a box wrapped in tissue paper that was turquoise, her favourite colour. Unlike Lily, she opened her gift slowly, without tearing the paper at all, while we waited to see what was inside. "Wow. Thank you, Dad," she said, holding up a telescope. "The ones that I know. You're very welcome, and just in case the stars don't always shine for you." Rose opened a second gift, and I remember what it was before seeing it on the TV screen, a box of glow-in-the-dark stars. "Thank you," she said again, giving him a huge hug. It made me realise that Lily never thanked him once. "I want stars," Lily whined, folding her arms. Dad ignored her. "And this gift is for Daisy, my little pipsqueak," he said, passing me a box. Inside there were 5 new books, the ones that I know. They were all beautiful hardbacks, and I couldn't wait to start reading them. It's always important to have adventures, even if only in your imagination. Sometimes those are the best adventures of all, he said, sounding more like Nana than himself. Then he gave me a second gift, and I didn't understand what it was when I first saw it. "It's a Viewmaster," explained my father, leaving me none the wiser as I stared at what looked like a red plastic pair of binoculars. The ones that I know. I know it must make you sad, that your sisters get to go away to school, and I get to travel with my orchestra, and you have to stay behind. But now you can look inside this and pretend to be anywhere. Dad put a strange-looking reel inside the contraption, then held it up to my face. I remember being scared at first, but then I saw a picture of a forest, so real I thought I might be able to touch it. He showed me how to click the side of the gadget. The ones that I know, the reel moved, and I saw a picture of a waterfall. It was like magic. I laughed and my dad grinned, but his smile faded a little when he noticed the pink scar down the middle of my chest. I watched his reaction as he remembered that I was broken and felt guilty that it made him so sad. "I've missed you all so much," he said. His words were like a hug, and I wanted to believe them. The camera catches him looking at my mother, and her looking away. The ones that I know, I was too young to understand any of what was going on between them back then. When you hold on too tight to something, it can start to hurt. Connor, I was hoping you would be here, Dad said, holding out a small gift. Let me take the camcorder while you open it. I hope you like it. The camera turns to reveal a ridiculously happy-looking Connor, as though he had never been given a Christmas present before, and it made me wonder if maybe he hadn't. The ones that I know. Nana said there were people who didn't believe in Christmas or celebrate it, and just the idea of that made me feel sad. Different people believe in different things, she said, when I didn't understand. What do you believe in? I asked. Nana smiled. I believe in kindness and hard work. What about God? She smiled again. I believe that God believes in hard work too. What should I believe in? I asked. The ones that I know. You should only believe in what you want to believe, and you should always believe in yourself. It was a good piece of advice that I've never forgotten. Connor carefully unwrapped a yo-yo unlike any I'd seen before. I found this in Shanghai when I was performing there, Dad said, and my mother rolled her eyes. I'm told they're the best yo-yos in the world, but you're the expert. It's perfect. Amazing. The ones that I know. Thank you, said Connor, with actual tears in his eyes, as though our father had given him a yo-yo made of gold. And I'm told you've been writing for the school newspaper. I thought this might come in handy if you don't have a photographer, Dad said, giving him another, slightly bigger parcel. It was a Polaroid camera, and Connor's face lit up like the Christmas tree he was sitting next to. I remember him taking pictures of us all for his darker family tree that afternoon. The ones that I know, he took more of Rose than of anyone else. Nana used those pictures to paint our faces on the wall at Seaglass a few weeks later, so that who we were that day was captured in time forever. Dad's gift for Nana was a cuckoo clock from Germany. It's one of the most eccentric clocks in the hall every hour. On the hour, a little wooden man and a little wooden woman come out of two tiny doors and meet in the middle before she chops off his head with an axe. They do this all day, every day. The ones that I know. My father's gift for his ex-wife was less disturbing. He gave my mother a small red velvet box, and Nancy smiled her real smile when she opened it. We all admired the beautiful silver heart-shaped locket. There was room for two tiny pictures, and when my mother smiled at my sisters, I was sure it was their faces she wanted to keep inside. Memories are shapeshifters, especially the childhood variety, but that was a good Christmas. The ones that I know, I don't think any of us appreciated our parents spending it together for us, despite being recently divorced. Looking back, I think they might have done more to make life better for us than we sometimes remember. My collection of happy childhood memories is a little threadbare. We make moments with our families. Sometimes we stitch them together over time to make more of them than they were. We share them and hold on to them together as if they were treasure, even when they start to rust. The ones that I know. Sometimes those moments change shape in our memories. Sometimes we stop being able to see them how they really were. Sometimes we have different recollections of the same moments, as though they were never really shared at all. I remember the food we ate, the games we played, and the music we listened to. I remember John Lennon singing about Christmas on the radio, and my mother saying how sad she still was that he was dead. The ones that I know. I asked if he was a friend of hers. I was too young to understand people grieving for someone they'd never met. I remember me and my sisters singing along to I Wish It Could Be Christmas Every Day, and the whole family singing carols with Dad playing the piano. I overheard my parents briefly squabble in the kitchen, but not for long. You can't buy their love, Nancy hissed, and Dad mumbled some inaudible reply. Now that I'm older, I realise that the problem was that he could. The ones that I know. He'd show up once or twice a year with gifts wrapped in shiny paper tied with pretty bows, and we treated him like a king. Meanwhile, we took her, Nana, a bit for granted. There are things we all should know better, but being human means you can never know it all. The ones that I know. Alcohol always seemed to help my parents to tolerate being in each other's company, so they drank more and more of it over the years, and the squabbles were replaced with quiet stares, and the variety of silent conversations all parents have when their children are in earshot. That night, when my parents put me to bed, together but apart, and turned out the light, I saw a galaxy of luminous stars on my bedroom ceiling. The ones that I know, Rose had used her precious glow-in-the-dark stickers to decorate my room instead of her own. "Night, night, pipsqueak," she whispered, standing in my doorway. "Why?" I whispered. "Because you deserve to see the stars just as much as the rest of us." 31 October 2 a.m., 4 hours until low tide. Why were you with us that Christmas? Lily asks Connor when the film comes to an end. He answers without looking at her. My father was in rehab again, and Nana offered to look after me. The ones that I know. The silence that follows is smashed by the sound of the clocks in the hallway. It's 2 o'clock in the morning, and we all look exhausted, especially my mother. She takes a sip of cold tea. Is there a way to turn off the clocks? I don't want them to wake Trixie, Lily says. My niece has been so quiet, sleeping on the window seat at the back of the room, I'd almost forgotten that she was here. The ones that I know. I'm surprised that the sound of the TV didn't wake her. Never mind the clocks, but then I remember the sedative they put in Trixie's drink earlier. My mother's sleeping pills are strong enough to take out an elephant. Lily gets up from the sofa to check on her daughter. Where is she? Lily asks. We're all up and out of our chairs within a matter of seconds. We stand and stare at the empty window seat and the blanket on the floor. Where is Trixie? The ones that I know. Lily shrieks, asking the question a second time, but still nobody replies. She stares at each of our faces, looking for an answer. In the absence of one, we start searching the room, checking behind the sofas and curtains, but Trixie isn't here. She's gone, Lily says. I don't understand. Rose comes to her side, the protective older sister autopilot kicking in, their earlier squabble forgotten. Try to stay calm. She can't have gone far. The ones that I know, you know what teenagers are like. You used to be one. I thought we put a sleeping pill in Trixie's tea, Nancy says. Lily turns on her. We did, but that would have knocked her out for hours. Unless what? Lily snaps. Someone moved her. Nancy whispers. I don't understand how anyone could have moved Trixie without one of us seeing. But the window seat is in the far corner of the room, and we were all staring in the opposite direction at the TV. The ones that I know. Plus, it's the middle of the night now, and we are exhausted with grief and tiredness. We all left the room earlier. Was Trixie here when we came back? Did anyone check? Despite her mother's constant digs about her dress size, Trixie is a normal weight for a girl her age. If anything, I'd describe her as petite, easy enough for an adult to lift. The ones that I know, I think it is possible that someone could have taken her, and knowing that makes me feel even worse, because at least one of us should have been keeping an eye on her. The clocks stop ringing in the hallway. Nobody speaks, but we all follow Lily as she rushes out of the lounge, through the hall and into the kitchen. She stands in front of the chalk wall, and when I see Nana's poem, I understand why. Daisy Darker's family were as dark can be. The ones that I know, when one of them died, all of them lied and pretended not to see. Daisy Darker's Nana was the oldest but least wise. The woman's will made them all feel ill, which was why she had to die. Daisy Darker's father lived life dancing to his own tune. His self-centered ways and the pianos he played danced him to his doom. Daisy Darker's mother was an actress with the coldest heart. She didn't love all her children and deserved to lose her part. The ones that I know. Daisy Darker's sister Rose was the eldest of the three. She was clever and quiet and beautiful, but destined to die lonely. Daisy Darker's sister Lily was the vainest of the lot. She was a selfish, spoilt, entitled witch, one who deserved to get shot. Daisy Darker's niece was a precocious little child. Like all abandoned ducklings, she would not fare well in the wild. Daisy Darker's secret story was one someone sadly had to tell, the ones that I know. But her broken heart was just the start of what will be her last farewell. Daisy Darker's family wasted far too many years lying. They spent their final hours together learning lessons before dying. The part about Trixie has been crossed out. Oh my God! Lily whispers, staring at the chalk words and covering her nose and mouth with her hands, as though praying to a god I know she does not believe in. It's coming true, she says quietly, then turns to look at us all. It's coming true. The ones that I know. What's coming true? My mother asks. Lily is shaking now. She points up at the poem, searches the faces of our family for any sign of understanding, and finds none. But I know exactly what she means, even if I'm too scared to say it out loud. There is a low rumble of thunder in the distance outside. I hadn't noticed how hard it was raining. The storm is getting closer, and the house feels bitterly cold. Lily's words tumble too quickly out of her mouth for the rest of the family to keep up. The ones that I know. Nana's poem on the wall. Can you not read it? Am I not making sense? It's a poem about us, dying, one by one. Nana is dead, Dad is dead, and now Trixie is missing. She's just missing. We'll find her, says Rose. It's just one of Nana's silly poems, says my mother. How do you know that she wrote it? I don't think it looks like her handwriting. Anyone could have sneaked down here in the night and written a poem on the wall, Connor says unhelpfully, as though thinking out loud. The ones that I know. I remember the chalk I saw on his jeans earlier, and the way he quickly dusted it off. He's been quiet for a long time, and everyone turns to stare at him. You're right, says Lily. Your name isn't up there. Maybe you wrote it. Maybe we should stop wasting time and look for Trixie, I say. Before anyone can answer, there is another rumble of thunder, but this one is so much louder than the last. Nancy sways a little and grabs the side of the kitchen table to steady herself. Are you okay? The ones that I know, Rose asks. I'm fine. Honestly, Nancy says. It's a headache and I'm just tired, like all of us. We need to find Trixie. Why don't you lot check upstairs and I'll carry on looking down here? Good idea, says Lily. She never listens to anyone except our mother. Rose, Lily, Connor and I run upstairs calling Trixie's name before each disappearing into a different bedroom to search. I start in the one Lily and Trixie shared last night, the ones that I know. This used to be my sister's bedroom whenever they stayed at Seaglass when we were children. It's bigger than mine, but I suppose there were two of them. Everything is very much the same as it was then, with ghastly pink carpet, pink curtains and floral wallpaper. My sisters were girly girls. I can still see the dark rectangles where they used to stick their posters when we were here for the summer holidays. Always boy bands, for Lily, cute animals, for Rose. The ones that I know. There are two beds on opposite sides of the room. Two little tables, two windows, and a wall of built-in wardrobes. Trixie? I whisper, but there's no reply. All I can hear is the rain lashing the window and the sea crashing against the rocks outside. This is still a room of two sides. Lily's bed is unmade, with clothes on the floor around it, and her bedside table is a mess of magazines and makeup, even though she's only been here for a few hours. The ones that I know on the other side of the room, and in stark contrast, Trixie's bed is neatly made. All I can see on her bedside table is an old book she must have borrowed from Nana's library and a glass of water. I get down on the floor and look beneath the beds, but there is nothing there. I hear another deep rumble of thunder in the distance and have an overwhelming urge to hide. Storms at Seaglass seemed to be a regular occurrence when we were little girls, both the emotional and literal varieties. The ones that I know, I remember being so scared by the sound of thunder outside, or shouting downstairs, that I would often run in here at night. Fear was one of the few things that seemed to unite me and my sisters when we were children. A storm at Seaglass is not the same as a storm in London, or anywhere else that I have lived. Being in a storm here, on this tiny island, feels like being on a rickety old ship in the middle of the sea, one that will surely sink if the waves get too high. The ones that I know, we used to hide together under the beds in this room when life got too loud. Lily under one, Rose and I huddled under the other. Then we would count the number of seconds between the lightning and the inevitable thunder that followed, to know how many miles away it would strike. I find myself counting again now 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi. The ones that I know. There were other times, when a storm sneaked up on us in the night, when I would have to hide alone, under my own bed in my room, but we could always hear one another counting through the walls in the darkness. The closer the storm got, the more frightened we became, as a flash of light lit up whichever room we were hiding in. I'm sure my sisters are probably sharing the same silent memories now. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi. The ones that I know, the doors on the built-in wardrobes that line one wall of the room, all have wooden slats. As I take one last look around, I'm convinced I see one of them move out of the corner of my eye. I stop and stand perfectly still, listening. "Trixie," I whisper. I hear something. "Trixie, are you in there?" The silence that follows suggests I must have imagined it, but then I hear what sounds like someone breathing very quietly. I want to fling the doors open, but I'm scared of what I might find. The ones that I know. A flash of lightning lights up the sky outside the window for a second time, and I think I hear something move behind the wardrobe doors again. It's impossible to ignore now, and I force my feet to take a step closer. I pretend that there is nothing to be afraid of, even though events so far tonight suggest otherwise. The wardrobe is within touching distance, and I slowly reach for the handle. Then there is another flash of lightning. 1 Mississippi. I don't get to 2, the ones that I know. The thunder claps as though eagerly applauding the show before it is over. The noise is almost instant and so loud that it seems to shake the house. The lights go out and I am a child again, terrified in the darkness, too scared to move or make a sound. I tell myself, it's just a power cut, and try to stay calm. But then lightning strikes again. It illuminates everything, including the wardrobe doors, and I see 2 eyes between the slats staring right at me before the room goes black. The ones that I know. Then the doors start to shake and rattle. Someone is trapped inside and they want to get out. 2031 October 2:15 a.m. Less than 4 hours until low tide. It all happens so fast. The lightning, the eyes behind the wardrobe door, the darkness, and then the sound of Rose's voice right behind me in the room. "What are you doing in here?" she asks, and at first I think she means me. The ones that I know. She has a torch, as though she knew the lights were going to go out, which she aims at the wardrobe before flinging the doors open. Poppins the dog jumps out, rushing towards us. She barks and wags her tail before licking Rose's hand. "Who put you in there?" Rose asks. And when the dog doesn't answer, they both turn to stare in my direction. "It wasn't me," I say. "There's no sign of Trixie in the other bedrooms," Connor says, appearing in the gloomy doorway. The ones that I know. He holds up his hand to shield his eyes from the light when Rose points her torch at his face. "Where did you get that?" he asks. "When I checked Nancy's room, it was under the bed," says Rose. "I thought it might come in handy if the lights went out. They often do when there is a storm, and that wasn't all I found there." "Trixie?" Rose lowers her voice to a whisper. "No. This." Connor steps further into the room, and Rose produces a small floral bag. Connor shakes his head. "What is it?" "The ones that I know. It's Lily's missing diabetic kit." "I thought she couldn't find it." "What's it doing under your mother's bed?" "I don't know." The bedroom door squeaks, telling tales on the person behind it. We all turn and take a step back. I'm not the only one who is afraid now. And Rose's torch reveals Lily standing on the landing. She has used her lighter to find her way in the dark and is still holding it up, like someone at a pop concert. Her face looks strange, as though she can't quite see us. The ones that I know, there's no sign of Trixie in Nana's bedroom. "Did you find anything?" "No," answers Rose before anyone else can. "Let's head back downstairs. Maybe Nancy might have had more luck. Try not to worry. We will find Trixie." "Okay," Lily says, nodding, as though desperate for someone else to take charge. The habitual fight has gone out of her, and she seems broken. It's as though Lily's lights switched off when sea glasses did. Rose leads the way with her torch as we creep downstairs in the darkness. The ones that I know. Our silent fear seems as loud as the storm outside. It's even colder down here now that the fire has almost burned itself out, but that isn't why we are huddled together in the lounge. Connor takes a candle from the mantelpiece and lights it, and we return to the window seat, the last place we all saw Trixie. I don't understand. She was right here, Lily says, picking up the blanket and holding it to her nose, like a dog checking for scent. The ones that I know? We'll find her, says Rose, but from the tone of her voice, I'm not convinced she believes it. You look pale. I found this upstairs. When did you last inject? Lily takes the diabetic kit from her and unzips it straight away, hours ago. Where did you find it? Rose stares at the floor. Nancy's room. For some reason, her answer sounds like a lie. My insulin pen is missing, Lily says. Time seems to stop again while we all catch up with life's latest plot twist. Nancy? The ones that I know. Lily calls, but there is no answer. Our mother is now also nowhere to be found. We search the rest of the rooms downstairs together, with Poppins following us. I think she thought it was a game before, but now she walks with her tail between her legs and her ears back. I can't help wondering whether she might be able to hear something we can't, the ones that I know. The thunder and lightning continue as we move through the house with just a torch and a candle, though the storm does at least seem to be moving further away. Trixie, Lily calls her daughter's name repeatedly. We all do, but there is no answer. We step inside the library. It is filled with Nana's books, crammed in no particular order into every available space on the shelves that line the room. The sofa shows no sign of where Rose slept on it earlier, but her overnight bag is in the corner. The ones that I know. The room is cold and dark and empty. Rose leads the way to the kitchen next. It's obvious that the huge room at the back of the house is uninhabited too. But we take it in turns to look under the table, inside cupboards and behind curtains. Connor is taller than the rest of us and accidentally walks into the black and orange paper chains Nana had decorated the ceiling with for Halloween. I feel as though we are going through the motions, scared of running out of places to search. The ones that I know. And we are all trying not to look at the chalk poem written on the wall. We should check Nana's studio, Rose says. She and Lily exchange uncomfortable glances, I think because it is somewhere they were not allowed to go as children. It's probably locked. Always used to be, says Lily, walking towards the door, but when she tries the handle, it swings open with an eerie creak. Even in the dim light, we can all see that the studio has been ransacked. Connor steps inside first. What the? The ones that I know, maybe someone was looking for the book. Nana said she was working on, Rose suggests, offering an answer before anyone had time to ask a question. Or looking for Beatrice Darker author memorabilia they can flog on eBay, Connor says. Rose ignores him. Nana said she was going to write one last book about all of us. Maybe that was something someone didn't want people to read. The studio, which always had an air of organized chaos, has been trashed. The ones that I know. There are drawings and paper strewn all over the floor, drawers pulled out, pencils snapped in two, and paints knocked over. We walk through the mess, from one end of the room to the other, and I notice some of the newer illustrations and poems on the wall. They are all very different, but all very Nana. This is where the story ends, of fractured families and forgotten friends, and people too blind to make amends. The ones that I know. One of my favourite Nana sayings is painted in silver writing over a blue and black background of the sea. It always makes me think of sea glass and of coming back here year after year. If you can't find your way back to happy, navigate to the place you know as less sad. I think Rose might be right. What if someone in the family wanted to find Nana's last book to stop anyone from publishing it? Says Connor. The ones that I know, I think someone should stop playing detective, Lily says. But he carries on regardless. Nana was always hiding secret meanings in the poems she wrote. They were never really just for children. What if someone had secrets they didn't want shared? I say, agreeing with him, secrets worth killing to keep, Connor adds, and that's why they killed her. One of the windows is open, and a gust of wind blows out the candle Connor is carrying. The ones that I know. Can we please concentrate on trying to find my daughter? Lily says. Where is Nancy? I ask. But nobody replies. I think we're too scared of the answers silently auditioning inside our heads. My mother was always a proud and private person. We all know how much she would have hated the idea of someone writing the truth about her or her children, even disguised as fiction. The last little poem on the wall is accompanied by an illustration in Nana's familiar style. The ones that I know. The watercolour silhouette is of three little girls holding hands. It was destined for her final book, the one about us. I'm sure of it. The room feels colder than before when I read the words. The same ones that were on the kitchen table earlier, but this time in Nana's swirly handwriting, which makes me think that someone else found the illustration in here, copied the words, and left them on a scrap of paper in the other room for us to find. The ones that I know, trick or treat the children here before they scream and disappear. I was never allowed to go trick or treating with my sisters when we were children. My mother said it was too risky. As a family, we always dressed up for Halloween. It was Nana's birthday, and she insisted. But then Rose and Lily would be allowed to go trick-or-treating with the rest of the local kids, and I would stay behind, jealous of all the fun they had and the sweets they brought home the next day. The ones that I know the tides meant that they always stayed with friends, unable to get back to Sea Glass until the sea retreated again. That was something else my sisters had that I didn't when we were children. Friends. I was never allowed to make any. Nana always tried to cheer me up with some secret sweets just for me hidden around Sea Glass, while Rose and Lily were out having fun. I'd spend the evening with her sitting by the fire, listening to her stories. The ones that I know, she did not approve of trick-or-treating and would remind me why every year. What we see as innocent fun on Halloween originated as part of a pagan ritual where people dressed up in scary costumes on 31 October to frighten away the dead. They offered food or drink to try to appease them, which is where all the free candy and sweets originated from. In the Middle Ages, the ritual was known as mumming, the ones that I know. By the time Christianity arrived in Europe, a new practice called souling was on the Halloween scene. Poor people would visit the houses of the rich and receive pastries called soul cakes, in exchange for promises to pray for the homeowner's dead relatives. The ones that I know. Scotland took the tradition and bent it a little more out of shape, encouraging young people to visit their neighbours' houses and sing a song, recite a poem, or perform another sort of trick before receiving a treat of nuts, fruit, or coins. The term trick-or-treating wasn't used until the 1920s in America, and Nana said it made a mockery of what started out as an important ritual. The ones that I know. It bothered her a great deal that people were encouraged to fear the dead instead of honour them, and she'd always end her story with the same line. There's no need to be afraid of the dead, it's the living you have to watch out for. We leave Nana's studio together, none the wiser and no closer to finding Trixie. The music room is the last place left to look. I think it turned out that way because none of us want to see my dead father again. The ones that I know. Lightning strikes just before we open the door, and I automatically start counting 1 Mississippi. The lightning lights up the room, and the shadow of the piano casts a dancing pattern over the walls. 2 Mississippi. There is no sign of Trixie in here either. Nothing out of place at all, apart from the missing piano key I spotted earlier. I remember middle C and see that it's a B key that has gone 3 Mississippi. Then I realise that's not the only thing missing. The ones that I know. My father's dead body has disappeared, just like Nana's did before. Connor steps forward. What? The F! Thunder rumbles in the distance, and we all stare at one another in the darkness. Our faces are mostly in shadow, but look equally scared. Lily steps closer to Rose and holds her hand, the way she did when they were children. The rain that has been lashing the windows seems to pause for thought, and there are a few brief seconds of total silence. The ones that I know, until we all hear the sound of scratching, like nails on a chalkboard out in the hall. 31 October 2:25 a.m. Less than 4 hours until low tide. Connor snatches the torch from Rose's hand and rushes out into the hallway. None of us are far behind, and when we catch up, we see the source of the sound. Poppins is scratching at the cupboard under the stairs, and she starts to whimper. Lily steps forward and tries to open the door, but it's locked. Trixie? The ones that I know, she calls, banging her fist against it. Are you in there? There is no answer. Lily bangs on the door again, louder this time, and the wooden door rattles on its elderly hinges. She shakes the handle in frustration. Let me try, says Connor, giving the torch back to Rose, but he can't open the door either. Where is the key for this bloody cupboard? Lily asks, but I suspect none of us know. The dog barks and scratches at the door again. Be quiet, Poppins, Lily shouts. The ones that I know. She has the key. Rose whispers. What? Poppins has the key. Have you lost your mind? It's attached to her collar. Look, Rose says, shining the torch down at the dog. We seem to stare at Poppins for a long time before anyone says anything else. She blinks back in our direction, peering out from behind the two little plaits that keep her hair away from her eyes, looking a smidgen guilty, if I'm honest. The ones that I know. But it doesn't seem rational, even to my irrational family, that an old English sheepdog could be behind everything that has happened here tonight. Rose bends down to remove the key from the collar. It's hard to see anything in the dim light, and it takes her a while to untie it. Hurry up, says Lily. I'm trying my best, Rose replies calmly. When she finally removes the key, she slots it into the locked door and we hold our breath. We were all afraid of this cupboard as children. The ones that I know. We knew that there were mice and cobwebs in there. I used to imagine a family of giant spiders living in the shadows, waiting to feed on anyone foolish enough to enter. Rose turns the key, and the door creaks as she slowly pulls it open. It's too dark to see inside. There was never a light. The rest of us peer over her shoulder from the imagined safety of the hallway as Rose steps forward, shining the torch. The first thing I register is the smell. Bad things happen when people die. The ones that I know. The first thing I see is Nana. She's sitting on the floor of the cupboard, leaning against the exposed brick wall in the gloom. She would look like someone taking a nap in a cupboard, if it weren't for the grey colouring of her skin, the giant bloody gash on her head, and the blood that has spilled all down her cheek and onto the shoulder of her white cotton nightdress. The ones that I know. The piece of chalk she was holding when we first found her has been replaced with a pen and paintbrush, tied to her hand with a red ribbon. My father's body has been moved in here too, with his broken conductor's baton still tied to his right hand in the same way. It hovers in mid-air, presumably thanks to rigor mortis, as if he is conducting an invisible orchestra in the cupboard under the stairs. The surreal image creates a flashback in my mind, one I would rather not picture. The ones that I know. I think it must have been early 1983. The third time I died was the first time I lied about it. My dad had a series of ornamental girlfriends after my parents parted company. They were almost always the same person in my memory. Someone pretty and half his age who played in his orchestra. Men are infinitely more predictable than women, and the way my father behaved before and after the divorce was borderline cliched. But there is really no telling what an angry woman will do. The ones that I know. My mother stored up her anger until it was as much a part of her as we were. I don't think my sisters or Nancy took any of Dad's relationships with his musicians, mostly violinists, who I've always been suspicious of ever since, seriously. They never lasted more than a few months until Rebecca. She was beautiful and funny and clever and kind. The ones that I know. Even now I can still picture her long blonde hair, pale skin and blue eyes, perhaps because she looked so different from all of us with our darker family features. Rebecca encouraged Dad to spend more time with his daughters, taking us on trips to Thorpe Park and Madame Tussauds in the school holidays. She took us to McDonald's for Happy Meals, which I confess did make us happy, and she plaited our hair in ways we'd never seen before. We adored Rebecca. My mother did not. The ones that I know. I can only imagine how awful it must have been when we came home beaming, and full of stories about how wonderful Dad's new girlfriend was. Children can be so indiscreet. I was happy with the whole arrangement, until the night my father was asked to conduct a special evening of music at the Royal Albert Hall. It was his life's ambition, and all of us, including Nana and Nancy, were invited to witness the momentous occasion, the ones that I know. We had our own box to watch the performance of a lifetime, and were allowed in early to have a tour of the concert hall before anyone else arrived. Lily hated the whole thing. She thought it was boring, and I always remember what she said that day. It was one of the only times I can recall my sister being genuinely funny, and the memory still makes me smile now. I'd rather he was a bus conductor, at least then we could get free rides. The ones that I know. When Dad came to meet us, an hour or so before the show was due to start, He walked into the box with Rebecca. She was smiling and appeared to glow with happiness, and I noticed, despite being only 7, how her presence seemed to make my mother shrink into the shadows. "We have some news." My father beamed at his first family. Rebecca held out her hand for us all to see, and I didn't understand the significance until she spoke. "Your dad has asked me to marry him, and I've said yes, the ones that I know." I stared at the ring on her hand. Then I turned to my mother, who looked as though she had been punched. Her face was pinched tight, as if every muscle was working its hardest to hold her smile in place. Nana's mouth formed a perfect O. I had never seen what she looked like when surprised before. My sisters and I shuffled closer together, as though instinct told us our pack was under threat. The ones that I know. Sometimes the thinnest of threads can tether people to one another, and that was always true in my family. Thoughts collided inside my head, bad ones, causing a series of small explosions. Until that moment, I think I always thought that my parents would get back together one day. We had all agreed that Rebecca was wonderful, but our opinion of her changed in a heartbeat. The ones that I know now. She was an awful, hateful witch of a woman who I had adored only a few minutes earlier, because she was trying to destroy my family. I can remember my sisters spinning me round and round as a child, on the beach or in the garden, then telling me to try to walk in a straight line. It was impossible, and for some reason very funny, to be that dizzy. We would laugh as I staggered and swayed all over the place before collapsing in a heap. The ones that I know, but when I thought my dad was going to marry someone who wasn't my mother, I felt a very bad kind of dizzy. Then I felt sick. Then I fainted. I'm sure that's all it was. The Albert Hall was extremely hot. The box we were in was very high up, and the idea of my father remarrying caught me off guard. I just fainted. But Nancy was convinced my heart had stopped again, having literally been broken by Dad's news. The ones that I know. An ambulance was called, and I was rushed away to hospital, along with the rest of the Darker family women. My dad stayed with his orchestra and his fiancée. We never got to see him fulfill his dream on stage at the Albert Hall, and we never got to see him marry Rebecca. She broke it off 2 weeks later, saying that she couldn't be with someone who put his career before his child, even when they had been rushed to hospital. The ones that I know, it was all my fault, and my heart didn't really stop that day, not that I ever told anyone. It was the first time I understood that withholding the truth was almost, but not quite, the same as lying. And although I felt guilty about everything that happened as a result, I never confessed. You can get away with murder when everyone thinks you are dying. "Trixie," screams Lily, snapping me out of the memory. The ones that I know. I turn to see where my sister is looking at the very back of the cupboard under the stairs and spot my niece curled up on the floor in the shadows. Her pink pajamas are covered in dust and dirt. There are cobwebs in her hair. Her eyes are closed and her skin is so white she looks like a ghost. She doesn't move, even when Lily screams her name a second time. 22, 31 October, 2:30 a.m. Less than 4 hours until low tide, Rose crawls inside the cupboard and gently pulls Trixie out. The ones that I know. Nobody speaks, and the house is eerily silent. It seems strange to me that Lily doesn't rush to her daughter's side, but I think she must be in shock. We all are, except for Rose, who takes charge of the situation again. She carefully lays Trixie on the parquet floor in the hall. "Hold the torch steady," she barks at Connor, leaning down over my niece, and feeling for a pulse it seems to take the longest time, but finally Rose nods. She's alive. Oh, thank God. The ones that I know, Lily says, but the smile soon slides off her face. "Who did this?" Nobody answers. "Which one of you did this? She didn't lock herself in the bloody cupboard." "Wait," says Rose. "She's alive, but something isn't right." We watch as she examines Trixie from head to toe. She's unconscious, deathly pale, and I notice that one of her socks is missing. Rose sees it too, and stares down at her bare foot. "There is a small amount of dried blood between her toes," Rose says almost to herself. The ones that I know. "What does that mean?" asks Lily. "I can't be sure, but my best guess is that someone has injected her with something." "What?" Who? I don't know, Rose replies. But we can't find Nancy. Your diabetic kit was in her bedroom, and your insulin pen is now missing from it. Lily shakes her head. You can't seriously be suggesting that our mother did this to Trixie. She loves her grandchild far more than she ever loved us. Rose sighs and seems to visibly deflate. Then where is Nancy now? The ones that I know. We don't have time for this. I need your diabetic kit. Lily hands it to her, and Rose takes a small device from the bag. Nobody dares to ask what she is doing, and I feel as though we are all holding our breath. Rose pricks Trixie's finger and squeezes a tiny drop of blood onto the machine. I think she's been injected with insulin. If I'm right, we have to act quickly. Or, just do whatever you need to do, Lily says in a quiet voice, and it is so strange to see her crying and vulnerable. The ones that I know. She was always the indestructible sister. Rose runs to the library where she slept and returns with a bag of her own. It looks like an old-fashioned brown leather doctor's bag, a gift from Nana when Rose got a place at Cambridge to study veterinary science. She opens it, takes out a large needle and a small vial. What is that? Asks Connor. Glucagon. There should be some in Lily's kit, but that's missing too. It's the same treatment for dogs. So if I'm right, then what if you're wrong? The ones that I know. Lily whispers. Rose ignores her and injects the drug into Trixie's arm. We wait for what feels like forever. Time seems impossible to tell. Then Trixie opens her eyes. They blink a few times before finding Lily. Mum? Oh, thank God. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Lily says, sweeping Trixie up in her arms and kissing her. I'm crying tears of joy and relief and love. Looking around, I see that we all are. Nobody who is here now would ever have hurt this child, the ones that I know. A short while later, we are all back in the lounge, with a chair up against the door to prevent anyone coming into or out of the room. We have barricaded ourselves inside and added some logs to the fire for heat. Rose has lit some old candles for light. Even in the darkness, I can see that Lily is trembling. Trixie is by her side, wrapped in a blanket, staring at the flames. We don't have anything to eat or drink, but I doubt any of us have an appetite. The ones that I know. It feels as though none of us want to acknowledge what is happening here tonight, as if maybe by not talking about it, we can pretend it isn't. Nana and Dad are dead, and Nancy is missing. Either she did something very bad, or I fear something very bad has happened to her. The last thing Trixie remembers is drinking a cup of tea, which we all know contained one of my mother's sleeping pills, and Lily placing a blanket over her on the window seat. She doesn't remember being in the cupboard, the ones that I know, or how she got there, or who locked her inside, or who she was in there with. All Trixie knows is that she went to sleep on the window seat, then woke up in the hall. I know that being completely oblivious about everything that happened in between is best for her, but it's frustrating and frightening for the rest of us. I think back to last night when we were all sitting around Nana's kitchen table, joking about how we would murder someone if we wanted to get away with it. The ones that I know. Rose was the one who said insulin between the toes. Seems like someone had the same idea as her and tried using it to kill my niece. I can't believe any of this is really happening, and can't think of anyone who would hate my family enough to do this to us. I look around the room. Everyone in it had a reason to be upset with Nana because of the will. My mother and Lily both hated my father for a long time after the divorce, but nobody here would want to hurt Trixie. The ones that I know. Surely I must be right about that. The power comes back on, making us all jump, and light floods the room. Well, that's a good sign, says Lily. Is it? Replies Rose, before examining Trixie again to make sure she is really okay. I can't help noticing the handgun in Rose's leather bag as she packs her things away. And I'm not the only one. Trixie's eyes are wide as saucers, and her face writes a question mark on itself. Why do you have a gun, Auntie Rose? She asks. The ones that I know. I thought you said that was somewhere safe? Lily says. Rose sighs at Lily. It was. But after everything that has happened, I feel safer having it with me. She turns back to Trixie. Sometimes vets need guns. They probably look a lot like the guns you see on TV, because they are. But vets use them for different reasons. It's very sad. But if an animal is seriously poorly, then you shoot it? Trixie asks. Sometimes, but only if that's the only option. The ones that I know, if the animal is in lots of pain. Would you shoot one of us if we were in pain? My niece asks without a hint of irony. You should try to get some rest. We'll all leave as soon as the tide lets us. You're going to be okay, I promise. Trixie's face attempts a smile, but it doesn't take. She's old enough and clever enough to know that we haven't told her everything about what has happened here tonight. Rose goes to leave the lounge. Where are you going? Lily asks, sounding afraid. The ones that I know. I'll be back in less than a minute. I just want to check something. Do you want me to come with you? Connor offers. Rose stares at him for a long time, but leaves without giving a reply, which I suppose is an answer in itself. The rest of us sit in silence as the fire spits and crackles. Shadows dance around the walls and across our faces, the thoughts inside our individual heads so loud that I can almost hear them. Connor gets up to leave the room a few minutes later. The ones that I know. I follow him, watch from the doorway, and see him standing too close to Rose out in the hall. Are you okay? He asks her. No. Of course not, Rose whispers back. I came to get the key from the cupboard door, she says, patting the pocket of her jeans. I think it's a master key. If I'm right, we can lock ourselves in the lounge until the tide goes out. Someone here tried to kill Trixie, and I don't think this is over. I think you're right. But who? And why? I don't know. The ones that I know. But until we figure this out, we're all in danger, Rose says. It started with Nana, so it has to have been someone who was upset with her. I don't think it was just about the will either. Somebody trashed her studio looking for something, so my guess is it's someone who didn't like the idea of her writing one last novel about this family, someone with a secret. We all have secrets, says Rose. Yes, but we don't all go around killing people in order to keep them. The ones that I know. Rose stares at him when he says that, but Connor is too lost in thought to notice. Who had a motive to kill Frank, he continues. And why would someone try to kill Trixie? Did she see something she shouldn't have last night when she came downstairs and discovered Nana's body? Something which might identify the killer? Whoever it is, there's someone who likes to tidy things away, out of sight, Rose says, staring at the cupboard under the stairs. Connor opens the cupboard door a little wider. The ones that I know, it still has all of our names and ages and a ladder of a line with our heights written inside it. I read the top 3. Daisy, aged 13, 5 feet, 1 inch. Rose, aged 10, 4 feet, 7 inches. Lily, aged 9, 4 feet, 2 inches. It's the only place in space and time where I was ever taller than them. At least we know where the missing bodies are, Connor says. And that explains why Poppins was scratching at the cupboard door. That dog could never bear to be away from Nana for more than a minute. The ones that I know. Rose closes the cupboard door and locks it. I don't want to see what's in there anymore, and I don't want to talk about it. They start walking back towards the lounge, and I retreat inside the room. I'm not sure why, but I'm glad they didn't see me. I feel like I'm missing a piece of the puzzle, and it's increasingly difficult to know who to trust. Everyone is afraid now, and they are right to be. Someone is killing the Darker family one by one, the ones that I know, and I fear it's only a matter of time until it happens again. 23:31 October 2000 M. Less than 4 hours until low tide. Back in the lounge, Lily and Trixie are still sitting huddled together on the sofa, trying to keep warm. Rose slots the cupboard key into the lounge door, and she's right. It is a master key. What are you doing? Asks Lily, locking us inside until the tide goes out, to keep us all safe. But what about Nancy? Lily asks. She isn't safe. The ones that I know, she's out there somewhere. She didn't just vanish. Am I the only one who cares about our mother and is worried about her? Nobody answers. Are we just not going to talk about it? I suppose that is what we normally do in this family, as though pretending something bad didn't happen will mean it never did. I know what you're all thinking, but Nancy wouldn't do this. Do what? Trixie asks. She doesn't know what really happened to her. She doesn't even know that Dad is dead. The ones that I know, as far as she knows. Nana had an accident, and we're all just waiting for the tide to go out. Maybe we shouldn't have this conversation in front of Trixie, I say. But Lily ignores me. My sister is always a stranger to any point I try to make. I've been thinking about everything that has happened tonight, and the only explanation is that someone else is here at Seaglass, Lily says. The ones that I know. Someone else has been here the whole time since before we arrived, waiting for us to go to bed and then picking us off one by one. Someone close to the family. Someone who knew about Nana's 80th birthday and that we'd all be here to celebrate it. Everyone knew that Halloween was Nana's birthday. She made us celebrate it every year, says Rose. Connor nods. The ones that I know. And everyone knew that she believed it would be her last because of that premonition by the palm reader in Timbuktu, Land's End, Rose corrects, whatever. They said her 80th birthday would be her last. Which it was. She was literally found in a puddle of her own blood just after midnight. My niece starts to quietly cry. I'm sorry, Trixie, Connor says. That was very insensitive of me. This has been a terrible night for all of us. But you must be so upset about Nana and Frank, the ones that I know. Trixie frowns. What's wrong with Grandad? Nothing. Lily lies. He's just very upset about Nana, so he's having a lie down too. Trixie asks. Nobody knows what to say, including me. But Lily isn't the only one to think that Nancy isn't responsible for any of the things that have happened here tonight. And she's right to be worried about her. My mother can be many unpleasant things, sometimes all at once, but a killer isn't one of them. I'm certain of that. The ones that I know. There is a picture on the mantelpiece above the fireplace, which I often find myself staring at. It's of 3 generations of darker family women. Nana, my mother, my sisters and me at Seaglass, posing like the happy family we rarely were, here in this room. I'm guessing it would have been 1983, when I was 7, because of the matching blue dresses my sisters and I are wearing. I remember the day Nancy and I went to town to buy them. The ones that I know, I lied to my mother that day, and I don't think she ever found out the truth. The trouble with little white lies is that they sometimes grow up to become big, dark ones. 24. Seaglass, 1983. My mother always dressed up to go shopping. For her, it was like putting on a show. I remember that she was in a good mood that day. It was a rare and therefore memorable thing. The ones that I know, Nancy sang along to the car radio as we drove along the coastal road into town, completely out of tune, to a song called Stayin' Alive. She had a video of a film that had the same song in it, something about a man called John Travolta who had a fever on a Saturday night. Her favourite shop in the whole wide world was called Debenhams, and that was where we were headed. We were at Seaglass for the Easter holidays, but Nana didn't come with us. She hated all forms of shopping. The ones that I know. Material things only matter to material people, she would say, but Nancy loved to shop. The only problem with her spending habits and expensive taste was that we rarely had any money in those days. The divorce settlement was generous, but after paying the mortgage on our tiny house in London and my sister's school fees, there was very little left over, which was why the start of the sales was very important to Nancy. Ones that I know, we had to get there on day 1, as soon as the shop doors opened, even if that meant queuing. The only thing my mother loved more than shopping was believing that she had paid less for something than it was worth. I loathed being dragged around department stores. They were too big, and I was too small, and I was always afraid of getting lost. I preferred the smaller shops we used to visit on our old high street, the ones that I know. I always loved Woolworths because of the pick and mix. The memory of all those cola bottles, cherry lips, and flying saucers still makes me smile. Lily's favourite shops were Our Price, where she went to buy the latest cassettes and music posters, and Tammy Girl and C&A, where she and Rose shopped for clothes. The ones that I know. I always enjoyed our trips to Blockbuster Video, even if I was rarely allowed to choose which film we would rent, and visits to the little independent bookshop with Nana were my favourite outings. Buying books was the only form of shopping she ever enjoyed. It makes me sad to realise that none of those shops exist now. So many high streets are more like ghost towns these days. The ones that I know, Nancy pushed through the crowds and headed straight up the escalator to the children's department in Debenhams, where she quickly chose two new dresses for Rose and Lily. I had to run to keep up with her walk, but I remember the navy blue velvet dresses with white collars and how much I wanted one of my own. My mother always liked to dress my sisters in matching clothes, as though they were twins, but I rarely had anything new to wear. The ones that I know. We went up another floor to women's fashion, so that Nancy could buy a little something for herself. My mother always walked up the escalator in her hurry to find a bargain. The moving steps were very big, and 7-year-old me found it difficult to keep up. I've been scared of escalators ever since. I always felt as though I was going to slip or trip or fall through the cracks. I had to jump when we reached the end to avoid the gap and certain death. The ones that I know on arrival in women's fashion. Nancy started to browse the reduced price clothes like it was a sport. I remember the ugly sound of hangers screeching across the metal rails. If other shoppers dared to get in her way, Nancy would tut until they moved. My feet started to ache in my second-hand shoes, which were pretty but too small, so while I waited for Nancy to find the things she thought would make her happy, I sat down and collected the coat hanger size cubes that had fallen to the floor. The ones that I know. There were different colours for each size in those days. Orange for 10, green for 12, blue for 14. Nancy has almost always been a size 10, and I wonder if that's why I hate the colour orange. Everything was fine until we got to the changing room. My mother had taken in the maximum number of dresses to try on, but started to get upset almost right away because the first dress didn't seem to fit. "Just pull the zip up," she said, glaring at me in the mirror as I tried, and failed to help. "The ones that I know, it won't budge," I replied, tugging on the zipper, and she tutted and shook her head at me as though it was my fault. "There must be something wrong with the sizing of this dress," Nancy said, pulling it off over her head and dumping it on the floor. But the next dress, another size 10, didn't fit either. Nor did the next one. That's when Nancy started to cry. Having children ruined my body. Ruined it. The sacrifices I have made for you. The ones that I know. I think you look beautiful," I said, shoving my hands into my pockets, not really knowing what to say or do. I could just go and get you a bigger size. I was so scared by the look my mother gave me then. I ran out of the changing room without waiting for a reply. Some of the size cubes I had picked up earlier were still in my pockets. Feeling them gave me an idea. The ones that I know. I found the dress my mother liked the most out on the shop floor, went on tiptoe to select it in a size 12, then changed the green size cube on the hanger for an orange size 10. I ran back to the changing room. "I already tried that one," Nancy snapped, staring at the dress as though it had offended her. "But maybe this one will fit," I said, holding it out in both hands like a fabric peace offering. "It did look very pretty on you." She snatched the dress and started to pull it on. The ones that I know, when I helped zip it all the way up at the back. She smiled at herself in the mirror. Then she smiled at me. I don't know whether Nancy ever looked at the size labels sewn into the inside of the dress she bought for herself that day. All my mother ever really cared about was what was on the outside, what other people saw, and how they viewed her. I still think it's a very sad way to live, the ones that I know. But we stopped off in the children's department again before we left Debenhams that afternoon, and my mother bought me the same dress she had bought for my sisters. It was the first and only time she dressed me the same way as them. Sometimes the things that make one person sad are the same things that can make another person happy. Nancy sang along to the radio again as we drove home. There were big bags full of half-price dresses in the boot of her little red Mini. The ones that I know. All of them with the wrong size on the hangers. I never told her what I did because sometimes keeping secrets is the kindest thing to do. I still remember how happy she was, until we saw a boy walking alone along the coastal path near Sea Glass. I guess Connor would have been 13 at the time. That awkward stage where he still looked like a boy but was starting to think and behave like a man. He was limping. My mother pulled up beside him and gasped when she saw his face. The ones that I know. He had a black eye and a bloody lip. "Stay here," she ordered, yanking the handbrake as though it were to blame. She got out of the car and rushed over to Connor. "Did your dad do this to you?" Nancy asked. Our whole family knew about Connor's dad, and my parents did not approve of Nana getting involved. They viewed spending what they saw as their inheritance on Connor's father's rehab as a waste of time and money. My mother had been waiting for the moment when she would be proved right. The ones that I know. Connor looked away and stared at Black Sand Bay down below the cliffs. Nancy tried again, softening the edges of her words. "You don't need to say it out loud if you don't want to, but I do need to know what happened. Connor, did your father do this to you? Nod or shake your head." Connor stared at her, but he didn't move his head or even blink. "Jump in the back seat," she said, and he did as he was told, sliding in beside me. He stank of blood and sweat. The ones that I know, my mother was more than capable of hurting her own children behind closed doors, albeit only with words, but she could not tolerate the thought of any other child coming to harm. The car's brakes squealed as we pulled up outside Connor's dad's cottage, the one Nana had lovingly renovated a couple of years earlier. Sadly, people can be harder to restore than places. "Stay there, both of you," Nancy ordered, the ones that I know. She got out of the spotlessly clean Mini and tutted at the state of Connor's dad's blue Volvo. It was so dirty, I couldn't read the number plate, even though we were parked right behind it. "He's going to kill someone driving drunk along that cliff road one day," she muttered, and I watched, with my face pressed against our car window, as Nancy marched up to Connor's house. I started whispering under my breath, waiting for my mother to strike like lightning. 1 Mississippi. 2 Mississippi. The ones that I know. 3 Mississippi. I didn't have long to wait. "Open this door," Nancy yelled, banging her fist on it. "My mother-in-law might have been taken in by you, but I know people like you never change. You are a disgrace of a man. Your son is sitting in my car looking broken, and I thought you might want to say goodbye before I take him back to Seaglass and make sure you never see him or hurt him again." Nancy had fallen for Connor by then, just like the rest of the women in the Darker family. The ones that I know, we all wanted to protect him. It was instinct. Not something any of us thought to question or knew how to explain. Like if you found an abandoned puppy, you couldn't help wanting to protect him and give him a home. I looked at Connor, but he just stared at the floor of the car, his hands forming 2 little fists in his lap. The cottage door opened, and I could feel my heart beating so fast I thought it might burst right out of my chest. Then a man I didn't recognize appeared in the doorway. The ones that I know. He looked like Connor's dad, but at the same time, he didn't. The man I had seen before was all too often a skinny, smelly, dirty man, with torn clothes, a beard, and long hair. This man stood tall with his head held high. His hair was neatly cut, his face was cleanly shaved. He'd put on weight, looked as though he'd been working out, and was dressed in clean clothes. I remember that his trousers and shirt seemed to have a ridiculous number of pockets, and I wondered what he kept in them all, the ones that I know. He folded his tanned arms and smiled. The world seemed topsy-turvy as my mother, who thought she was the hero of this particular story, appeared to be in the wrong, while the baddie had become a calm, well-mannered, good-looking man. "Hello, Mrs. Darker," he said, before inviting us all inside. It turned out that Connor's dad hadn't started drinking again or hitting his son. I watched while he very slowly made some tea, the ones that I know. He looked like a man who had never been in a hurry to do anything or get anywhere his whole life. Despite the slow motion, Mr. Kennedy had very much got his life back on track and was working as head gardener at a National Trust property a few miles away. That sounded good to me, but Connor said his dad was always careless with jobs and often lost them, even before his mother died. It turned out that Connor had been a little bit careless himself, the ones that I know. He was getting into trouble at school and was in a fight with a boy 3 years older than him that day. I found out later that the boy had been spreading rumours about Lily and Rose, and Connor was defending them. Lily, who loved Easter because of all the chocolate, had promised to give some of the local boys a peek inside her panties in exchange for an egg. The bigger the egg, the longer they got to look. She was 11 years old. The ones that I know. That was just the start of my sister getting a name for herself, for all the wrong reasons in Blacksun Bay. My mother, thankfully, never found out the truth. Connor's dad opened a first aid kit, cleaned up his son's face, then served us all tea and biscuits in the kitchen. The house was just as clean and tidy as the man who owned it, and it was a surreal experience to see my mother lost for words. Even stranger to hear her apologize. The ones that I know. "I'm so sorry, I just thought that—" "It's okay." "I would have thought the same thing," Mr. Kennedy said with a polite smile. "I was broken after my wife passed away, and I'm sorry for all the things your family had to see. That wasn't me, at least not the real me. I'm still grieving, but I feel more like myself again now. I'm so grateful for everything that your mother-in-law did for me, and my son, when times were tough. I've even started writing about it. A book? Maybe? The ones that I know. I haven't decided, and I don't know if it's good enough yet, but writing about it, the overwhelming grief, the drink, all of it, helps me to process what I became. And if sharing that experience, as awful as it was, might help others to not take the same path, or find a way back if they already have, then maybe—" He turned to Connor. "I hope you thanked Mrs. Darker for bringing you home. It's fine. And I've told him to call me Nancy, so you should do the same. The ones that I know. I've always liked the name Nancy. Perhaps we could start over. I'm Bradley. It's good to meet you." He held out his hand, and my mother blushed when she shook it. "I didn't know you were a gardener," she said, taking a sip of tea, anything to keep her hands busy and out of reach. "Maybe you could give me some advice for the little patch of land at the back of Seaglass." "I'd be happy to." She blushed again. My mother-in-law was going to invite Connor to visit us on Easter Sunday. The ones that I know, my older girls are home from school, and it's nice for them to spend time with someone their own age. Maybe you could join us too if you're free. "I'll check my diary," Mr. Kennedy said with a straight face, when he smiled, and my mother realized he was joking. She laughed. I noticed again what a rare sound it was to hear. It was strangely beautiful, just like her. The ones that I know, I might never have gone to school, but I felt like I learned a lot of valuable lessons that day, including that people aren't always what they appear to be. A middle-aged man with a drinking problem might just be a person poisoned by an all-consuming grief, while a middle-class woman with nice manners and nice things might just be a failed actress who can't handle being a dress size bigger than she wants to be. The ones that I know, life is a performance, and we don't all like the scripts we're given. Sometimes it's best to write your own. Connor and his dad did visit us at Seaglass that Easter. They wore suits and ties and brought chocolate eggs for the whole family. Mr. Kennedy spent a lot of time out in the garden with Nancy, and we listened to the sound of her laughing all afternoon. The ones that I know. Bradley Kennedy never gave up drinking for good, but at that moment in time he seemed to know when to stop, and he never laid a finger on Connor again. When I look at that picture of the Darker family women on Nana's mantelpiece now, I remember that Connor took it that Easter, using the Polaroid camera my father had given him. In the photo, Nana is wearing a pink dress and a purple Easter bonnet. Lily, Rose and I are all wearing matching dresses for the first and only time. The ones that I know. They are the navy blue velvet ones from Debenhams. Nancy is dressed in one of her Audrey Hepburn ensembles, and she looks very pleased with herself indeed. She is gazing just off camera. I think she was looking at Connor's dad. I smiled too when I look at the image of her back then, because I was so proud of her for what she did that day, ready to stick up for Connor, no matter what. She was protective of those she cared about, the ones that I know. And if she loved something, or someone, she loved them with all her heart. I just wish she had loved me that way. My mother might never have fulfilled her ambition of becoming an actress, but at least some of her dreams came true. She had a good life, a nice home, and a beautiful family. What happened a few years later was not her fault. Neither is anything that is happening now. Sometimes we have to let go of what we had in order to hold on to what we've got. 31 October 20:45 a.m. The ones that I know less than 4 hours until low tide. Shouldn't we at least look for Nancy? Lily says, and the rest of us stare at her. It feels safer to me if we all just stay here, Rose replies. They both look at Connor, who is busy checking that the windows are locked. Is that what you think too? Lily asks him. We searched the whole house when we were looking for Trixie. If Nancy had wanted to be found, we would have found her. I agree with Rose. Lily pulls an ugly face. The ones that I know. I guess some things never change. I understand why the others suspect Nancy, but they're wrong. The fourth time I died, I was here at Seaglass. It was spring 1984, and Nancy and I were sitting on her favourite bench in the garden, pressing flowers. It was something she liked to do, but not when they were perfect and pretty, only when they were dead. Ideas are sown in our heads, just like seeds. The ones that I know. Some are scattered and soon forgotten. Others take root and grow to become something much bigger than they were in the beginning. Sometimes we make notes in the margins of our minds, thoughts and ideas that are just for us alone to read and ponder over. Thoughts and ideas we do not share. I've never forgotten what my mother said that day. We only really acknowledge the beauty and brilliance of someone or something when they die, she said, holding her pruning shears and deadheading some roses. The ones that I know. Snip. She handed me a ball of dark crimson petals before moving on to some white lilies. I've always found that strange, the way people don't appreciate what they have until it is gone. Snip. Then she bent down and cut a few dead daisies from the lawn. Seconds later, it was as though they were never there. Snip. Snip. The silver heart-shaped locket my father had given her one Christmas dangled from her neck. The ones that I know. She'd worn it every day since, and I imagined pretty pictures of my sisters inside. My mother used to hold it between her thumb and her index finger when she was thinking. I wondered if she thought of them when she did. I don't remember why we were together at Seaglass without my sisters. Normally Nancy dropped me off alone when they were at school and she needed to disappear. The ones that I know. She had joined an amateur dramatics group in London and spent an increasing amount of time getting out of parental duties and getting into character for performances at the town hall. The local newspaper once described her as a hard act to follow. They did not mean it kindly. Nancy said we weren't allowed to see her in a show until she was cast in a lead role, which meant we never saw her on stage. I know Nana liked having the adult company when my mother came to stay at Seaglass. The ones that I know, the two women had more in common than either of them realised or cared to admit. Acting and writing are surprisingly similar, and the wish to walk in someone else's shoes, which is what actors and writers do, is a very human desire. But if they forget to take those shoes off, or forget who they really are, it can be a dangerous obsession. Sometimes London was a little too loud for Nancy. Whenever she was having one of what she called her blue days, she needed to hibernate. The ones that I know, those days frequently coincided with her not getting a part she had auditioned for, or finding grey hairs, or not liking how she looked in a photo. But there were often times when I couldn't tell what triggered my mother's melancholy. When she was low, she preferred silence and solitude to hustle and bustle, and Seaglass became a place of sanctuary. Nancy would disappear into a world of her own when we were by the sea. The ones that I know, when the tide rolled in surrounding Seaglass with salty waves, it felt like a moat, separating her from the rest of mankind and the people who had hurt her. Because someone hurt my mother, it's the only explanation I can think of for why she was the way she was. We dried and pressed the dead flowers between the pages of her observer's book of wildflowers that afternoon, drinking homemade lemonade and enjoying the sunshine. And for a little while, I think we were almost happy. The ones that I know, but it didn't last. Are all the flowers in Nana's garden wild? I asked. All living things are wild, Nancy answered, even children, especially children. As she closed the book on the flattened daisies, the least interesting or beautiful of the flowers she picked, I felt as though she'd like to flatten me between the pages of a book, too. It's hard to explain, but it was the first time I truly understood that my mother didn't really love me, the ones that I know. The sea sounded louder, and I remember feeling filled with sorrow, as though the lonely thoughts inside my young head might drown me. I was nothing but a disappointment, a broken promise. She blamed herself for my broken heart, and when she looked at me, all she saw was guilt. In that moment, I understood that my mother loved my sisters, and she loved that garden, but her love for me was not evergreen, or even perennial. It would not grow back. Sad memories hide inside us, all like ghosts, the ones that I know. It started the way it always did, a strange sensation in my chest. Then I could hear my heart beat in my ears, even louder than the waves crashing on the rocks around sea glass. Nancy sensed something was wrong when she looked at my face. "Is it happening again?" she asked, without saying what. I nodded. "I think so." She just stared at me. "Is everything all right?" called Nana from the house. There was only a brief hesitation, but it was there before Nancy told her to call an ambulance. The ones that I know, by the time she did, I was lying on the grass, my arms hugging my chest, my face pressed against the spot where the dead daisies used to be. Nana and Nancy carried me across the causeway and up the cliff path wrapped in a blanket to meet the paramedics on the road. The tide was already coming in, and I was running out of time. My heart stopped just before the ambulance arrived with a defibrillator. The ones that I know. I always remember the dying part, the excruciating pain in my chest, the way it felt as though someone was squeezing the air out of my lungs, and the dizzy, light-headed moment just before blacking out. Then an infinite black. My heart didn't beat for 3 minutes, and I don't remember anything about it. Nothing at all. Sometimes I feel jealous of other people's near-death stories, the ones that I know. For me, despite having died so often, there have never been any white lights or long tunnels or men with white beards waiting to welcome me at the pearly gates. My experiences were frightfully dull in comparison. I was there and then I wasn't. But I do remember waking up on an unfamiliar ward. I was in hospital for 4 weeks the 4th time I died. The ones that I know, because we were in Cornwall when it happened, there wasn't time to get me to the Children's Hospital in London, where I'd been treated so many times before. At first, I was on a ward with all kinds of people, some very old, some very young, with all kinds of problems. The one thing that they had in common was that they all seemed more interested in my health than their own. It has always fascinated me how people seem to know so little about how their bodies work, the ones that I know, but maybe that's because their bodies do work, and it is human nature to take things that aren't broken for granted. I lost count of all the people I had to explain my heart condition to during that stay. Over and over, I had to teach grown adults how their hearts worked and clarify why mine didn't. People seem to know more about how their phones function than their own bodies. It's bizarre and makes no sense to me. The ones that I know. The heart is a muscle, cleverly designed to pump blood all around the body and keep you alive. It's simple and very complicated at the same time. The right side of your heart receives oxygen-poor blood from your veins and pumps it to your lungs, where it picks up oxygen and gets rid of carbon dioxide. The left side of your heart receives oxygen-rich blood from your lungs and pumps it through your arteries to the rest of your body. The ones that I know, a septum separates the right and left sides, and the left side has thicker walls because it needs to put the blood under higher pressure. The heart is so strong that this whole process only takes about 1 minute, so if it stops for any reason, the person it belongs to stops pretty soon after. I find people glaze over when I start talking about atriums or ventricles or my problematic aorta, so it's easier to just say, "I've got a faulty valve." The ones that I know. "My radiator had one of those," a woman on the ward said. I didn't know how to reply to that, so just nodded and smiled until she shuffled away in her back-to-front hospital gown. Me being in hospital was like a holiday for my mother. The dark circles beneath her eyes were several shades lighter than before. Every time I almost died, she looked rejuvenated. She was happier and healthier without me in her life, and a little secret part of me hated her for it. The ones that I know. Nana was the only person who came to visit me regularly. She would read me stories and make up new ones about all the hospital staff. Sometimes I'd wake up and she would be asleep in the chair next to me, holding a book in one hand and my hand in her other. I think that was the first time I knew that Nana loved me the most, more than she loved my sisters, unlike my mother, though I didn't understand why. "Don't you mind that I'm broken?" I asked one day when she came to visit. The ones that I know. She took off her pink and purple coat, sat down on the bed, and smiled. You're not broken in my eyes, and you shouldn't see yourself that way either. We are who we think we are, and there is much beauty in imperfection. But the doctors said that. Pay no attention to the doctors of doom. They've been taught how to fix people, but not how to feel. You can do anything. You can be anyone. You just have to believe it. The ones that I know. She took the tray of uneaten hospital food that was next to the bed and tipped everything that had been on it into the bin. Then she put a red and white tablecloth over the sheets and put an elaborate-looking cake stand on top. It was covered with posh sandwiches and cakes. A takeaway afternoon tea from the Ritz. We started with scones, clotted cream on top of the jam, the Cornish way. The hospital food is terrible, no wonder you don't eat it. I decided to smuggle something better in. The ones that I know, I don't want you starving, and I don't care what the doctors think, said Nana, taking a bite of her scone and getting cream on her nose. You're going to be just fine. People told me I'd never be a published author, but here I am. I believe that you can be whoever you want to be too. Forget what other people say about you, and write your own story. I've thought a lot about what Nana said that day. Her words played on a loop inside my head and had a profound effect on me. The ones that I know for the first time in a long time, I felt hopeful about the future again. Her believing that I had one made me believe it too. I decided that she was right. And from that moment on, I was determined to prove those doctors wrong. I might have been young, but I could tell that my mother came to visit me in hospital out of a sense of duty, and my Nana came to visit out of love. Sometimes people confuse love and duty, but they are not the same. Neither were the women in my childhood, but ones that I know. Thank you for coming to visit me, Nana, I said. I felt overwhelmingly sad as I watched her put the pink and purple coat back on, preparing to leave the hospital. It was my pleasure, Daisy Chain. Just you remember to come and visit me at Sea Glass when I am old and lonely. I will. Hope so. Just between us. You're my favourite. I like to think she meant that. I wanted to be someone's favourite something. Didn't really mind what. The ones that I know. When I think about Nana being gone from my life forever, I feel more broken than I ever have before. She was the only one who ever really believed in me, and I don't know how to exist without her. Secrets are like unpaid debts. They pile up, and too much interest is best avoided. I'm not as sweet and innocent as everyone thinks I am. The ones that I know, just because I don't spend my life complaining like one sister, or thinking I'm better than everyone else like the other, it doesn't mean I don't have occasional dark thoughts. Nana's book, Daisy Darker's Little Secret, was a bestseller all over the world. I know some people thought the character was based on me, but the real Daisy Darker was never quite as sweet or broken as everyone wanted to believe. I have a secret of my own, and some secrets are worth killing to keep. The ones that I know, 26, 31 October 2:50 a.m., less than 4 hours until low tide. What time is it now? Lily asks. 5 minutes since the last time you asked me, Rose replies. Really? It feels so much longer. I agree. Time moves more slowly when your heart is broken, and theirs are surely broken now too. Time stretches so that seconds seem like minutes, and minutes seem more like hours. It's starting to feel as though I've been trapped inside this house with my family forever. Lily shakes her head. The ones that I know. Is there no way we can try to leave Sea Glass now? Waiting here, like sitting ducks for another 3 hours, seems like madness. My car is parked in the sand dunes across the causeway. We could all drive to the police station in town together. Get help? I don't want to be here anymore. None of us want to be here anymore, says Connor. You know, we can't leave until the tide goes out, says Rose. Not without a boat. Lily has started pacing the room. Can't we make a boat? The ones that I know. There must be something that would float. We could take one of the doors off its hinges. Rose sighs. Can you hear the storm outside? Can you hear the waves crashing on the rocks out there in the darkness? Do you remember how dangerous Black Sand Bay is to swim in at the best of times? Are you really suggesting that we should try and float to safety on an old door? Should we use wooden spoons for paddles? There is something unusually unkind about my eldest sister's tone. The ones that I know, Lily goes back to her pacing, and Rose starts biting her nails. I think we're all very upset and very tired, but maybe we could try to be a little bit kinder to each other. Nobody in this room is to blame for what has happened here tonight, I say, and it seems to do the trick. I'm sorry, says Rose. I know you're scared, Lily. We all are. But this situation must be even more terrifying after what happened to Trixie. I thought you said I just fainted in the hall, Trixie says. The ones that I know? That's right, Rose replies, realizing her mistake. But it gave us all a fright, especially your mum. We just have to wait a little while longer, then we can leave. Rose checks her watch again. She's been doing that a lot since she arrived last night. And it was Rose who said that Connor's boat was gone, that the rope tying it to the jetty looked as though it had been cut. She's the only one who left the house, as far as I know. What if she cut it herself? The ones that I know. I try to stop thinking the worst about everyone in the room, but it's impossible to know who to trust. I'm sure they're all doing the same. Trixie shivers. Why is it always so cold here? I'll put another log on the fire, says Lily, standing up and crossing the room. She stares down at the log basket, and I wonder whether she is scared of breaking one of her manicured nails. There's another one, she whispers, not moving. Another what? Asks Connor, coming to stand by her side. The ones that I know. He slowly bends down, reaches inside the basket, and takes out a VHS tape. This wasn't here before. I'd have seen it, he says, looking around the room at each of us. What does it say? Asks Rose. Connor holds the tape up so we can all see the Scrabble letters stuck to its cover. Notice me. I vote we burn it, Lily says. No, Rose interrupts. What if this tape reveals what is really going on? What if we never find out the truth if we don't watch it? You said that last time, Lily replies. The ones that I know. Don't you get it? Someone is trying to mess with our heads, and by going along with it, we're just making things worse. I'd like to watch it. It's fun seeing you all when you were younger, says Trixie. I said no. Lily snaps, and Trixie stares at her. It's not her fault, I say. I think we should watch it too, says Rose. I want to understand what is happening, and what else are we going to do? Lily looks around the room, waiting for someone to take her side, but none of us do. The ones that I know, fine, she says. Do what you want, you will anyway. Connor slots the tape into the machine, then picks up the remote control before sitting down next to Rose at the back of the room. I sit on the floor, next to Poppins, just like I did when she was still a puppy. Dogs are much more comforting to be around than humans. The home movie starts with a shot of Nancy's garden at the back of Sea Glass. It looks like summer, and the flowers are more spectacular than I remember them being. The ones that I know, I subtly look over my shoulder and see that Trixie and Lily are staring at the screen. But Rose and Connor are now sitting very close together. They are whispering for Trixie's benefit, I suppose, but I can just about make out their words. If this were a murder mystery, then the killer would be the least likely suspect, Connor says. I look back at the TV, pretend I can't hear them. You don't think that Daisy, Rose whispers. No, the ones that I know. That's crazy, Connor replies, and I feel a strange sense of relief, followed by a rush of anger. The sound of waves crashing on the rocks outside seems to get louder in my head, along with the ticking clocks in the hallway. Having a broken heart doesn't mean I'm incapable of breaking someone else's. 27, Sea Glass, 1984. The weather at Sea Glass is always a bit hit and miss, especially in summer. Black Sand Bay seems to have its own microclimate, blissfully unaware of the seasons. The ones that I know. But my family were very good at being very British. Come rain or shine. If the calendar said that it was summer, we would all play outside wearing shorts and t-shirts, even if it was snowing. The home movie on the ancient TV now proves that the sun did sometimes shine at Sea Glass. The wobbly shot reveals a blue sky over a lush garden, a makeshift stage consisting of a navy upside-down rowing boat, and some chairs on the lawn. The ones that I know, Nancy appears in the doorway at the back of the house, looking stunning in a white blouse, belted skirt and silk scarf, just like Audrey Hepburn in Roman Holiday. She's smiling, a lot. It's surreal to see. The camera moves closer, then ducks behind a large plant. Whoever filmed this was spying on our mother. A man appears beside her on the terrace. He's smiling too, at first. I think it's my dad, but as the camera zooms in, I realise it isn't. It's Connor's, the ones that I know. Mr. Kennedy helped Nancy to completely redesign the garden at the back of Seaglass, landscaping what was already there, as well as planting new flowers and a pretty magnolia tree. She loved that tree, and would often sit on the bench beneath it. Nana said it was a symbol of what friendship and hope can achieve, and how helping to make others happy can make you happy too. Nancy and Connor's dad sit down side by side, moving their chairs a little closer together on the lawn. The ones that I know. I think they had been friends for about a year by then. My sisters and I were putting on a play, just like we did most summers at Seaglass, and the empty chairs for the audience were filled with teddy bears and dolls. I don't remember how or when the annual Darker Family plays started. Like most family traditions, it became something we always did, simply because it was something we had always done. Dad's piano had been wheeled out onto the lawn with some considerable team effort. The ones that I know that would have made him cross, which is perhaps why my mother let us do it. She loved to see us singing or dancing or acting. Nothing seemed to bring her more joy. Nancy loved all things theatrical. She always helped with the costumes and the choreography and was our most enthusiastic member of the audience, whooping and cheering while Nana and Mr. Kennedy just clapped. I remember that was the first year my sisters allowed me to have a speaking role. The ones that I know. Rose and Connor were 14, Lily was 13, and I was 9. The fabric of the relationship with my sisters has been repeatedly stretched, torn and restitched over the years. A patchwork quilt of antiquated love and lies, born out of duty and expectation. We are supposed to love our family. It's an unspoken rule whenever I see pictures of other families, their happy faces all covered in matching smiles. I find myself wondering whether it is real. The ones that I know, or if the happiness they're portraying is simply a mask worn for the sake of others. Surely all families have fights and disagreements and conflict. Maybe the way we were with one another was more normal than I thought. We all have our own version of the truth, and it is rarely whole. As always, our play that year was a strange mix of stories from our favourite films, blended into an elaborate tale of our own. It's clear that 1984 was a year when we were all into Star Wars. The ones that I know. Lily walks out onto the stage dressed as Princess Leia, with her plaited hair and giant buns on either side of her head. She stands on top of the upturned blue boat and starts talking about a galaxy far, far away. Before she finishes, I see 9-year-old me hurry out of the kitchen door and sit down at the piano. The ones that I know. I avoid eye contact with the audience or my co-stars the whole time. I was always horribly shy compared to my sisters, possibly even more than normal on that occasion, because I was dressed as Gizmo from Gremlins. We were a musical family before our composition changed. Some families know all the lyrics to one another's songs and live in harmony, but not us, the ones that I know. My sisters showed little interest in following in our father's footsteps after he divorced our mother. Rose dabbled with the recorder, and Lily could just about keep time with a tambourine, but I always enjoyed playing the piano. I used to play imaginary notes on the kitchen table when I couldn't play the real thing, my fingers silently moving to a melody that could only be heard in my imagination. The ones that I know, Nana said that I sometimes did it while holding her hand, and that she occasionally saw my fingers twitching even when I was in bed, as though playing the piano in my sleep. My dad was so proud and pleased that I had shown an interest in what he loved most, music, and he was the real reason I played, desperate to earn his affection. I was definitely a daddy's girl when I was a child, but he could never live up to the man I turned him into inside my head, the ones that I know. I was still delighted when he appeared in the garden at Seaglass that afternoon. He had a frown on his face as he sat down next to Nancy in the audience. I presumed it was because his precious piano was outside, but now I think it might have been more to do with the other man sitting next to my mother. Dad smiled when I started to play, and it made all the hours of practice seem worthwhile. Rose was tone-deaf, and Lily had as much rhythm as an arrhythmia. The ones that I know. Playing the piano was the only thing that I was better at than my sisters. By the age of 9, I'd taught myself to play rather well. It is 14-year-old Rose's turn to take the stage next. She was just about young enough to still take part in the family play, although I doubt she would have told her friends at school about it. Rose is dressed as a ghostbuster, and I think it was by far the best homemade costume that year. The ones that I know. I play a little bit of the film's theme tune as she walks out, and Lily glares at me when I get a couple of the notes wrong. I remember how bad that made me feel, even though I had practiced for days. The story we were trying to tell, about a princess, a gremlin, and a ghostbuster, makes as little sense to me now as it did then. But I get goosebumps when teenage Rose starts to sing. Hush, little baby, don't be afraid. The beds we lie in are the ones we made, the ones that I know. And if that means you can't sleep at night, remember that wrongs are sometimes right. And if you fear you're all alone, you'll always have me and a place to call home. Hush, little baby, don't you cry. Sometimes we live, sometimes we die. I find myself looking at Rose in the present. If she feels me staring at her, she doesn't show it. Instead, she continues to watch her younger self on the screen. Connor and Lily are staring at her now too, the ones that I know. Rose was always changing the words of nursery rhymes when we were growing up, swapping the real lyrics for something a shade darker. Not unlike the poems in Nana's children's books, or the chalk poem written on the kitchen wall tonight. Who is that? Asks Trixie, and we all look back at the TV just in time to see 14-year-old Connor perform his part in the play. She's right to wonder. He is almost unrecognizable from the man he grew into, the ones that I know. Teenage Connor stands on the upturned boat and raps about the freedom of the press, dressed as the Karate Kid, one of our favourite films that year. He tries to balance on one leg whilst doing a rather comical impression of the crane kick. Then it is my turn. My first and, because of what happened, last speaking role in the darker family play. 9-year-old me looks terrified as she steps onto the old blue boat and stares out at the audience of 4 adults and several toys. The ones that I know. I clench my fists and squeeze my eyes closed as I try to overcome my stage fright and remember the lines that my sisters had written for me. I remember that the gizmo costume was very itchy and made me want to sneeze. I caught Nana's eye and she smiled at me. "You can do it," she mouthed. Her belief in me outweighed my inability to believe in myself. Daughters are like gremlins, and there are 3 rules you mustn't break, I say. 1, keep them out of bright light. The ones that I know. Connor and Lily shine torches at me, and Rose throws a white sheet over my head, which was always part of the plan. The sheet had holes cut into it, so that I could still see. 2, never feed them after midnight, I say. Lily throws an egg at me, which was not what we had rehearsed, but everyone laughed, so I carried on. 3, do not get them wet. Lily throws a bucket of cold water over me, which was also not part of the plan, and I struggle to remember my final line. The ones that I know, I watch myself spin around, revealing a scary hand-drawn face on the back of the white sheet I was beneath. Or they'll turn into ghosts. There is a slight pause before all of Nana's clocks start to ring and ding and chime in the past. It must have been midday when we gave our little performance, because they seemed to go on forever. She had a new one that year that looked like an owl. Its eyes turned as it ticked, as though it was watching us, the ones that I know. When the clocks stop, Rose, the Ghostbuster, aims her cardboard proton pack in my direction, shooting a hidden can of squirty cream. When the show is over, we all hold hands and take a bow. I watch as our mother congratulates us and hands me a towel, so even she knew I was going to get wet. Then I disappear inside the house. The static camera picks up some of what the adults are saying, but I have to lean a little closer to the TV in order to hear, the ones that I know. Connor's dad and our dad seem to be fighting for Nancy's attention. Bradley Kennedy was completely in love with my mother by then, and anyone who saw them together knew she felt the same way. My dad, who'd had more girlfriends than any of us could keep track of, didn't seem to like my mother having a friend of her own, even though they'd been divorced for years. I have to leave first thing. My orchestra is playing in Paris next week, Dad boasted. The ones that I know. That sounds wonderful, Mr. Kennedy replied, sounding genuinely pleased that my dad was leaving. Bradley has written a book about grief and gardening, Nancy said to my dad, as though it was some sort of competition. Dad shrugged. Sounds delightful. I think so. Nana is going to put him in touch with her agent, my mother replied. I've read it, and the writing is beautiful. The book deserves to get noticed, she added, beaming with pride, as though she had written it herself. The ones that I know. But the smiles didn't last for long. There is a scream from inside sea glass on the TV, which makes everyone here, then and now, jump. The scream belonged to Lily. She had just found me lying on the floor at the bottom of the stairs, still dressed as Gizmo the gremlin, and I wasn't breathing. 31 October, 2:55 a.m. The ones that I know less than 4 hours until low tide. My mother said that it was nobody's fault that my heart stopped that day. But I think being so scared on that stage might have had something to do with it. I have never liked people looking at me, which I think is because of all the doctors who stared at me when I was a child. They would look at my face, then stare down at the scar on my chest, then shake their heads and frown their frowns, and look very disappointed indeed. The ones that I know when people stared at me, it was almost always for the wrong reasons, which was why I would rather they didn't look at me at all. There were months of hospital visits the 5th time I died, including a trip to see yet another specialist in London the following February. The private hospital fees were paid for by Nana, who always refused to believe that there wasn't a way to fix me. The ones that I know. Most memories of my times in hospital have faded around the edges over the years, but I remember that week for 2 reasons. Firstly, it was Valentine's Day, and the boy in the bed opposite me on the ward gave me a card. I had never received a Valentine's card before and didn't know quite what to make of it. Why does it have a heart on the front? I asked. Because I love you, he said, pushing his jam jar glasses a little higher up his nose. The ones that I know. He was 11, I was 9, and I'm not convinced either of us knew too much about love. Well, don't get any funny ideas. I have a boyfriend, I lied. No boys have ever come to visit you, he replied. What's his name? I didn't hesitate. His name is Connor Kennedy. But even if I didn't have a boyfriend, which I definitely do, given the ward we're on, we might both be dead by morning. So please don't spend what might be your final hours having fanciful thoughts about me. The ones that I know. From the boy's expression, I thought maybe I shouldn't have said what I said. But his freckled face soon recovered from the shock of my words, and he smiled, revealing shiny silver braces. God will watch over us, and I'm sure we'll both still be here for breakfast. I've never been religious, nobody in my family is. Nancy said that she believed in God until the day she found out I was broken. The ones that I know. They had a bit of a falling out after that, which resulted in her not speaking to God for several years. So in some ways, her relationship with God wasn't unlike her relationship with my father. I suppose the doctors were like gods to me. It was up to them whether I stayed alive. They always seemed to find a way to fix me. So maybe I should have been more optimistic about living long enough to endure another hospital meal. The ones that I know. But I wasn't. Optimistic, that is. It's something I've always struggled to be. I have a highly active imagination, and it's been self-taught to imagine the worst. The boy was still staring at me with a dreamy expression on his face, holding the homemade Valentine's card. I didn't much like the look of him, or it. Why do you think you love me? You don't even know me, I said. Yes, I do. I've read all the Daisy Darker books, he replied with a grin. The ones that I know. It was my first taste of fame, and I didn't like the flavour. Just because someone has read a book with my name on the front, it doesn't mean that they know who I am. I put the card on the little table, said that I needed to sleep, and asked the nurse to pull the flimsy curtain around my hospital bed. Then I tried to pretend that the boy and the rest of the ward weren't really there. I didn't like sleeping in a room full of 6 strangers. I don't suppose anyone does, the ones that I know. I stared at that Valentine's card, wondering why the red heart on the front looked absolutely nothing like the heart inside my chest. I'd seen enough posters on enough doctor's office walls to know it was a very poor likeness. and I wondered how and why this rather ugly internal organ had become the universal symbol for love. The ones that I know over the next few days, I asked all of the doctors who were supposed to be clever, and all of the nurses who seemed even cleverer than the doctors to me, but nobody seemed able to answer my question. When Nana came to visit, I asked her, because Nana knew everything. "You're far too young to start worrying about love. I suggest you concentrate on getting better," she said, pulling the curtain around my hospital bed before perching on the side of it. The ones that I know. She was wearing a purple coat with a matching purple hat and gloves, and I could tell from her rosy cheeks that it must have been cold outside. "Here," she whispered, opening up her huge pink and purple patchwork bag. "I brought you a snack." The red and white tablecloth made another appearance. She laid it across the bed between us, then produced 2 parcels of takeaway cod and chips wrapped in newspaper. The ones that I know. She set the makeshift table with wooden cutlery, sachets of salt and vinegar, and a pot of mushy peas mixed with green jelly tots. The memory still makes me smile. "Why do you let your sisters treat you the way they do?" Nana said, dipping a chip in ketchup. "What do you mean?" I asked. "You need to stand up for yourself, or life will always knock you down." I thought she might be right about that. Nana was almost always right about everything. The ones that I know. So I decided things would be different with my sisters. From that day on, Nana was as wise as an owl. She even had a new owl-shaped clock to prove it, so I asked her the question again. "Do you know why the heart is a symbol of love?" "Well, that is an interesting question, and therefore deserves an interesting answer," Nana said. The ones that I know. The ancient Egyptians thought that the human heart epitomized life. The Greeks believed that it controlled our thoughts and emotions, and the Romans declared that Venus, the goddess of love, set hearts on fire with Cupid's help. The Romans also believed that there was a vein connecting the 4th finger on the left hand directly to the heart. There isn't, but that's why people traditionally wear wedding rings on that finger, even today. The ones that I know. In the Middle Ages, Christians agreed that the human heart had something to do with love, and hundreds of years later, the familiar red shape still appears on greetings cards, playing cards, even T-shirts. The heart symbol became a verb in the 1970s with I Heart New York. Does that answer your question? I think so. How do you know the answers to everything? I asked. She laughed. I don't. Nobody does. But if I do know more than most, it's because I read. The ones that I know, books will teach you anything you want to know, and they tend to be more honest than people. We finished our fish and chips as the sun was setting outside. Then we read Alice's Adventures in Wonderland together, which has always been one of my most favourite books. Speaking of love, Nana said, "I hope you know how much I love you." I grinned. "How much?" She looked out of the hospital window and pointed at the full moon. "I love you from here to the moon and back." The ones that I know. "I love you from here to the moon and back twice," I replied. It was her turn to smile now. "I love you from here to the moon and back 3 times and once for luck." Later that night, when I was alone again and tucked into my hospital bed, I started to wonder if my heart being broken meant that I could never truly love someone. The human heart beats 80 times a minute, 100,000 times a day, and about 35 million times a year. The ones that I know, in an average lifetime, a heart will beat 2.5 billion times. Maybe it had something to do with endurance, something which hearts and love have in common. The second reason I remember that particular hospital stay so well was because my mother cried the next day when she came to visit. It was something she rarely did. The crying part, I mean. And as I watched her talking to a doctor on the other side of a window on my hospital ward, I wished I could lip read. The ones that I know. She never told me what that doctor said or why it upset her so much. We all hear the sound of the lounge door creaking open, and I spin around. Rose looks as startled as we do as she lets go of the handle, the key still in her hand. "I just need to pop to the loo," she says, as we continue to stare at her. "You're going to go out there again?" "Alone?" Lily asks. "Yes, or do I need a hall pass? You told Trixie off for being scared to go to the bathroom earlier. I'm a lot older, and I have a gun. The ones that I know. There's no need to worry about me." I'll be 2 minutes, Rose says, and leaves the room before any of us have time to reply. Connor, Lily whispers. He looks up like a startled meerkat, then whispers himself. What? Do you think it was a bit strange how quickly Rose knew what was wrong with Trixie, finding the blood between her toes like that? She was missing a sock, I know, but still. When was there blood between my toes? Asks Trixie. The ones that I know. And who was that man in the audience on the lawn in the home movie? She has a habit of asking too many questions, sometimes not waiting for the answer to one before asking another. That was Connor's dad, Lily says. That's weird, Trixie mumbles. I thought I recognized him also. On the video, Nancy said something about his work getting noticed, and the Scrabble letters on the tape's cover said notice, me, the ones that I know. She's right about that, I say, and Lily stares at her daughter as though she is a child genius. Why was Connor's dad at Seaglass? Trixie asks next. Lily shrugs. Because he became friends with Nancy. Are they still friends now? No, Connor says, without further explanation. Rose returns, slots the key in the door, and locks us all inside the room once more. She sits down on the sofa, a little too close to Connor again for my liking. The ones that I know. None of us say a word, but she was gone longer than a couple of minutes. Shall we finish the tape? She asks, aiming the remote at the TV and pressing play without waiting for any of us to reply. What's happening? Is it broken? Trixie says, staring at the screen. She's too young to remember what it looks like when someone tapes over an old recording on VHS. The picture looks stretched and distorted while one image replaces another, as though wiping away the memory of what was there before. The ones that I know. We all stare at the screen now, but Connor is the first to say anything about what we see. Oh my God, that is terrifying. 29 Siglass, 1985. What happened to your hair, Mum? Asks Trixie. It's a good question, and terrifying is the only word to describe Lily's 1980s hairstyle on the TV screen. To be fair, I'm sure everyone has at least one haircut from the past that comes back to haunt them. I'm guessing it must have been 1985. The ones that I know, it's the same tape, but what we're seeing now would have been filmed a year or so after the family play on the lawn. Lily has very short, big hair in this home movie, and it doesn't suit her. But it definitely got her noticed. I had a bad haircut, is all she says to Trixie. There is a tape in the camcorder already, says the younger version of herself on the TV, like a whining echo from the past. The ones that I know. The seesaw of power constantly changed between my sisters and me as we grew older, but even on the rare occasions when it was my turn at the top, Lily still seemed to look down on me. Rose blossomed as a teenager, in looks and personality, and became a kinder version of the person she had been before. It's her 15-year-old smile that we all see next. She has taken the camera from Lily and turned it to face herself before speaking. This is Rose Darker, reporting for Crazy Town News. The ones that I know. The sight of her looking so happy shocks me. Her beauty has never faded, but her happiness diminished over the years, and it's rare to see her smile. I'm joined now by Mr. Connor Kennedy, she says in a deep voice, imitating a newsreader. The camera swings around to show Connor, clearly going through his Michael J. Fox look-alike phase. I think Back to the Future must have come out that year, because he's dressed like Marty McFly. The ones that I know. I remember him becoming slightly obsessed with the scientific theories about time travel, and writing about the space-time continuum for his school newspaper every week, until the teachers begged him to stop. Tell me, Connor Kennedy, why are you celebrating Lily's birthday with the Darker family this year, and has it been fun so far? Because I was invited and thought it would be an interesting social experiment to witness, as always, the ones that I know. Was it interesting because my little sister, Daisy Darker, somehow won a game of Trivial Pursuit this afternoon, even though she's never been to school? The camera turns to where childhood me is sitting, on the other side of Connor. I watch myself stick my tongue out at Rose, but then I smile in both the past and the present. I look happy in 1985. We all do. I was almost 10 and had become even more of a bookworm by then, the ones that I know. I liked teaching myself about things other people didn't seem to know. I remember wanting to vanish, and books helped me to escape. I longed to disappear inside a dream of the world that was less cold and lonely than the life I lived in. I read more and more, hiding inside my room and my books for hours, mostly murder mysteries, while dreaming of one day writing my own. Or, are you really here as a secret detective? Rose asks Connor. The ones that I know, trying to solve the mystery of what will forever be known as Hairgate? That's enough, Rose, says my mother. In this home movie, we are all sitting in the music room on our individually painted chairs from the kitchen, waiting for someone to play the piano. We might not have been able to perform family plays on the lawn anymore, in case my problematic heart couldn't take it, but there was never going to be a way to stop Lily wanting to show off. The ones that I know. She craved attention like oxygen, and because it was her birthday, we all had to watch and listen. Belinda Carlisle was her firm favourite that year. I'd been forced to hear Heaven is a Place on Earth so often, I'm surprised she didn't wear out the cassette tape. Teenage Rose continued her family news report. I'm now joined by Nancy Darker, aka my mother, but she doesn't like to be called that because it makes her feel old. The ones that I know. Nobody knows how old my mother really is, but scientists say she was probably born in the Dark Ages. Any words of wisdom for the next generation, Mrs. Darker? Yes. Make sure you film Lily or I'll never hear the end of it. You've caused quite enough trouble for one day, said Nancy before smiling for the camera. She was sitting next to Connor's dad, and the shot zooms in on them holding hands, then returns to the front of the room, the ones that I know. My dad appeared then, walking out through the door that connects the music room to the kitchen. He sat down at the piano, as though he had just stepped onto a stage. My father seemed to make more of an effort to attend family birthdays and come home for the holidays, after my mother started dating other men. Lily walked through the door next. Then Nana followed her, which was a complete surprise for most of us, because Nana was actually painfully shy when it came to performing, the ones that I know. Even around her own family, just like me. Dad started to play the piano, and I recognized the song immediately. It was another of Lily's favourites. I know him so well was always blaring from her bedroom behind the permanently closed door. She was in love with the performance by Elaine Page and Barbara Dixon, so much so she had twisted Dad's arm to play it, and Nana to sing it with her as a surprise for the rest of us on her birthday. And it was a surprise because it was really very good. The ones that I know. I didn't even know Nana could sing. They hit every note and every harmony, and when the song was over, we all clapped in genuine admiration. I remember how Lily sang the lyrics staring at Connor the whole time, and now that I've seen the video evidence, I know I didn't imagine it. Lily got goggle-eyed whenever Connor walked into a room back then, and she had started blushing whenever he spoke to her. The ones that I know. Which was one of the many reasons why I was pleased to see her looking so ugly with her short hair. The night before this scene from our family past was filmed, Lily's hair had been down to her waist. She had gone to bed in the room she shared with Rose, with 2 long plaits, just like always, so that she wouldn't wake up with a head full of tangles. But when she sat up the following morning, on her 14th birthday, she screamed. Her 2 plaits were on her pillow. The ones that I know, someone had cut them clean off her head in the night. Nana's kitchen scissors were on Rose's bedside table, but Rose didn't cut off Lily's hair. I did. The people who love us the most hurt us the hardest, because they can. When I found Nana and Lily secretly rehearsing together the day before, something inside me snapped. Lily was always my mother's favourite daughter. Rose was my dad's favourite because she was beautiful and clever, but Nana was supposed to love me the most. The ones that I know. She said I was her favourite. Seeing Nana and Lily together felt like some kind of betrayal. Lily and I had had a squabble a week earlier, and Nana said something I've never forgotten. You should always fight, especially if you think you're going to lose. That's when you should fight the hardest. So I did fight. But I did it quietly and carefully, and planned the whole thing so that I wouldn't get caught. The ones that I know. I stole some of my mother's sleeping pills. I put them in my sister's hot chocolate before they went to bed that night. Then I crept into their room and cut off Lily's hair. Everyone thought that Rose had done it in her sleep, She was studying for exams, had been exhausted for weeks, and had already sleepwalked once before. I could tell that Rose, the clever daughter, didn't believe she had done it, but she didn't have an alternative explanation either. The ones that I know, I'm not sure Lily ever really forgave her or trusted her again. Nobody suspected me. Nobody. As though a good person is incapable of doing something bad. No one ever noticed me in my family except for Nana. Lily couldn't have her too. Nana was mine. I hated her for trying to steal the affection of the only person who really loved me. And people can make a hobby out of hate. The more they practice, the better they get. The rage I felt when Lily and Nana sang together was all-consuming. The ones that I know. And it wasn't just jealousy. I wanted revenge for all the horrible and unkind things that Lily had said and done to me over the years. I decided that cutting off my sister's hair was just the start. 30:31 October 3 a.m., 3 hours until low tide. The tape comes to an abrupt end and ejects itself. Then the 80 clocks out in the hall inform us that it is 3 a.m. We all wait for the noise to stop. The ones that I know. I don't think we learnt anything at all from watching that nonsense, says Lily when it is quiet again. Maybe not, says Rose, putting down the remote. I stare at it and can't help wondering if she stopped the tape just now, and whether there might have been more to see, but this will be the first hour that someone didn't go missing. So I think we did the right thing by staying together in one room. What do you mean? Asks Lily. Well, Nana was. The ones that I know. She looks at Trixie and censors herself. Found at midnight. Dad at 1 a.m. We found Trixie at 2. You can all stop pretending. I'm not a child, says Trixie. Though in pink pyjamas and with her mess of curls, she does look like one. I've guessed that I didn't just faint, and that something happened to me too. We didn't want you to be scared, says Lily. Why not? It's obvious you all are, Trixie replies, staring at her mother. The ones that I know. If Rose is right and someone planned to do something to one of us on the hour, every hour then we're due another incident, says Connor. Well, I make it 3:03, so maybe we're safe now, says Lily. Maybe, Rose replies, sounding uncertain. She stares at Poppins, who is lying upside down, stretched out in front of the fire. It's one of the old dog's favourite spots in the house. Poppins hasn't moved or made a sound for quite some time. The ones that I know. We exchange looks, and then Rose speaks in that special voice she only uses for animals. Poppins? The dog doesn't move. Poppins? Rose tries again. Nothing. Wakey, wakey, Poppins, says Trixie. Rose turns a whiter shade of pale when there is still no response. Poppins, she tries one last time. Do you want din-dins? The dog goes from upside down to up on all fours and wagging her tail in seconds, and we breathe a communal sigh of relief. Thank God, says Rose. The ones that I know. It's less than 3 hours until low tide now. We just have to stay calm. Then we can all get out of here together. Connor starts checking that the doors and windows are locked again. It's Lily's turn to pace up and down the room, and Rose sits in Nana's purple armchair, quietly playing with the ring on her right hand. It's made of 3 interlocking bands, of bronze, silver, and gold, and was a gift from Nana on Rose's 16th birthday. The ones that I know. It's something that I've always been jealous of, like so many of the things my sisters had that I didn't. I remember that birthday, and that year very well. It was 1986. Nana and Nancy were both wearing aprons, which was a recipe for disaster, seeing as Nana didn't like anyone else in the kitchen when she was cooking. But Nancy insisted on helping with her daughter's 16th birthday cake. The ones that I know. Lily, the lover of all things sweet, marched into the room where I had been sitting quietly and stuck her hand into the bowl of chocolate icing before licking her finger clean. Lily still had short hair, but it had grown into a bob by then, so she looked like a miniature version of our mother. Rose was allowed to have a sleepover at Seaglass with some of her closest friends for her 16th birthday. The ones that I know. She would soon be attending a different school, and I think in many ways it was a chance to say goodbye. Things were never quite the same between my sisters after the haircutting incident, But Lily was not looking forward to life at boarding school without Rose, and clung to her side that summer like a barnacle. She was our sister's shadow, but was never in it. She followed Rose everywhere, always wanting to be one step ahead. The ones that I know, but she couldn't follow Rose to a school for gifted students because she wasn't one. I remember the conversation Nana and Nancy had about my dad, and for the first time I didn't really care whether he made an appearance or not. He wasn't there for all of my birthdays. If he said he'll be here, said Nana, defending her son. Nancy sighed. Well, it isn't long before the kids arrive. Then the tide will be in and then he'll be too late. The ones that I know, you can't be there for one daughter's birthday and not there for the other. Rose will feel so let down if he's a no-show again. Just be patient, Nana said. And as for the other one, he'll be back. Men don't like being told off. It makes them sulk like the little boys they're pretending not to be. All I asked was for Bradley to wipe his feet before trudging in mud from the garden. It's as though he can't see the dirt. The ones that I know. I remember my mother and Connor's father squabbling about the strangest of things when they were friends. Being neat and tidy frequently seemed to be high on their list of differences. She was, he wasn't. Nancy was always tidying things away and putting them in cupboards. Connor's dad's inability to remove his muddy gardening boots before stepping inside made her crazier than normal. Daisy, Nancy said, leave the cake mix alone. Lily stuck her finger in the bowl. Why can't I? The ones that I know. And why can't I stay up for the party? I'm almost 11, said 10-year-old me, because I said so. Rose wants to have a sleepover with some friends. They're all a bit older than you, sweetheart. You can stay for the food, then straight up to your room. Nana and I are forbidden from staying downstairs too, my mother said. You'll understand one day. I didn't believe her. Like all children whose parents get divorced, my sisters and I learnt to adapt to our new lives. The ones that I know, Rose and Lily, learnt to love going to boarding school and soon seemed to resent their long summers back at Seaglass with me. Despite the unpleasantness they unpacked with their bags, I always longed for their return. I missed them. They shared a life that I had little knowledge of, filled with teachers and friends and lessons. I would listen to their stories with little understanding of what they meant. The ones that I know, for years I thought that a spelling test was something only trainee witches had to do, to check they had learned their magic spells. I wondered if that's what my sisters really were, witches. There had been plenty of evidence to suggest I was right. I resented their relationship and was jealous of their education, and the older I got, the more being left behind bothered me. My mother's idea of homeschooling was to allow me to read the books Nana gave me. The ones that I know, she wouldn't even let me watch the news on TV, only cartoons like Bugs Bunny. Daisy doesn't need to learn about the horrors of the real world. Nancy would say, depriving me of the joy of learning. So I tried to teach myself. This Daisy was a self-raising flower, but my life was too quiet without my sisters in it. I was almost always alone, with nothing but novels and an overactive imagination for company. The ones that I know. Books can take you anywhere if you let them, and reading proved to be a big part of my education. But my sisters learned a lot of things that I didn't. Things about real life and social skills and boys. I have always been a little awkward around real people. I don't know how to talk to them, and even now I still prefer the company of characters in books. I suppose it is a hangover from my childhood, when I was so often drunk with solitude. The ones that I know, doesn't play well with others, is to be expected when playing with others was rarely an option, and I have always been a little over the limit with my own opinions, without the views of others to dilute them. Can I watch Labyrinth again? I asked Nancy when she tried to shoo me out of the kitchen for the 10th time. The ones that I know. It was my favourite film that year, and Connor had managed to get me a bootlegged copy, but my sisters only wanted to watch Top Gun and drool over Tom Cruise, so I had to watch it on my own. Yes, but not tonight, because the only TV is downstairs, as you well know. Go on, skedaddle, she said, wearing her enormous shoulder pads, a very strange invention then and now. She started blowing up a blue balloon and left the room. The ones that I know, don't waste your life being sad about things you can't change, Nana said, when my mother was gone. I'm just sick of being such a loser, I replied. Lily had started calling me that name on a regular basis, and always made an L shape on her forehead when she did. She called me a loser so often I had started to believe that I was one. Rose will go off to university one day. Connor will probably be a brilliant journalist. The ones that I know, and I want that to happen for him. He's so talented, he deserves it. Don't spend all of your ambition on other people's dreams, said Nana. Why not? What kind of future do I have to look forward to? I'm a nobody. She smiled and shook her head. The only nobodies in this world are the people who pretend to be somebody, the people who think they are better than other people because of the way they choose to look or speak or vote or pray or love. The ones that I know, people are not the same but different. They are different but the same. I was too young to understand what she meant at the time, but I think I do now. And Daisy? Nana said, as we heard the sound of people arriving at the front door. Yes, Nana? Best to leave the scissors in the drawer this family birthday. She knew. Nana knew that it was me who cut off Lily's hair, but she had never said anything about it before. The ones that I know. I've no idea what my face did. I've never had much control over the expressions it pulls, but the rest of me froze. Nana smiled. I'll always keep your secrets, my darling girl. And you'll always be my favourite. You just have to prove all those doctors wrong for me. As for your sisters, Albert Einstein once said that weak people revenge, strong people forgive, and intelligent people ignore. It was one of the few things he was wrong about. Success is the best revenge. The ones that I know try to remember that. Before she could say any more on the subject, a small but perfectly formed group of 15 and 16-year-olds arrived at Seaglass. They had been shepherded across the causeway like lost sheep by Rose before the tide came in. Every one of them was dressed to impress. The only teenager I recognized amongst them was Connor, doing a not bad impression of Tom Cruise in Top Gun. The ones that I know. He wore aviator sunglasses indoors even when it got dark, so was constantly bumping into things and people. But he thought he looked cool. I was allowed to stay downstairs until Rose blew out the 16 candles on her birthday cake. Nancy, with a lot of help from Nana, had created a magic-looking Malteser cake, which looked like the bag of chocolates was hovering in mid-air. The number 16 was spelled in chocolate balls too. It really was very impressive. The ones that I know. When the bowls were all cleared away, Rose started opening her presents, surrounded by friends and people who loved her. My mother gave her a beautiful pale blue designer dress, and I felt the jealousy growing inside me until it hurt. But I wasn't the only one. Lily looked at that dress as though it should have been hers, which might be why Rose immediately put it away in her wardrobe upstairs. The ones that I know. When Rose opened Nana's present, the bronze, silver and gold ring that Rose still wears today, I remember how hard it was not to cry. The ring was so beautiful, just like my sister. I wished it was mine. Time for bed now, Daisy, my mother said in front of everyone, and I hated her a little bit. I didn't feel like a child, even though I was one, and I didn't like the way she spoke to me in front of everyone else. The ones that I know. I was old enough by then to notice that my mother always wanted to hide me away from the world, as though I was something to be ashamed of. At least that's how it felt. 10-year-old me did go upstairs, but I didn't go to bed as instructed. Instead, I sneaked into my sister's bedroom, while everyone else was having too much fun downstairs to realize. I opened their wardrobe and found the pale blue dress my mother had given Rose for her birthday. The tags were still attached, the ones that I know. I didn't care that it didn't belong to me, or that it was several sizes too big. I was sick of wearing hand-me-downs that were years old and faded from being washed too many times. I put the dress on and admired my own reflection, disappointed by what I saw. I borrowed one of Lily's bras, stuffed it with socks, and pulled the dress over my head again. I looked better, even if one fake boob was bigger and higher than the other. The ones that I know. Next, I stole a pair of shoes, kitten heels that were too big and impossible to walk in, but that didn't bother me. I never knew my shoe size as a child, because I always just wore the shoes Rose and Lily had grown out of. I borrowed some of my sister's makeup. Applying it wasn't something I was good at, having never been shown, but I'd give myself an A for effort. Then I backcombed my hair. I'm still not sure why anyone ever thought this looked good, but in 1986, big hair was cool, the ones that I know. I sprayed a can of hairspray all over the creature on top of my head until I made myself cough and admired the finished result in the mirror. My face was a shock of pink lipstick and blue eyeshadow. My hair looked as though I had stuck my fingers in a socket, but the blue dress was beautiful, and I liked what I saw. Not sure what to do next, but still in the mood to do things I knew I shouldn't. I opened Rose's diary, which she kept by her bed. The ones that I know. I understood that what she wrote inside was private, but I wanted to know everything about the lives that my sisters got to lead. I found one of Rose's hush poems scribbled on a scrap of paper, hidden between the pages, and I sang it out loud. Hush, little baby, don't say a word. Mama's gonna buy you a mockingbird. And if that mockingbird does scream, Mama's gonna trap you inside a dream. And if that dream is a scary place, Mama's gonna put a pillow over your face. The ones that I know. Hush, little baby, don't you cry. Sometimes we live, sometimes we die. There were magazines spread across Lily's side of the room. She loved Just 17, and there was a pair of scissors on top of an open page where she had been cutting out the faces of her favourite boy bands and sticking them to the wall. Lily was obsessed with boys by then, and to be fair, they were fairly obsessed with her in return. The ones that I know. I could hear my sisters and their friends playing a game downstairs in the hall, so crept out onto the stairs so that I could listen. The game involved striped drinking straws, the kind Nana normally used for homemade lemonade. The rules of the game seemed hard to follow, but the boys picked blue and white straws, the girls picked red and white ones, and the boy and girl with the shortest straws were locked in the cupboard under the stairs for 1 minute. The cupboard with no light, and mice, the ones that I know, and spiders. But spiders aren't the only ones to spin webs to catch their victims. I peered down at them all through the banister, and it didn't look like a fun game to me. When Rose and Connor chose the short straws and were locked inside, Lily looked very upset. The group of 10 or so teenagers were all counting down the seconds and giggling, and I couldn't resist slowly creeping down the stairs to get a closer look. When the clocks in the hallway all struck midnight, the kids all screamed. The ones that I know, Lily unlocked the cupboard. But Rose and Connor didn't come out. They were too busy kissing. "Look, it's the real Daisy Darker," said a boy I'd seen staring at me earlier. He looked like he ate too many chocolate bars. Nobody else noticed me at all. They were too busy staring at Rose and Connor. I guess I'm one of those people who other people just don't see. The ones that I know. Lily was crying in the corner of the hallway for some reason. The mascara she had been wearing had leaked down her cheeks in a series of inky tears. Rose and Connor were still kissing, as though the rest of us weren't there, and I decided that it was time for bed, after all. I ran up the stairs and back into my sister's bedroom, pulling off the blue designer dress. I could still hear all the clocks striking midnight down in the hall, and they sounded louder than normal. The ones that I know. That's when I noticed the scissors on top of Lily's pile of magazines again. I didn't really think about it, didn't hesitate. I shredded that blue dress so that Rose would never ever get to wear it. Then I put the thin strands of silky blue material in her bed, hiding them beneath her pillow. I put the scissors on Lily's bedside table and left everything else exactly as I found it. Lily got the blame, and a silent war started between my sisters. Everyone thought it was an act of revenge. The ones that I know. They were right about that part. 31 October 3:15 a.m. Less than 3 hours until low tide. Back in the present, I think I'm the first to hear a noise spoiling what should be silence. It's the sound of ringing in the distance, like an old-fashioned alarm clock. "Can anyone else hear that?" I whisper. "What is that?" Lily asks. "I don't hear anything," says Connor. "I can hear it," Trixie says. "So can I." "Shh, listen," says Rose, the ones that I know. We all strain to hear the sound coming from somewhere outside the lounge, possibly outside the house. Nobody has left the room since Rose went to the bathroom. "I'll go," she says. The gun in Rose's hand is a surreal sight to see. Connor shakes his head and picks up the torch. "No, We'll all go. We should stay together, he says. Without another word, we all leave the room, except for Poppins, who is fast asleep again by the fire. Ones that I know, Connor and I lead the way, with the rest following close behind, so close that Rose nearly walks right into me. Lily is holding Trixie's hand. I doubt she'll let her out of her sight again after what happened earlier. We follow the sound of ringing to the kitchen. The back door is open, letting in the rain. The door bangs loudly, and the gust of wind that is battering it blows a swirl of dead leaves inside. The ones that I know. One by one, we all look up at the chalk poem on the wall and see that, once again, some lines have been struck out. Daisy Darker's family were as dark can be. When one of them died, all of them lied and pretended not to see. Daisy Darker's Nana was the oldest but least wise. The woman's will made them all feel ill, which was why she had to die. Daisy Darker's father lived life dancing to his own tune. His self-centered ways and the pianos he played danced him to his doom. The ones that I know, Daisy Darker's mother was an actress with the coldest heart. She didn't love all her children and deserved to lose her part. Daisy Darker's sister Rose was the eldest of the three. She was clever and quiet and beautiful, but destined to die lonely. Daisy Darker's sister Lily was the vainest of the lot. She was a selfish, spoilt, entitled witch, one who deserved to get shot. Daisy Darker's niece was a precocious little child. Like all abandoned ducklings, she would not fare well in the wild. The ones that I know, Daisy Darker's secret story was one someone sadly had to tell. But her broken heart was just the start of what will be her last farewell. Daisy Darker's family wasted far too many years lying. They spent their final hours together learning lessons before dying. The wind outside howls like a choir of ghosts. "Why is my name crossed out?" Trixie asks in a small voice. "Nancy has been crossed out too," Lily whispers. Rose tries to reassure them both. It might not mean anything. The ones that I know. "Of course it means something," Lily snaps. "And I think we all know what that might be. We should have looked for Nancy. We should have done something." "Oh my God," Lily says, staring at Rose and taking a step away from our sister. "It was you. You're the only one who left that room, and now more of the poem has been crossed out. You were always making up weird rhymes when we were children. It was you, all of it. You injected Trixie and then pretended to fix her. How could you? Why would you?" The ones that I know. "Injected me with what?" whispers Trixie. "It wasn't me," says Rose. "Where is Nancy?" Lily shouts. "I don't know. I don't believe you. You were the one who said we shouldn't look for her, and now I know why." Lily steps in front of her daughter, who looks terrified. Rose takes a step towards them, and we all stare at the gun in her hand. "Stay. Away from my child," says Lily. "I didn't do anything," Rose replies, hiding the gun behind her back. "Wait," says Connor. "You stay out of this. The ones that I know, you're probably helping her." "I don't trust any of you," Lily says. "This isn't the time to start turning on one another," Connor replies gently. "Why not?" Lily snaps. He holds his hands up in surrender. "Because look at the footprints." We all stare down at the floor then and see what he is talking about. There are muddy footprints leading to and from the back door. It reminds me of all the times Connor's dad forgot to take off his gardening boots when he came to visit. The ones that I know. The dirt Bradley Kennedy dragged inside drove my mother mad. I look at Rose's feet and the small, pristine white trainers she is wearing. Only a pair of large, muddy boots could have made this mess. The sound of an alarm keeps ringing in the distance, and the open kitchen door that leads to the garden bangs on its hinges again, battered by the wind. We all watch in silence as Connor starts walking towards it. "Please don't go out there," I say. "The ones that I know." He hesitates, but then steps outside into the rain, turning on the torch. He picked it up when we were all still in the lounge, even though the power is back on now. Almost as though he knew he might have to go out in the dark. My sisters and I watch from the doorway as Connor walks out onto the patio, slowly shining the torch around the garden. The beam is too faint to light up the sea crashing on the rocks beyond the wall, only illuminating a meter or so ahead. The ones that I know. The rain is light but persistent now, as though the sky is spitting in Connor's face, but he moves through the gloom until the torchlight stops on the bench in the distance. It's where my mother always liked to sit and admire her flowers, beneath the magnolia tree she planted here with Connor's dad. The tree that Nana thought was a symbol of hope always looks a little bit dead in winter. The old magnolia is the only tree on our tiny tidal island and has grown quite big over the last 20 years. The ones that I know. Fat raindrops cling to its bare branches, giving an illusion of miniature lights, and it's so cold I wonder if they might freeze before they fall. I can't quite process what I'm seeing when I spot my mother sitting on her garden bench, wearing her black silk eye mask on her face, the one she always wears to help her sleep. Outside, in the dark, in the rain, Nancy, Connor calls, his voice a little strangled by the sound of the sea. He walks towards her, and the rest of us start to follow, the ones that I know. What's wrong with her? Why is she sitting in the rain wearing an eye mask? Trixie asks. Go back inside, Lily says. Stand in the doorway where I can see you, and don't move. Trixie does as she is told, and the rest of us walk towards my mother. The rain is relentless now, much heavier than it was only a few moments ago, and so hard that the water seems to be falling up as well as down. Nancy's normally perfect hair is dripping wet and clinging to her face. The ones that I know. Her clothes are soaking too. She's clearly been out here for a long time. The rain must have smudged the thick black eyeliner and mascara she always wears. It looks as if she has been crying black tears behind her mask. Even stranger is the sight of her red alarm clock. It is balancing between the branches of the magnolia tree just above her head, and still ringing. Connor reaches up to turn it off. The clock says 3 a.m., but it's already 20 minutes past. The ones that I know. I can't help wondering if that was why Nancy was never on time for anything. Maybe the clocks she used were wrong. Or maybe someone just wanted to make a point. It seems my mother was late for her own murder, because I think we all know that's what this was and that she is dead. Nancy's hands are by her sides and her sleeves have been rolled up. The ones that I know, her left hand is holding on to her beloved copy of the Observer's Book of Wildflowers, the little green book that she always carried around like a Bible and used to choose our names. Her right hand is holding what looks like a small bunch of lilies, roses and daisies tied to her fingers with a red ribbon. A string of ivy is wrapped tightly around her neck, not quite covering the silver heart-shaped locket she always wears. It is unclasped to reveal the pictures inside. The ones that I know. All this time I had presumed that it contained 2 tiny photos of my sisters. But now that it is open, I can only see a tiny black and white picture of myself as a child on one side and a pressed daisy on the other. Rose slides her gun into her jacket pocket. The ones that I know. I find myself replaying Lily's words in the kitchen when she accused Rose of having something to do with all of this. And for a moment I do wonder, as my eldest sister, once again, takes charge of a situation most people would be overwhelmed by. She leans over Nancy on the bench as though she were a stranger, not our mother, and I can't help noticing that the gun is within my reach. I could take it. Not that I'd know what to do with it. I've never even held a gun before. The ones that I know. She's dead, Rose confirms, having checked for a pulse. Lily starts to wail, staring up at the night sky. It is a level of grief and despair that none of us have seen her display before, and nobody knows what to say as a mix of tears and rainwater stream down her face. The sound of ticking is still so loud, it makes me think of a cartoon bomb. The ones that I know. Connor is holding the red alarm clock that was in the tree, and as he shines the torch on its face, we can all see that something has been written on it. There is always time for truth. What does that mean? I ask. I don't understand what is happening here tonight. Who is doing this and why? Says Lily. I don't know, Rose replies, but I think this confirms it. Confirms what? Someone else did this. It couldn't have been any of us. The ones that I know, there is someone else here at Sea Glass, and they're killing us one by one. 32 Sea Glass, 1987. We are getting soaked by the relentless rain as we stand and stare down at my dead mother, and the weather reminds me of the last terrible storm at Seaglass almost 20 years ago. Nana was planning a big launch for her 10th book at her favourite bookshop. We were all invited, but my father was very busy, as usual, and said he might not be able to be there. The ones that I know. So when the telephone rang, we all presumed it was him, calling to apologise from whatever corner of the world he was in with his orchestra. But it was a call from the hospital instead, and not about me for a change. My parents were long divorced, but Nancy was still registered as my dad's next of kin, and he'd been in an accident. Most people in the UK can remember the Great Storm of 1987. The ones that I know, we've all laughed about the BBC weatherman, Michael Fish, who got the forecast so spectacularly wrong and never lived it down. There's a fantastic clip of what he said that day. Apparently, a lady rang the BBC and said she heard that there was a hurricane on the way. Well, don't worry if you're watching. There isn't. But he was wrong. There was. That October, a hurricane devastated huge parts of the country, and Seaglass nearly disappeared beneath the waves for good. The ones that I know. Dad had been on the way to join us to celebrate Nana's latest children's book when his car was hit by a falling tree. His visit was meant to be a surprise, but the storm had a bigger one in store. "I'll be there as soon as I can," Nancy said when the hospital called. Love always trumps hate when you fear you might lose someone for good. She and Nana left immediately. The book launch was cancelled, and Mr. Kennedy came to look after me and my sisters for the night, along with Connor. The ones that I know one night turned into several. Mr. Kennedy soon ran out of things to do with a house full of children, even though one of them was his own, so when the weather allowed, he encouraged us to spend as much time as possible outside. He taught us about the flowers and plants he and my mother had introduced to Seaglass. The magnolia tree wasn't much taller than him back then, but our interest and concentration soon started to fade. "Gardening is boring," declared Lily, who never liked Connor's dad. The ones that I know. She called him the narrow man because he was tall and had grown thin. In some ways, I agreed with her assessment. He did look as though life had squeezed him into wearing only narrow thoughts, jumpers and jeans, almost all of which had pockets and holes in. His words were coated in cynicism, even the kind ones, so I could sort of understand why Lily wanted to stay inside and play on her computer. "Gardening isn't boring," said Mr. Kennedy with a strange smile. The ones that I know. "One day you might regret spending your life staring at a screen instead of seeing the real world." Then he told us a story that was unlike anything I'd heard before. "Did you know that spies use plants? Like James Bond?" Connor asked. His father nodded. "Yes, but in real life. You were all probably too young to remember, but in 1978 a BBC journalist was killed by a poisoned umbrella." There was a brief silence while we processed his unfamiliar words. "An umbrella isn't a plant," said Lily. The ones that I know. "Did he open the umbrella indoors?" I asked. "Nana says it's very bad luck to do that." "No, Daisy," Mr. Kennedy replied. "Someone walked up to him on Waterloo Bridge, pointed the umbrella at his leg, and then the journalist felt a sharp pain." "Why did someone want to hurt him?" asked Rose. "Because he defected to the West." "What does defected mean?" Lily asked. "Cornwall is in the West," I started to say. Mr. Kennedy shook his head. "It means that he decided to change sides. The ones that I know." "Like when people get divorced?" I asked. "Yes. I suppose defecting is a bit like divorce, but even more deadly." The journalist became very ill, very quickly. He was taken to hospital, but he died. The point of this story is what was on the tip of that umbrella. We all stared at him, feeling a little clueless, but then Rose's hand shot up as though she were in class. "Poison." "Yes, but where did the poison come from?" None of us knew the answer to that one. The ones that I know. The poison on the tip of that umbrella was called ricin, and it came from the seeds of a castor bean plant. The castor bean plant isn't a rare species, or terribly difficult to grow or find. In fact, it can sometimes be found in gardens, just like this one. Mr. Kennedy pointed at the red and green plant in my mother's garden, and there was a collective, and rather dramatic, intake of breath. So I hope we can all agree that gardening is not boring, he said, looking at Lily. The ones that I know. Plants can be the perfect partners in crime. Do you know why? We all shook our heads again. Because they'll never grass. Get it? His dad jokes were even worse than our father's. Don't forget to wipe your feet and take your shoes off before going inside the house. You know how much your mother hates muddy footprints. Later, when we were all back indoors, Mr. Kennedy made himself busy in the kitchen, trying to cook us some sort of dinner. The ones that I know, we ate a lot of fish, fingers, chips and beans when he was left in charge. As he rummaged about in Nana's freezer, I heard Rose and Connor whispering about him. My dad is really upset about your dad, Connor said. We're all upset. The doctor Nancy spoke to today said it was serious. Apparently, Dad's car is a write-off and he's lucky to be alive. My dad isn't upset about your dad being in hospital. He's upset that Nancy rushed to be by his bedside. They're divorced. The ones that I know. They basically defected from each other years ago. She's supposed to be with my dad now. I don't think it works like that, Rose said. When you love someone, you can't just turn it off. There isn't a switch. Even if you hate someone that you once loved, there is still a little bit of love there. Love is like the soil that hate needs in order to grow. I think it's rare in relationships to have one without the other. The ones that I know. 16-year-old Rose was ridiculously mature, but I think she might have been born that way. She and Connor were in a relationship of their own. It was almost as though she wanted him to know that she would always love him, even if she hated him one day. Just like our parents. Lily and I watched as Rose held Connor's hand. I could tell it made Lily feel uncomfortable too. When Nancy returned 2 days later, our dad was with her. He needed to rest, and sea glass was where he wanted to do it. The ones that I know. His head was bandaged and he had a broken arm. He could have gone to his London home, a flat in Notting Hill, just like my mother could have gone to hers. But she chose to look after him, and he chose to let her. My sisters and I were delighted to have him with us for so long. Rose and Lily even put their feud to one side. They decided to cook together one night, a meal for the whole family, and chose to use one of Nana's recipes for spaghetti bolognese. The ones that I know. I wasn't allowed to help them at all, for reasons I didn't understand. But I watched from the doorway. When Lily shouted at me for the 10th time to go away, I sulked in the garden. Rose did almost all of the cooking, chopping onions, carrots, garlic and chili, adding all the herbs to the meat, tomatoes and stock. She grated cheese and, because this was one of Nana's recipes, had a bowl of hundreds and thousands ready to sprinkle on top. The ones that I know, all Lily did was open a packet of dried spaghetti and pour some boiling water over it in a saucepan. We sat down in our individually painted chairs when dinner was served, but I didn't take a bite. Instead, I just waited. My mother put a fork full of spaghetti into her mouth and spat it out seconds later. My father swallowed his, but then drank an entire glass of water. Nobody took more than one bite. The ones that I know I'd helped, with the meal after all, adding a full jar of hot chili powder and a bottle of hot chili sauce to the spaghetti. Lily blamed Rose, and Rose blamed Lily. I think only Nana guessed that it was me. Apart from the occasional sibling-shaped squabble, we were happier than we had ever been before. But not everyone was pleased to see the Darker family reunited. It was the beginning of the end for Nancy and Mr. Kennedy. He was furious about the new living arrangements and didn't hide it well. The ones that I know. He stayed away from sea glass the entire time that my dad was there. Days turned into weeks, and weeks stretched into months. Nancy's garden was neglected. The flowers faded, wilted, and died. But she barely noticed. During that time, while my dad recovered, we were like a real family again. We spent time together playing board games. Cluedo was a firm favourite. Went for walks along the coast.